Chapter 9:01 Training. The time of the great tournament approached closer and closer, and with the passing of a month, several thousands of different forces had made their way to Beast Emperor Star in preparation for the proceedings. In fact, the world was currently enveloped in a festive atmosphere. With a number of external influences congregating, massive trade fairs and auctions were held all over the place as treasures found their way to their rightful owners. Even the common people were able to enjoy the festivities, setting up their own carnivals and using the opportunity to make a profit and enjoy themselves during these few days of peace and cultural exchange. However, with the sheer number of people gathering, there were bound to be those who didn't know how to respect law and order, those who killed and stole from others, those who tried to rape the women and bully the common people. All of these types of unscrupulous people also saw opportunity brewing on Beast Emperor Star. But would the Golden Dragon clan allow such degeneracy to fester on their soil? Absolutely not. Shing, a light sword not too different from a rapier, cut through the air, a spray of blood following behind it. A man's head flew into the air and slammed against the pavement. Phew! The assailant let out a small sigh. Come on, you're okay now. She turned to a nearby group of women with their clothes nearly entirely torn off, bloody scrapes covering their bodies. They shivered as they looked at the bloodied surroundings, but the woman's words seemed to bring them back to their senses. One of them exclaimed, "Thank you so much for saving us." She continued, establishing herself as the leader of the group. "No need. Take these blankets to cover yourselves and head outside the alley." With those words, the blue-haired heroine disappeared from the alley, leaving the group of women by themselves. Their eyes remained wide for many minutes before they finally came back to reality. They thought in unison, without even realizing it. That woman had become an idol in these young women's hearts. As for the heroine herself, this job is far more difficult than I expected. The woman frowned to herself, thinking back to the affairs of the palace. Right? This woman was none other than our favorite Valkyrie, Elena. In the past month that she'd been staying on Beast Emperor Star, she had no plans of remaining idle. According to the Golden Dragon Emperor, the little princess's master, the man who was promised the Genesis bead, was currently in the middle of training his disciple and wouldn't be available for a period of time. Elena needed to have a talk with that man to try and negotiate for the treasure, but until this day, she hadn't even seen a single trace of him. Elena stopped moving, bringing 2 fingers up and touching her forehead. A pure white magic circle surfaced in the earth around her, soon expanding until tens of shining armors manifested into the real plane. "Go, keep order. Damien, I pass the command to you." Upon Elena's command, a particular cavalry soldier dismounted his horse and stepped forward, kneeling in submission and affirmation. After him, the rest followed behind. Evidently, he was the soldier nicknamed Damien. Under his command, the undying warriors of Valhalla's army spread first through the city and eventually through a large portion of the world. Elena's army was already at the level of tens of thousands of troops, and while she couldn't keep control over the entire planet, it wouldn't be impossible for her to accomplish such a feat in a world the size of a Pyron. Helping with the guardian duty is taxing, but it builds trust. If I keep going like this, the Golden Dragon Emperor will be more inclined to listen to my demands. Elena didn't think she was powerful enough to take on everyone who wanted the Genesis bead, but she was semi-confident in escaping. As she submerged herself in thought, she kept moving and responding to emergencies that her legion couldn't handle. Eventually, a token on her waist began to vibrate. HM? Elena poured her mana into the token and was immediately met with an urgent voice. "The little princess and her master have returned." Elena's eyes widened. The message was from a close friend she'd made in the palace, the vice-captain of the palace guards. The second the words entered her ears, Elena dashed into the air and took off. She arrived near the palace within 5 minutes. The first thing she noticed was that the strange fluctuations coming from the little princess courtyard were long gone. Now, a similar presence stood in the throne room. Elena's senses extended several tens of thousands of kilometers past her body, allowing her to sense these things. However, she was still at least 30 seconds from the palace. According to his previous behavior, this mysterious master was likely to disappear for several months again after this time, exiting his seclusion. If Elena missed this chance, she would likely miss her opportunity to get the Genesis bead without using force. 30 seconds was an eternity and an instant at the same time. To Elena, these 30 seconds passed like hours. Every step she took was deliberate and geared to move her at the fastest speed possible. Every movement in the atmosphere was caught in her perception. However, in the grand scheme of things, 30 seconds wasn't much at all. Boom! Elena arrived before the palace with a sonic boom, rushing through the gates and maneuvering the halls to the throne room. Within seconds, she reached her destination and threw open the doors to find the Golden Dragon Emperor and the rest of the Golden Dragon clan's direct lineage seated in the throne room. Except for the little princess. Elena's face fell. She wondered how powerful that person must have been to simply dissap. Young Elena, I'm afraid you've come a moment too late. The Golden Dragon Emperor finally acknowledged her presence, willfully ignoring her disrespectful entrance. Elena shook her head. It's fine. The Golden Dragon Emperor raised his brow. Indeed. According to him, my daughter has a supreme talent in space, which is what led to him accepting her as a disciple. Elena shook her head, internally this time. She furiously refused the prodding voice of hope in the back of her head. She finally asked. However, the Golden Dragon Emperor could only shake his head in resignation. After all, even if he told her, she probably wouldn't believe him. Just how could anyone believe that a man, not even properly at the extreme peak of 4th class, could instantly transmit himself to an entirely different sector? Chapter 9:02 Training. A panicked voice rang out in the starry sky as two people materialized from thin air. The girl among them stumbled to her knees, supporting herself with mana and calming her rolling internals to at least avoid vomiting. All right, I forgot about that, Damien muttered with a wry smile. Even normal spatial movement was taxing for non-experts. Even though Astoria was also a spatial practitioner now, she wasn't nearly practiced enough to make such a long-distance jump with ease. Take your time to stabilize yourself, Astoria exclaimed, her face turning pale. Relax, Damien said with a smile. The next one is only a few 100,000 kilometers. Oh, just a few 100,000? What? Is there something wrong with that? The jump we just made was several hundreds of millions of kilometers, you know? All right, 600 million, Vine Realm, Astoria muttered robotically. What are you making a big deal out of? Damien tried to wave Astoria off with that, but she wasn't so easy to manipulate. MESDR, even though you're my master, it still bugs me that you don't understand what kind of monster you are, she exclaimed, quickly correcting her slight mistake as she spoke. Master, even the Golden Dragon clan doesn't have the means to travel so far in a single leap. You're basically a personal cross-sector teleportation array. Astoria's words were filled with excitement. How could they not be? The more powerful her master was, the better for her training, and the more she'd be able to brag to her acquaintances from other holy lands. However, Damien himself remained unimpressed. He thought with a wry smile. The overactive imagination of his disciple would be a great motivator for her future training. Besides, even if Damien wasn't quite at the point of freely traversing the universe, he was close enough. And if it was Astoria, she could definitely surpass his movement capabilities if she worked hard enough in the future. Master, what else can you do? I knew you were a secret powerhouse in disguise. Astoria began enthusiastically rambling again. However, she found her words interrupted as she keeled over and introduced the universe to her breakfast. Damien sighed and used mana to lift her hair out of her face, patting her on the back gently. I told you to rest, but you didn't listen. He scolded lightly. Damien smiled to himself at the comedic scene and slowly helped Astoria readjust her body condition. I didn't expect you to react so violently now that you've reached your current level. Likely, it's a mental matter rather than a physical one. Damien said. Astoria's body could definitely handle the large jump. And when he said mental problem, he didn't mean that Astoria had some sort of hidden trauma inhibiting her. Rather, even though she had barely graduated from the beginner level in Damien's books, her natural talent and affinity made her instinctively attempt to comprehend the mysteries of his methods, leading to the current situation. After all, Damien's usage of space laws far exceeded Astoria's comprehensive ability, and even disregarding that, Damien had recently made a switch so all his techniques would be manifested through the void rather than his affinities themselves. When Astoria tried to comprehend this mana, how could she remain unharmed? It was likely only due to her Void Disciple title that she received such a minute rebound. Damien wrapped Astoria in his mana and formed a shield for her, ensuring that she wouldn't feel anything during the secondary warp. And soon after, the two disappeared once more, leaving only a puddle of Dragon Clan breakfast floating in the void. Splash! Damien and Astoria's new materialization point was above a large body of water. While Damien stood in the air calmly, Astoria seemingly forgot to do so, plummeting into the sea below. She surfaced soon after and made her way back to Damien, utterly soaked in seawater. She said, quirking her head cutely. Whoosh! Astoria's figure vanished and reappeared several meters away, just as Damien's flick was going to land on her forehead. Without suspense, the smack landed on her forehead, though Damien didn't move to chase her at all. Horizon Break's concepts were especially entraining Astoria. Haven't you learned by now? This young master smacks can never be stopped, Damien proclaimed smugly. Oh, is that a challenge? Ha ha ha. All right, stop joking around. Damien stopped their banter abruptly and glanced in a certain direction, attracting Astoria's gaze as well. There, the sea was churning violently, on the verge of forming a massive sinkhole. Master, that is, Astoria muttered with a pale face. That should be the ruler of this territory. How could that be? Cook, Master, I think your words gave me critical damage. Nonsense. I'll be cheering for you on the sidelines. So, if you ever want moral support, just look over. Yeah. Astoria exclaimed as she flew through the sky, a very familiar feeling to her at this point. Her current trajectory put her directly in the face of the mysterious monster in the depths. Damien tossed her perfectly, so she'd have no choice but to fight. Damn, Master, she thought to herself with a frown. However, she didn't complain out loud. Instead, as she watched the massive kraken-like monster raise its body from the water, as she felt its terrifying aura almost at the late stages of fourth class, she readied her fists and took a combat stance in preparation for the battle to come. If she could help it, she'd definitely choose to be lazy. She wanted to play around and tease her master more, not fight against ugly beasts. However, even she was curious. Just how much had she grown in the past year and a half? Chapter 9:03 Training. Astoria was an interesting character. Her personality was geared toward playfulness and mischief. However, it didn't take away her ability to get serious. As someone born and raised as part of a royal clan, she'd of course been schooled in discipline in class, but in her normal life, she tended to ignore these teachings. The first time she ran away from the palace, she understood the pleasures that life could have. Thus forth, she'd been indulging in such pleasures, playing around to her heart's content without a care for anything else. It was a mindset she adopted for several years, even putting aside her training for the sake of this joy. In the past year and a half, she started to see a subtle change in herself. No matter how she wanted to play, she simply couldn't convince herself to give up everything to do so. No matter how mischievous she wanted to be, she no longer wanted to sacrifice her training for it. Was Damien the reason for this change? In part, sure. As a teacher, Damien was strict and relatively indifferent to Astoria's struggles and complaints. However, as an individual, Damien was incredibly amiable and charismatic. The difference in how he acted during training and outside of it definitely influenced Astoria and changed her attitude, especially since she's been taking his punishment whenever she disobeyed him. But the change Astoria saw was not completely due to Damien. In fact, his influence was minimal. The change in Astoria had a simple origin. It was simply joy. The joy she felt in learning with Damien was something she never felt at the palace. Whether it was during noble training or combat training, nothing about the Golden Dragon Clan's techniques sparked her interest. Space was different. Space was fun. Astoria laughed joyously as she flashed through the air, never remaining in one place for too long. Her arms waved through the air with purpose, her mana flaring along with her movements and interacting with the environment. Boom! A massive tentacle exploded forth from below the ocean and slammed through the air with speed that betrayed its size. It was accompanied by 3 more at different orientations that blocked any route Astoria could take to attack. But for a spatial mage, when was this ever a problem? Astoria laughed as she finished her movements. As the tentacles slammed into her position, her body vanished and appeared opposite to where she once stood. She pushed her hands forward and yelled with fervor. A much smaller and less stable dimensional cage appeared within the one Damien conjured. Despite its flaws, it was more than enough for her current purposes. She thought to herself as she began to push her mana again. Astoria flew into battle, completely subverting the Kraken's expectations. She pushed closer to its body and shoved her arm forward to strike it. The Kraken's massive eyes narrowed in fury. Ugh! It bellowed loud enough to shatter eardrums as a light of mana covered it. A voice boomed into the atmosphere. Humph! Astoria's body flashed forward. Her arm extended rapidly, letting out a powerful force that exploded into the Kraken's body. However, bang! Crack! A dull sound rang out. Astoria disappeared, teleporting several hundred kilometers away. She shook her bloodied hand and winced in pain. She could feel several broken bones rattling around where they shouldn't be rattling at all, but she ignored it. One of Damien's favorite mottos. The more pain she felt, the stronger she'd grow. Astoria's eyes narrowed as she peered into the Kraken's skin. With just a quick glance, she was able to see the thick layers of mana protection layering its internals. That's a natural protection. Bang! The air exploded as a tentacle narrowly missed Astoria's side. Before she could teleport away, 3 more banging explosions rang out. Pillars of water rose from the sea below and reached the heavens, entrapping Astoria within. She wasn't panicked at all. In fact, Astoria flicked the air with her mana. The forceful water pillars around her seemed to respond to her touch, bending far away from their intended trajectories. Boom! A phenomenon that defied the laws of physics. The water pillars whipped into perfect, right angles and acted almost like cannons as they shot with terrifying intensity back at the Kraken's body. Bang! 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 Crack! The Kraken roared as its defenses cracked. Astoria didn't respond at all. She took the opportunity while the Kraken was distracted to teleport directly next to its body and strike her hand against its skin. Deep bone! A blast of mana slammed into her body and pushed her back. Astoria coughed a mouthful of blood as she tried to regain balance. But before she could, bang! 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 A tentacle crashed in her side and flung her backward. A water pillar rose up under her and threw her into the air. As if finishing a combo, the Kraken opened its mouth and shot out a blast of compressed air that impacted Astoria straight in her chest, cracking several of her ribs. Ah! Ha! Astoria threw up blood with a place face as she teleported away several times, getting as far away as possible from the enemy. She assessed her injuries while gritting her teeth to avoid screaming out in pain. Her bones were broken in several places, she was bleeding internally, and some of her organs had experienced serious injury. If it wasn't for her dragon body, she would have been dead already. I can't. She almost gave up at that moment. The battle hadn't gone on for long, but she hadn't been able to do anything but get beat. Worst of all, it was done in just a few moves by a beast who didn't even take its human form. It was unacceptable. Astoria gave up on attacking and changed her approach. She took several healing and mana-replenishing pills and teleported endlessly, almost ignoring her mana capacity as she took a moment to heal her injuries and think of a way to defeat the enemy. She could makeshift attacks with vector control and exert great power, but it wasn't nearly enough. Even her vector control was meant for support rather than attack. Damien had told her several times that her main combat power would still come from her Golden Dragon techniques, but she didn't want to listen to him. She almost wanted to throw away her old techniques and be completely reborn. But it was nothing more than delusion. Reality didn't allow one to simply change in an instant if one wished it. It was an extremely tedious thing to change oneself. But in most cases, Astoria's eyes hardened. What would it look like if she stopped denying her true self? This time, she wouldn't stop herself from finding out. Chapter 9:04 Training. Astoria stopped holding back her full potential. A bright golden aura surrounded her body as a layer of scales surfaced on her skin. Wings, horns, and a thick draconic tail followed soon after, leaving Astoria in half-dragon form. She pulled her fist back and concentrated her raging aura into it, causing the aura around her body to slowly subdue itself. Her body flashed forward at amazing speeds, though not quite teleporting. She swerved through the Kraken's dozens of tentacles and narrowly dodged each and every terrifying water attack it threw at her, approaching its body in an instant. Once again, the Kraken released a massive pulse of mana that slammed into Astoria's body, but before it could make contact, she disappeared. Astoria appeared not even 10 meters to the right, standing on the Kraken's body where its tentacles connected to its head. Astoria slammed her fist down, releasing all of the built-up golden aura into the Kraken. Boom! For the first time, the Kraken took serious damage. Its flesh exploded as its internal mana protection was shattered thoroughly by the golden energy. And to make matters worse, Astoria immediately utilized vector control to severely multiply the amount of internal damage that was being dealt. The Kraken roared. Up to this point, he'd been treating Astoria lightly because he couldn't feel any threat from her. There was no need for him to go all out. However, he wasn't a young and arrogant beast. Now that he's been injured, why would he show the same ignorance? His voice caused the seas to churn. Towering waves rose into the sky, several tens of kilometers high, threatening to swallow Astoria whole. She immediately teleported into the air above the tsunamis and used vector control to shield herself from the mana fluctuations. I need to take this opportunity. You should have lost some mobility from that. Astoria's senses suddenly rang major alarm bells in her head. She instinctually teleported before even realizing what had happened. However, as soon as she reappeared, she felt something clasping around her neck. "Girl, you've pushed the limits today." A naked man with wild red hair with a large bloody hole in his side held her throat and tightened his grip, crushing her neck in his grasp. "Hawk! Hawk! Hawk!" Astoria took short breaths as she tried to salvage as much air as she could and stay breathing. She tried to teleport, but the Kraken's tightening grip didn't give her the mental stability she needed to do so. Escape. Her eyes widened, her focus heightened to the absolute maximum as she surveyed the surroundings and tried to find a way out, but they were currently high in the sky, away from anything she could use to help herself. "I need to master." She glanced around, looking for Damien, but he was nowhere to be found. "Master, where are—" The Kraken's voracious gaze was piercing holes through her body as he slowly killed her, enjoying every second of her pain. He wasn't someone who enjoyed bullying the weak, but after Astoria managed to wound him, he needed to save face. They were alone, but the ocean had eyes. If he didn't exert his authority here, rumors were bound to spread. Astoria also realized the gravity of the situation. Damien wasn't here. He wasn't coming to save her. Her mind suddenly cleared. Damien might have seemed indifferent, but he wasn't someone who'd let her die like this. Astoria gritted her teeth and revolved her mana, scavenging oxygen from any source she could find. Her eyes blazed with fiery determination as her mind spun in search of the solution Damien saw for her. The Kraken's eyes sharpened when he saw Astoria's defiance. He slammed his leg down on her knee, snapping her right leg in the opposite direction. Astoria wanted to scream in pain, but there was no air in her throat to produce the sound. The pain was immense, but it was this immensity that forced Astoria to face reality and face death, to face herself and to face her power, and under that circumstance, she found her solution. A strange sound exited the Kraken's throat. Crack! A strange sound was emitted from the Kraken's body. Suddenly, he violently jerked backward, inadvertently letting go of Astoria's neck. Astoria didn't wait for him to finish. She teleported directly behind him and sunk her claws into his head. The Kraken was a powerful foe, but how could he react in time? In that instant, Astoria used vector control to transfer all the damage she'd taken back to the Kraken, severely wounding him in an instant. Now, that didn't mean Astoria's wounds were gone. She was still struggling to catch her breath as she moved, but she had time to acclimate to her pain. The Kraken, on the other hand, received the sensation of all that pain in a single instant, which severely amplified the effect. Now that he was stunned, how could Astoria let something like pain stop her? That wasn't the sort of coward her master was raising her to be. Her grip tightened without hesitation. The golden scales on her fingers extended into several claws that stabbed into the Kraken's skull. He tried to exclaim, but it was already too late. Bang! A golden burst of energy slammed into the Kraken through the holes in his head, directly exploding his head into meat paste that flew everywhere. The Kraken's limp, headless body collapsed into the sea. Astoria stood silently for a second, processing what just happened. Her body immediately relaxed. A relieved smile surfaced on her face. "Master, I did it." A warm embrace enveloped her. A soothing energy entered her body and began repairing it. Her heavy eyelids slightly pushed open, allowing her to see the smiling face of the man who was holding her. "Congratulations on your first kill across ranks. For now, get some rest." Damien's voice was like a fairy's melody in her ears. The second she heard it, the fatigue that had accumulated in her body immediately took over. She fell asleep within seconds. Damien smiled as he looked down at her. He thought to himself. He kicked his foot lightly, sending a bullet of mana into the sea below. Within seconds, the blue seas were dyed red for kilometers on end. Under the waves, a massive black hole was tearing apart a horde of beasts that had gathered. The corpse of a territory lord and his injured and weakened killer were both extremely enticing meals for these beasts. It was only natural for them to gather. "But you don't need to know that for now," Damien muttered. Astoria was fast asleep with a wide smile on her face. That sense of victory that she was currently feeling, the sensation of overcoming adversity and triumphing. Damien simply couldn't bring himself to take that away from her. If it happened again, he would allow her to properly experience the consequences of her actions. But for today, he teleported away with Astoria in his arms. In this vast place with endless challenges and endless secrets, it was utterly wasteful to spend the whole time training in the ocean. After all, this place was only open to the world every 100,000 or so years. But now, Damien and Astoria had the whole celestial realm to themselves, free and open for conquest. Chapter 905 Festival. Chapter 905 Festival. 1. Somewhere in the universe, there was a far-reaching wall of bloody fog, a natural phenomenon whose cause was unknown. For many years, this phenomenon had remained unblemished. Even when it was broken apart, it always returned to its original position to act as a fortress wall protecting a specific corner of the universe. Bang! With a single punch, a hole was torn through the fog, completely dispersing it in a certain area. A man calmly stepped through and traveled several thousand kilometers before finally exiting the tunnel he'd made for himself, watching the fog return to its place thereafter. The man's red eyes glowed with fervor. It had been a month since he left Ion after a largely incomprehensive search. Now, Arthur Bloodlock had found his way to the Beast Domain. He thought to himself. In fact, Arthur hadn't come to the Beast Domain after tracing Damien. He made his way here naturally after hearing rumors about the Genesis bead. Arthur's eyes sharpened. At the moment, he was filled to the brim with rage. His son's killer had disappeared without a trace and was largely assumed dead, but Arthur didn't believe that sentiment. Someone who would dare to provoke the Bloodlock clan so openly wouldn't die so easily. Someone who could evade his search for so long absolutely had to be alive. The Beast Domain is a gathering place for warriors. According to that man, that boy should be here. However, finding his traces will require intense effort. Nevertheless, Arthur grinned as he began moving through the void. The Genesis bead's abilities were truly vast. The reason it was so coveted, the reason it was called a supreme treasure, wasn't just a matter of Conger effectiveness. The Genesis bead was the greatest vessel of life in the universe, and as such, tracking someone's unique life fluctuations through it was a menial task. Not to mention this, in the hands of the Bloodlock clan, the Genesis bead would be a truly terrifying force. Beast Emperor's Star, that golden bastard's territory. I heard he has a beautiful daughter. If our clan can obtain her. Arthur's ambitions ran wild. The Bloodlock clan was born to conquer. The Bloodlock people were destined to rule the universe. Even in this quest of vengeance, Arthur never disregarded his clan. He never had, and he never would, because the Bloodlock clan was everything. Arthur's body turned into a stream of red energy as his speed reached an unprecedented level. At this time, it had been a month and a half since Damien took Astoria to the Celestial Realm. And now, only days remained before the festivities began. Fua, Master, wake up. An energetic voice rang through an isolated cave. A young woman happily bounced through the cave, humming in excitement as she eagerly awaited the awakening of her master. Suddenly, she vanished. A karate chop landed where she once stood, but she was already 10 meters across the cave by the time it arrived. Good. The karate-chopping assailant nodded his head in satisfaction. Even though he hadn't tried too hard, he had indeed coated his arm in spatial mana that should have cut off her ability to teleport. Since she'd been able to do so regardless, it was clear that her comprehension of dimensional magic had reached a new level. Damien felt nothing other than elation from this fact, knowing that in just 3 years, he was able to completely transform Astoria, at least strength-wise. Master, isn't it crazy? I'm already 21, but 2 months ago, I was 18. She chirped ceaselessly. Damien rolled his eyes and ignored her. She'd been squabbling about his time dilation ability for several years already, and he'd long gotten used to it. He thought to himself, at first, he didn't think he'd get so much time. He expected to be able to extend the time they had by another half a year at most. However, the Celestial Realm provided him with an unexpected boon. In fact, his ability to control time within the realm didn't differ much from a sanctuary. After that bastard appeared here, along with this new revelation, it's become clear that the Celestial Realm has some connection to Void Palace in the heavenly world. Unfortunately, he didn't have time now. A year and a half was the maximum he could do, since he didn't have absolute control over the realm. Slowing time to the point where half a year could pass in a few hours simply wasn't possible like it was in the sanctuary. Still, 3 years was a perfect duration. How come you're so excited to go back? Damien asked with a teasing smile. Astoria turned her head away in embarrassment. Third brother, fourth brother, Peng Hao-yin, Rina, Asagaki. Hm? Astoria happily hummed and skipped out of the cave. The second her foot exited the cave's protection, a massive shadow enveloped her body. The maw of a beast closed around her, its razor-sharp teeth sinking into Astoria's. Crack! The beast's teeth directly shattered upon contact with her skin. Astoria looked up and tilted her head curiously. You're just a little mid-level 4th-class beast. She flicked her finger and sent a beam of mana into the beast's head. It traveled through the beast's skull without any interference and came in contact with its brain. Immediately, the previously harmless mana expanded. A dimensional cage opened in the beast's skull and enveloped its brain. In the next instant, Astoria clenched her fist, compressing the dimensional cage into a marble-sized ball. Squelch! A strange sound rang out. The beast's eyes went dull, and it collapsed to the ground, strange fluid leaking from its eyes. Master, I took care of the problem. Astoria called for Damien, completely disregarding the beast carcass. His figure materialized nearby not long after with a smile on his face. He thought to himself, was this how all masters felt when they saw their disciples expertly use a supportive spatial skill to attack and efficiently assassinate their enemies? Or was it a feeling unique to him? Either way, it was something he thoroughly enjoyed. In fact, he also couldn't wait for their return to Beast Emperor Star. After all, those little Holy Land disciples thought they were on the same level as his disciple. He couldn't wait to see how she'd slap their faces. Chapter 906 Festival. Chapter 906 Festival. The grisly voice of a cloaked man echoed through a dark and humid area. This place was far separated from existence, a place that rarely anyone even knew the identity of. Despite the prolonged echoing of his voice, it still seemed incredibly small, not only in relation to the environment, but also to the individual he was reporting to. That person didn't have the posture of an emperor. They sat casually on a jade stone pillow large enough to carry their entire body. They held their head in their hands non-committally with glazed eyes. Nobody who came in contact with this person would believe they were mentally present. By all logic, it should have been impossible for someone with such strange eyes to exist in the same world as any common expert. However, the man didn't move from his kneeling position no matter how much time passed. It was an entire 12 days later when the situation changed. That person's smooth voice glazed over the atmosphere, filling it with an odd, sticky feeling. The man bowed his head without hesitation, repeating his original, "Oh," report without any resentment. "Lord, I have accomplished the task you assigned me." "Oh, quite fast." "Affirmative, Lord." While this little one was in the midst of his search, he happened to come across Arthur Bloodlock, a direct descendant of immortal Blood Azura. With a bit of coercion, your humble servant was able to plant the devil seed in his spiritual world. The servant claimed with an ounce of pride in his voice. For the first time, the figure's expression changed. "Child," the figure muttered, "you do not have the courage to lie to me, so it must be the truth. However, it cannot be so easy to coerce such a figure, no?" The figure's voice was soft, and its words were light. Any normal person would absolutely believe these to be magnanimous words. However, the servant knew better. His lord was not someone who would accept baseless chatter. If he couldn't justify his words and provide evidence, his fate would be far, far, far worse than death. "Lord, in actuality, this success is not my doing at all. Lord, Arthur Bloodlock has a blood debt against a genius that Sir Saint Emperor has been observing." The figure's brow raised in curiosity. The corners of their lips curled up into a strange smile. "That old ghost has found another plaything?" A terrifying aura enveloped the area. Space immediately shattered into countless pieces, and even the chaotic void beyond was stilled by the almost solid aura. "Lord, please calm down," the servant yelled desperately. The figure's eye twitched slightly. Their aura immediately retracted back into their body. "Humph, this pathetic universe," they complained with a frown. In 7 days, Arthur Bloodlock would be overtaken by corruption, and at that time, his physical body would become the property of the absolute worst individual it could possibly be given to. This person with no true gender, no true form at all, was a ruler of the mortal body. This person was an experimentalist who would do anything to satisfy their own curiosity. This person was the Marionette Lord, one of the top 3 Nox experts under the Emperor level, and by far the most insane member of their race. This was a person with puppets stationed in various parts of the universe, acting as people in positions high and low. It was unknown just how many people this lord had under their control, but it was largely speculated that they were nigh immortal. After all, each body under their control had a unique life fluctuation. If this person decided to escape their physical body and take possession of a puppet to live on, nobody would be able to find them. And this person was never truly in one place. Their mind was always split between at least 10 different puppets, never leaving a moment where they didn't have a path forward. When it came to the Marionette Lord, even emperors would rather avoid interacting. Back in the Golden Dragon Palace, a great commotion was taking place. There were only a few days remaining before the proceedings began, yet the princess was still missing. Of course, the palace residents knew where Astoria had gone. However, they didn't expect her to cut it so close. If she didn't make it in time for the opening festival, many plans would fail. After all, Astoria was in the crudest terms bait. Astoria was the only reason the Emperor had just cause to put something like the Genesis bead up for grabs without suspicion. Because if the tournament winner was his son-in-law, would the Emperor truly suffer any losses from giving away the treasure? Nevertheless, the Golden Dragon Emperor was certainly feeling the stress. The Black Dragon clan has already arrived and begun gathering forces. A member of the Divine Realm's Bloodlock clan is on the way. Many beast emperors have secretly docked on our star and wait for the Genesis beads unraveling. On one hand, his plan was working. Slowly but surely, the enemies he wanted to flush out had been showing themselves one by one. However, on the other hand, this number was far outside of his expectations. The Black Dragon clan had already grown to the point where they could truly contend with the Golden Dragon clan for hegemony. And even putting them aside, the Golden Dragon Emperor had to wonder, just when did he make so many enemies? It was an aggravating truth to realize, but there was nothing incorrect about it. An innocent man with treasure is guilty. The Emperor's sharp golden eyes looked like they could cut holes through reality. Raise the flags. Announce the news. The Emperor made his announcement without leaving any room for objection. He watched the palace officials scramble around as they began to set everything in order. And eventually, his eyes went to the sky. Honestly speaking, he didn't think any progress could be made in 3 months. Damien deciding to take Astoria away from the palace seemed to affirm this thought. But on the slight chance that Astoria had truly grown, she wouldn't just be bait anymore. She'd be one of the central pillars that allowed his plan to succeed. Chapter 907 Festival. Chapter 907 Festival 3. Everything is going according to plan. Our forces have infiltrated Beast Emperor Star and spread throughout. A man sat among a table of those who looked similar to him, sharing the same onyx black eyes and hair. As he gave his report, another man asked, "None. It seems they are focused on making sure their festival proceeds according to plan." "Yes, sir. According to our scouts, the unit is made up of summoned creatures, though the identity of the summoner is unknown." "I see," the second man muttered to himself. "We were able to receive a small glimpse of information from the palace. Our informants say that Astoria Golden has been accepted by a master, but no other information on this so-called master has been found. Also unknown, however, it can be speculated to be at the 6th revolution at most. Be mindful regardless." The second man looked the first in the eye and continued, "Keep a firm grasp on any incoming information. It has been almost 1,000 years since we began acting on this plan." The first man bowed his head in compliance and withdrew to his seat. Of those present, he was the last to speak. Now that he'd finished his report, there was nothing more to be said. The meeting soon dispersed, leaving only a single man in the room. The Golden Dragon clan's enemies are greater than expected. If we encounter some interference, no? The man bit his lip nervously. He couldn't help but remember the divination the Black Dragon clan had been forced to receive all those years ago. Back then, he was just a child who only managed to hear the final words of that prophecy. A fate of slavery. Was this the only end for his clan? Unacceptable. The veracity of the prophecy couldn't be doubted. Even the demigod elders at the time verified that the seer wasn't a fool. But could anyone accept such a fate? Absolutely not. For the past 1,000 years, the Black Dragon clan had been slowly and covertly growing themselves to antagonize the master of the Golden Star, the Golden Dragon Emperor. If Beast Emperor Star, the Fate Star, could be overtaken, if the Golden Dragon Emperor could be slain, then wouldn't the Black Dragon clan see their fate reversed? This long-awaited day was finally on the horizon. Everything must happen perfectly tomorrow. The man, Pretis' eyes sharpened into swords. The Golden Dragon clan estate was truly a gargantuan area. With its size, it absolutely wouldn't be strange to call it a country rather than label it as the estate of a single clan. On Beast Emperor Star, no influence could occupy nearly as much territory as the ruling family had, especially for personal use. However, it wasn't as if this massive plot of land was used for mere decoration or authority. In fact, the Golden Dragon clan was an influence with several 100 million existences under its banner, and the entire clan estate was occupied by them, essentially in a structure not much different from a functioning country. The only difference was that each and every individual living in the estate had at least a noticeable amount of Golden Dragon bloodline. What set the royal family apart was the fact that their ancestor was a true god beast and also the founder of this empire that now spanned the entirety of Beast Emperor Star and the beast domain it resides in. Nevertheless, the Golden Dragon clan estate's physical and spiritual meaning was evident. It was a place all people desired to visit at some point. And now, one of the rare occasions where the main estate, the portion of the country where only those with pure bloodline could enter, was open to the general public. I was here first. Two people fell to the floor in unison, not even able to finish their arguments. With absolute swiftness and efficiency, they disappeared from the clogged lines that spanned the Golden Dragon clan at the moment. "Don't push. Move in an orderly line," a nearby guard yelled, emphasizing the point. He wasn't the only one yelling. For several thousand kilometers, countless guards were stationed to manage the lines of people and maintain peace. Along with these guards, a shadow unit remained to rapidly remove any troublemakers so the guards wouldn't have to personally act and cause a commotion. Overall, the security measures in place were extraneous, but at the same time, nobody questioned them. After all, when they finally made their way into the estate, they forgot all about the troubles they experienced before. Beautiful golden fate clouds hung in the air, showering all those under their gate with auspicious air. The manna was calm and enlightening, even directly healing some elderly and sickly mortals back to their peak state. The streets were lined with extravagant decorations, no matter how many thousands of kilometers one traveled. Street stalls were set up, selling souvenirs, food items, and anything else one could think of to the average consumer. The atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter as the festive aura enveloped and infected everyone. It was like a fairyland. With the passing of time, the cities crowded and millions of people made their way through the lines. And when it hit noon on the second day, boom, a titanic projection appeared in the sky, depicting a domineering and handsome man with piercing golden eyes that seemed to look down on the entire universe. He proclaimed, his voice booming for millions of kilometers without end. As you all know, the main event of this festival is a grand tournament for many treasures, and most importantly, for my daughter's hand in marriage. However, we cannot have a main event take place so early. Eat, drink, and celebrate. Enjoy the next few days of small events that we have prepared, and when 5 days finally pass. Rea awa ea. Immediately, the earth shook as if a natural disaster was going to take place. Raucous, wild cheers rang out from every corner of the Golden Dragon estate as not only the clan members, but also the guests cheered to complete the Golden Dragon Emperor's speech. The second his projection faded from the sky, the world became a party bus. The Festival of Fate had finally begun. Chapter 908 Festival. Chapter 908 Festival for multiple teams moved upon receiving the command. Their first task wasn't something as grand as assassination, nor were they planning to collapse the festivities. No, if the Black Dragon clan wanted to succeed in their objective, they needed to be far more subtle. After all, destroying the Golden Dragon clan wasn't as simple as it sounded. For a clan so connected to fate, merely attacking them head-on wouldn't work. Their fate was too strong, making it highly likely that they'd somehow pull through or find a way to survive and rise up another day. To destroy the Golden Dragon clan, one first needed to disperse their fate. This was the main goal of the Black Dragon clan for the past 1,000 years. Slowly but surely, they encroached upon the Golden Dragon clan's influence in the beast domain and heavily undermined it. While their efforts didn't directly damage the Golden Dragon clan, they did have an effect. They brought the ruling clan down from their pedestal. The illustrious fate clouds that protected them from harm and offered them countless fortuitous opportunities. One of such landed the Genesis bead in their hands, were far weaker than they used to be. Now, it wasn't impossible to bring the clan down like it was when they first started their endeavor. Now, if the Black Dragon clan could use this grand event to strike a fatal chink in their enemy's armor. The first group of teams was sent out for menial disruption. Their job was to inconvenience people and bother them, evading the security troops and causing trouble that went unsolved. The people would slowly build slight resentment towards the Golden Dragon clan, who couldn't keep them safe during the festival that occurred in their own lands. If one couldn't even protect people within their reach, how could one be expected to rule an entire empire? The plan, on paper, had no flaws. Because the Black Dragon clan didn't plan to make any big movements, there would be no reason for the Golden Dragon clan to suspect or pursue them. At least, that's what they thought. Shing! A sword slashed through the air. "Who are you?" a panicked civilian exclaimed. He huddled together with his children and protected them under his body as he looked at the woman slowly approaching them. She was already surrounded by a pool of blood from those who had no ability to even speak before they were killed. Looking down at the man, the woman smiled. Her ocean blue eyes were ironically without waves as she raised her sword. She slashed her sword down, and immediately, the terrified civilian's eyes changed. He exclaimed, jumping back to avoid the sword. Elena's blade slashed directly through the two children he was holding in his grasp. However, a ball of light soon enveloped their remains. Puff! The children exploded into a ball of murky fumes that almost melted through Elena's mana barrier. Smart move, but using poison on a Valkyrie. Elena flicked her finger, dispersing the light ball and using the force to propel the poison back at the man, who narrowly dodged. The poison landed on the ground next to him and melted a hole almost a kilometer deep in a single instant. Elena's voice rang in the man's ears. His eyes widened. His head snapped to the side and then kept going. It spun through the air with a fountain of blood before he even realized what was happening. Elena looked down at the man's body in disgust. She pulled an object out of her spatial ring. It was something of a glass ball, filled with milky white liquid and purple sparks that looked like a strangely inverted cosmos. She grinned as she felt the life fluctuations entering her body, nourishing her mind, and elevating her comprehension. "I only have it until the festival ends, but this is more than enough for now." Elena thought to herself. This object was none other than the Genesis bead, something she'd managed to get her hands on after ceaselessly bargaining with and convincing the Golden Dragon Emperor. For the next few days, she'd be able to use it to her heart's content as long as she spent at least 3 hours a day tracking down and suppressing the clan's enemies with its abilities. It was an absolutely advantageous deal, and Elena didn't plan to return the Emperor's sincerity with disrespect. Until the event ended, she didn't mind being the Emperor's sword, and when it ended, she didn't mind becoming his enemy. A spatial expert. You're unlucky to have met me. If it was anyone else, I'd be worried, but when it comes to spatial experts... She smiled slyly as she tracked the next group of enemies, this time from a smaller influence called the Fiery Anaconda clan. Elena wasn't some newbie. The Black Dragon clan was obviously plotting something malicious, but she and anyone with some sense would understand that these small teams wouldn't have the information she needed. To gain information on the Black Dragon clan's true objectives, she needed to attract their attention to her and make them send more valuable assets to suppress her. And to do so wasn't the easiest way to absolutely oppress them to the point where they could only seethe in silence or attack. This was Elena's exact strategy. While she targeted other smaller influences as well, she made sure to specifically make things difficult for the Black Dragon clan. The Valhalla soul, named Damien, was extremely advanced and could share its sight, hearing, and even memories and skills with Elena. Using it as a medium, Elena was able to essentially take half the planet under her web and turn it into her absolute domain. They sent out 62 teams, but none of them had a soldier over 3rd class. After leaving the Valhalla mystic realm, Elena had changed in many ways, one of which was her fighting style. Elena used to be a frontline combatant, an infinite warrior who would never tire. She never let go of these traits, of course, but her training path had long deviated from keeping such a thing as a focus. The current Elena was an empress, a cunning general who could expertly maneuver her troops to get her work done for her. However, the Genesis bead wasn't a treasure that worked best in solitude. It was a treasure whose greatest benefits could be felt when one was constantly on the move and using it. Elena thought with a smile. She'd just been thinking about wanting to play, and, as if on cue, the Black Dragon clan had finally sent her some playmates. The day ended and the night passed, filled with uninterrupted festivity. And under the veil of peace and security, a single woman was facing off against an entire clan of dragons. What an exciting event! Chapter 909 Confrontation. The location was a relatively unpopulated region in the Golden Dragon clan estate. Elena currently stood face to face with a group of figures wearing tight black clothing as expected of assassins. She commented with a smirk, panning her gaze over the group. They're all in the middle stages and early stages of 4th class. She thought inwardly. It was to be expected since this was only the 2nd wave, but she was still a bit disappointed that she wouldn't get to personally fight today. Elena allowed her hand to hover over the ground below, dripping her mana into the earth as if it was liquid. Within milliseconds of her snarky remarks, a group of 15 soldiers in glowing white armor materialized before her. The assassins hadn't yet been able to move yet. Let's make this fun. The 16th Infantry is the weakest unit in my army. She smiled giddily and flicked her wrist forward, giving the command to charge. In such a situation, why would she let her enemy have the first move? As she'd claimed, the 16th Infantry was Elena's newest formed and thus weakest unit. Its strength was still around the same level as that of the assassins, making it so they wouldn't suffer an immediate defeat as they would in front of any other troop. 15 white-clad soldiers charged as one, meeting the group of 20 assassins before they could take advantage of their mobility. Clang! 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 Sword and spears clashed against short swords and knives. Despite the sudden nature of the situation, the assassins didn't panic in the slightest. They worked as a well-oiled machine and immediately reacted to the change in the situation. The leader of the group was a man named Dylan. Within the Black Dragon clan, his rank wasn't too high, but he was the son of an outer elder. This mission was one of many he'd been assigned in the past few decades, and the team that followed him was able to follow his command as if they were parts of his body. Whoosh! He slid his knives against the great sword of his enemy and forced the larger blade to the side. The second he finished this maneuver, he pushed on the balls of his feet and retreated several meters. Whoosh! 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 His unit followed directly after, waiting for his command to move. The enemy is more difficult than expected. Dylan was a man who'd been in the field long enough to develop an instinct for these sorts of things, and he wasn't the type of person to throw away the lives of his brothers in a hopeless battle. His eyes sharpened as he made the decision. Within a split second, he'd already vanished into the shadows, turning into a small trail of smoke that swerved through the air until it was directly behind the head of the main Valhalla soul. The Shadow Demon art, the main art of the Black Dragon clan's Covert Operations Division, was an art that used a single slash to end all things. Dylan's figure materialized like a ghost, his legs wrapping around the Valhalla soul's head and constricting its movements. Within an instant, his knife was already stabbed through the enemy's helmet, his attack in the process of executing. Shing! A black flash of light cut through the Valhalla soul and connected Dylan's knife to the ground. As the Valhalla soul split in two, Dylan jumped back and surveyed the area, keeping his eyes focused on Elena. Shing! Shio! 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 All around, the 19 remaining members of his squad followed his movements and launched a coordinated attack. From the start, they had higher numbers than the enemy, and, as a unit trained to fight above their own level, dealing with them was far easier than their initial collision made it seem like it would be. Dylan's eyes narrowed. he thought with a frown. The dangerous aura he felt from Elena indicated that her true power was far beyond this. The itching feeling in the back of his mind refused to leave, and as if confirming his thoughts, "Oh," a teasing voice came from the very enemy he'd been so carefully watching. This is where we have a problem. Everyone else is too powerful, and I don't want you to die just yet," Elena muttered, placing her finger on her chin in thought. She smiled and swept her hand through the air, grabbing the sword that materialized from her spatial ring. It was an incredibly familiar, thin, single-edged blade, the same blade Damien had Vormek forge her all those years ago. However, this blade was no longer the same as it used to be. In its current state, Shio, Shio, Shio. Elena's movements were soundless. Her sword moved through the air with such precision that it barely made a sound. Before Dylan could process her movements, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his legs. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Simultaneously, the extremities of each member of the squad tore open, forcing them to collapse to the floor, blood spraying wantonly around them. What just? Dylan's eyes widened in shock. The thought he had earlier was instantly confirmed. Dylan gritted his teeth and pushed his mana, connecting to his spatial ring and summoning a certain item. Elena's voice was like a reaper's. She appeared behind Dylan and stabbed her sword through his torso, pinning him to the ground. "You seem to be the leader of this little group, so answer a few questions for me. When it's done, I'll give you a painless death." Dylan's eyes burned in rage. Dying on a mission was one thing, but being humiliated by the enemy like this wasn't something he could ever accept. "Tui." He launched a ball of spit at Elena's feet. He said firmly, without waiting for a response, he flared his mana into the atmosphere. Boom! A talisman appeared in the sky and covered the area. The 20 members of the assassination squad were covered in a bright light as their bodies were connected to the talisman. Elena muttered. She wasn't a spatial expert who could interfere with the spell's activation, nor was she a formation master who could break the talisman's function before it activated. However, on the other hand, fighting an endless horde of weaker enemies wasn't fun at all. Even if Elena was participating in this fight for more serious reasons, it didn't mean she wanted to prolong something that didn't need to be prolonged. "But I can't let you think you beat me. I can't cancel the whole formation, but..." Elena smiled and looked down at the man pinned to the ground before her. She withdrew her sword and brandished it into the air. A flash of light encompassed the environment. In reality, it was two flashes combined into one. In the first, a bright white sword light cut through something ethereal, something formless. In the second, 19 bodies vanished from the surroundings, leaving only 2. Dylan shivered as he collapsed to the floor and coughed blood, backlash from his sudden disconnection from the talisman formation. Meanwhile, Elena stood with the same indifferent smile on her face. This man might have been somewhat low on the food chain, but he surely had some information, right? Well, there was nothing left to do but find out. And finding out was one of Elena's favorite things to do. Chapter 9:10 Confrontation. Elena stood not far from where she originally defeated the assassination squad. It hadn't been too long since the battle ended, and though she tortured the man named Dylan for over an hour already, he didn't seem to want to spit out any information. And along with that trouble, "You Black Dragon Clan guys are seriously annoying," Elena muttered. Surrounding her were over 200 assassins, a group assembled to counter her the second the original 19 were teleported back to wherever they went. The part that annoyed Elena, however, was the fact that none of them were nearly strong enough to make a difference. She sighed. "Damien, take care of them yourself." Upon Elena's words, a figure appeared before her like a blur. The Valhalla soul, named Damien, panned his gaze over the crowd, the blue flames that acted as his eyes flickering in arrogance. He raised his sword without hesitation. The assassins moved at the same time, but the outcome was already known. It was impossible for these troops to do anything. Damien's sword slashed once. A beautiful white sword pattern formed in the air, depicting a world-devouring wolf howling into the void. The wolf looked down upon the world below with eyes indifferent to all things. And then it slammed down its paw. Rumble. Boom. The earth exploded. Half of the assassins that were in the middle of their charge were skewered by claw-like protrusions that rose according to the wolf's will. Damien's sword swung once more. This time, the effect was a single line cut through the air. It was a seemingly simple attack. However, as soon as the remaining assassins moved to avoid it, the attack split into countless branches that chased them to the ends of the earth until they were pierced. Just as Elena ordered, they were slaughtered in 2 moves. A voice resounded. A woman with beautiful black hair and golden eyes walked into the scene, unaffected by the surrounding gore. Elena asked. The woman responded as she glanced at the corpses on the ground in disgust. Elena questioned again. Dahlia sneered inadvertently. Don't lump me in with these useless wastes. She turned her gaze to Elena with a condescending smirk. Elena's eyes narrowed. Don't be so hostile from the start. I'm also a believer in give and take. Dahlia spoke convincingly. Impress you? Don't make me laugh. A brat like you could do nothing but spout bullshit and act high and mighty. Elena snitted. Dahlia glared at Elena, clearly taking offense to her words. Elena rolled her eyes in exasperation. Are you a practitioner or a storyteller? Elena no longer entertained conversation. The aura radiating from this Dahlia was far stronger than the men that had just died. It was obvious that not only her strength, but her status and access to information were much greater than theirs. Elena's sword came down on her head incredibly fast, moving as a blur in the air. The fluctuations of mana on the sword were intrinsically different than what Elena had shown thus far, evidently containing more profundity. Dahlia's eyes narrowed as she stepped back and avoided the strike. She waved her hand and summoned a beautiful black and gold fan, swiping it through the air and clashing it against Elena's sword. Clang! A dull metallic collision rang out. Despite its size, the fan was able to hold off Elena's sword with ease. However, Dahlia was well aware of the nuances of her weapon. Head-on collision wasn't its strong suit. Keeping her body in a mostly laid-back posture as if she had no desire to entertain the fight, Dahlia scraped the edge of her closed fan across Elena's sword and pushed the latter weapon out of the way. When Elena's guard was broken, she immediately struck out, piercing the fan into Elena's body. Elena dodged easily, bringing her swords up to counter. However, Dahlia was clearly aware of how she would move. When the fan was only a centimeter away from Elena, Dahlia snapped it open, slamming her arm to the side with an extremely energetic motion. Shing! The sharpened fan blade cut across Elena's stomach and created a terrifying gash. Blood spurted into the air and covered Dahlia's vision. And as she waited for the counterattack to come through the blood fog, the ground under her feet rumbled. Boom! Bang! Bang! A thick tree trunk burst out of the earth and encapsulated her, growing high into the sky. Dahlia's eyes narrowed as she observed her new prison. She still had minor mobility, and using that, she attempted to destroy the tree trunk entirely and escape. Unfortunately for her, it wasn't that simple. Elena gave a command, and the divine tree Yggdrasil responded. Its branches glowed with greenish-white light, and its trunk went alit with complex patterns. Dahlia immediately felt the change. Her life force, her blood vitality, was slowly being sucked away by something. Dahlia yelled in fury. What dirty trick? Elena replied with a smirk. Dahlia's eyes sharpened into daggers that pierced through her enemy. Rule wayer. Dahlia opened her mouth and roared into the heavens, producing a sound that absolutely shouldn't have been possible with her small throat. Her body expanded, wings exploded out of her spine, a tail extended itself from her lower back, and most of all, Dahlia's figure morphed into something else entirely, growing bigger and bigger until even Yggdrasil could no longer hold it. Bang! The manifested tree burst into a rain of splinters, and out of it emerged an enormous black dragon that looked down on the world in contempt. Elena grinned when she saw it. Really, she loved prideful beasts the most. A fourth-class beast's human form was a compounded version of their power, their greatest and most powerful form. However, beasts were extremely prideful. It genuinely wasn't rare to see them return to their beast forms in battle, even if it did make them comprehensively weaker. And while it was true that their familiarity with their bodies would give them greater skill than they had in human form, a bigger target was just a bigger target. And now that Dahlia had turned herself into a bigger target, how could Elena just leave her be? Chapter 9:11 Confrontation. To fight an airborne enemy, one also needed to find a way to get airborne. And while all practitioners at their level could fly, achieving the aerial maneuverability of a winged creature was impossible unless one specialized in an attribute encompassing flying techniques. Elena's light and life affinities didn't have any connection to flying. However, they had many connections to the body itself and with speed. With Elena's call, a beautifully ornate platinum-silver armor formed around her body. A pair of angelic wings sprouted from her back, and her sword was covered in a myriad of runic patterns that intrinsically influenced its identity. Finally, a helmet formed around her head. Two wings decorated its sides, flaring out behind Elena's head majestically. The front of the helmet was mainly uncovered, allowing her enemies to see her heroic appearance as she defeated them. Crack! Bang! Elena pushed her feet against the ground and shot into the air, meeting Dahlia head-on. Dahlia exclaimed. In all honesty, the sentiments she held had changed severely over the course of the battle. It was fine for Elena to be more beautiful than her, but it absolutely wasn't acceptable for the enemy to be both more beautiful and more powerful. Dahlia was a practitioner, and naturally, she held the ambitions of a practitioner. She wanted to be the perfect woman that none could ever compare to. And thus, whenever she saw women who might surpass her, crush without mercy. Seeing the Valkyrie charging towards her, Dahlia turned her massive body and slammed her tail towards the enemy. The gargantuan wrecking ball-like tail swung through the air with speed that defied physics and reached Elena perfectly, striking her body with its full power. Boom! Elena raised her sword and brought it down against Dahlia's thick-scaled tail. Sparks flew as the two surfaces collided, almost making one believe two metals were scraping against each other. Elena gritted her teeth and dragged her sword across Dahlia's tail in a bid to deflect it, but this task wasn't easy facing such a massive object. Elena's sword began to vibrate as it shone with light. The blade became thinner and thinner until it reached a specific point, a point where the particles within the sword were moving so fast that nothing could stand in its way. However, such wasn't nearly enough to warrant the attack's grand name. Shing! Elena's sword cut through Dahlia's tail and gouged out a large chunk of flesh. Dahlia immediately twisted her body, slamming her claws down to push Elena away. However, this only provided her the opportunity she was waiting for. Particle acceleration. Would it truly be able to hold its name if it was merely a matter of speed? The fast-moving particles that made up Elena's sword crashed into each other one by one, and as Elena's mana maintained the sword's basic shape, it was slowly filled with the energy of atomic collapse. While it wasn't anything near creating a speedster, Elena's particle acceleration wasn't anything to laugh about. Dahlia pushed her wings as fast as possible and retreated the instant she felt the fluctuation, but Elena didn't let her go. She chased the dragon relentlessly, slashing her sword out every few seconds. Along with these slashes, boom, 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 fiery atomic impacts covered the area for several thousand kilometers. The environment became a nuclear minefield filled with terrifying radiation and mana fluctuations that could instantly incinerate any normal early or middle stage fourth class in seconds. Whoosh! Dahlia flew high into the sky, far into the atmosphere, and away from the nuclear fallout. Whew! She inhaled a deep breath of pure air and gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing in defiance. The enemy was extremely powerful to the point where she was being suppressed without the ability to fight back. The worst part was they weren't too far away in level. Elena's advantage lay in speed and attribute. Both of these opposed Dahlia's features, making it difficult to find a proper opening to sneak in. Attack in. Dahlia wasn't a member of the covert operations unit that Dylan came from, but she was from an adjacent unit that used similar techniques. The problem was that to avoid the current Elena, Dahlia needed to maintain dragon form. But in dragon form, Dahlia only had access to instinctual techniques that wouldn't be able to compete on such a profound level. She cursed inwardly. She clearly understood that she was the one who forced herself into this position, but she simply couldn't accept that there was no way to recover. That's it. If I... Heresy, Inquisition, Judgment Chains, Elena's voice rang out like a reaper's. Glowing white chains with beautiful golden etchings decorating their surface sprung out of thin air and wrapped around Dahlia's massive body. Ruawayer. She let out a furious roar as she struggled against them. She let her mana blaze free, shooting out flurries of dragon breath, and even using her pressure to try and suppress Elena directly. However, the Judgment Chains weren't a normal skill. This was a skill that could only be used when one had absolute certainty that their enemy couldn't escape. Elena clenched her fist, forcing the chains to tighten horrifically around Dahlia's body. Shick! A strange sound rang out as the chains dug into her scales. Ugh! Dahlia howled in pain, never ending her struggle to escape. But no matter how much she indulged in futility, her fate was set from the moment she gave Elena time to prepare. Boom! 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 The chains extended endlessly until they pierced the earth and took hold of it. They dragged Dahlia down to the ground without any care for her situation, ripping in her body as they did so. Bang! When her body finally landed in the ground, Elena materialized on top of her, a smug grin decorating her face. Elena asked, fully aware of the reason for her easy victory. Dahlia glared back with endless rage in her eyes. She exclaimed defiantly. Oh! Elena's eyes sharpened. She stabbed her sword down into one of the gashes on Dahlia's underbelly, twisting it and worsening the wound manifold. Oh! A screech rang out in response. Dahlia immediately shut up. She was arrogant, but she was never an idiot. She had let her arrogance control her, and it landed her in such a miserable situation. She wouldn't let it be the death of her as well. She clapped her hands together and summoned an illusory weighing scale. Today, you will face judgment. All eyes are meaningless before the eyes of heaven, and all sin will inevitably meet retribution. Elena fiercely chanted the incantation, and in response, the illusory weighing scale transformed into the form of a beautiful goddess. The moment she opened her gigantic eyes, Dahlia's consciousness was muddied into non-existence. Chapter 9:12 Confrontation. The last thing Dahlia heard was the angelic chanting that called forth the goddess. The last thing she saw was that authoritative gaze that immediately collapsed her ego. Dahlia felt like she was submerged in endless muddy water. Light, sound, sensation as a whole felt distant and ethereal. Just how did she arrive in this place? In the outside world, Dahlia's body relaxed, her large head falling to the floor. Her eyes glazed over without a hint of consciousness. However, Dahlia had yet to completely pass out. Elena watched her calmly, waiting for her to reach this state. She asked commandingly. The response she wanted came immediately. Dahlia answered with slurred words, clearly unable to consciously understand her own actions. Elena nodded matter-of-factly. Good. Elena immediately got to the bulk of the issue. After all, there was no need to continue stalling. The spell was clearly in effect. The Judgment Chains were only a single part of a whole, a condition necessary to activate the true judgment spell that Elena had just used. With this spell, she could coerce the truth out of her enemies without worrying about bias or trickery. However, this skill had many conditions, the most constraining of which only allowed her to use this attack on those at the same level as or more powerful than her. The Valkyries were a race that represented absolute justice. They were a race that viewed the world in black and white, disallowing anything that didn't fit into their classifications. While this was a trait that inevitably contributed to their extinction, it wasn't completely negative. For instance, the Valkyries inherently didn't have any techniques that could be used to bully the weak. Even Elena somewhat mirrored this sentiment, which was why she sent the 16th Infantry to fight Dylan and his group before taking action herself. Nevertheless, Dahlia's appearance was a great lucky chance for Elena from the beginning, which was why she pushed so hard during battle without regard for the atmosphere or secrecy, aiming to take Dahlia down as quickly as possible. My purpose for coming was, Dahlia began. Elena prodded. I was given intel about a woman who was both powerful and beautiful. Elena almost directly scoffed at the stupid and selfish thought process, but she put her personal feelings aside. The cack. Dahlia coughed out a mouthful of blood as her eyes mildly cleared up. Elena's face turned dignified as she pushed her mana, encasing Dahlia's consciousness in a proverbial film that didn't allow it to resurface. Elena thought to herself, Dahlia definitely hadn't returned to consciousness by herself. There was definitely some sort of restriction in place preventing her from talking. Luckily, I stopped pushing it before it got too bad. Elena sighed. At times like these, she truly wished she could directly read memories. Unfortunately, such a power was already outside the bounds of universal law. Whatever. Elena phrased the question to avoid triggering thoughts about the Black Dragon clan and title, as well as the overarching goals of the clan. As such, she was hoping the restriction wouldn't activate. This time, Dahlia was able to respond properly. Elena's eyes sharpened. An egregious sum of individuals, and an egregious collection of strength. Elena finally found out the true scale of the enemy she was facing. She finally understood just how grand the current confrontation was. A plan that had spanned for several generations, a grudge that had been festering for an unimaginable amount of time. How could it be something simple? Even if it was only a single part of this plan, it was something that the Black Dragon clan put every single bit of its resources into. But Elena had no fear. As long as she moved smartly using the information she could acquire from her target. She didn't believe the Black Dragon clan could bring her down. Elena moved swiftly through Beast Emperor's Star. Dahlia had already been thoroughly used and discarded, and with her unwittingly giving Elena a considerable amount of information, the need to keep anyone alive disappeared. Nevertheless, Elena covered up the battle scene to the best of her abilities, incinerated the corpses, and immediately set off. Her destination? One of 3 main bases on Beast Emperor's Star that the Black Dragon clan was acting out of. This was the most important piece of information Elena was able to dig out of Dahlia before her brain was melted by the restriction. The base where Dahlia and Dylan came from was the weakest of the 3, made evident by their low strength. Elena didn't plan to just destroy the base. She planned to use it as a stepping stone to unearth the rest of the Black Dragon clan. The problem was, she was racing against time. The Festival of Fate would last 5 days, and with each passing day, the Black Dragon clan's plans would be furthered and their hostility would rise. Before they could push matters to a full-blown war, Elena needed to smoke them out and hit them first. If I want to do that, I need to destroy this base and gather information on the other 2 within a day. It was a little terrifying to think of. Elena wasn't even at the extreme peak yet. But the enemy she faced even included a supreme, an existence who was on the very cusp of divinity. However, was it different in Ion? Elena left the Valhalla mystic realm around the same time Damien left Calypto, and just as he did, she experienced more than a few time dilations. While she didn't gain nearly the number of years Damien did, she was able to gain a considerable amount of experience. She knew what the true universe looked like, and she had faced the most harrowing battlefields known to man, those that existed in Ion. After all, that was a place where innumerable existences were massacred every second. Elena's confidence hit an all-time high, and within a few minutes, she arrived at her destination. Chapter 9, 13 Infiltration. A sprawling sea spanned for as far as the eye could see, tinged in a gold hue by the sky above. It was currently just approaching dusk, giving Elena a solid 24 hours to work with. The base she was looking for was directly below her feet, submerged in the waves and hidden from the world. Now that she'd arrived here, it was time to take action. Yggdrasil's roots the foundation of the world tree that extended below the earth and supported its growth from the shadows, a title given to the covert operations unit among Elena's Valhalla souls. These souls were special in that, unlike the rest of the soldiers, these souls didn't make it to Valhalla. These were the abandoned souls residing outside Valhalla, begging for a way to salvation. When Elena encountered them the first time, she realized that these souls were a manifestation of the dark underside of society that even a race as upright as the Valkyries had to deal with. And though these souls represented such ugliness, all things were equal under heaven. Elena immediately saw their use and added them to her army as a separate and specialized unit. These black souls that were even darker than shadows, able to blend in with any environment and exist without a single hint of breath coming from their bodies. These were the best possible reconnaissance agents one could ask for. "Go," Elena commanded. The souls dispersed into streaks of smoke that collapsed into the ocean below. As Elena moved to a more secure position and found an underwater cave to observe from, she poured mana into her eyes and shared vision with the impure souls. Immediately, her vision was covered in the blackness of the deep sea, a place where no natural light could reach. All around, flora and fauna alike glowed with beautiful bioluminescence, their evolutionary mechanisms that allowed them to survive in such a luckless environment for their entire lives. The impure souls traveled deeper and deeper until they were several hundred kilometers below sea level. At this time, they finally came in contact with the seafloor. Elena thought to herself. She sent out around 20 impure souls, but none of their perceptions picked up any hint of a hideout in the surroundings. Elena ordered her souls to dig deeper into the ground, bypassing the levels of earth and molten lava until they dug into the planet's core by almost an entire kilometer. Whoosh! A slight breath of mana meandered through the area, imperceptible to all. However, the impure souls weren't normal beings. In exchange for their sentience and a majority of their senses, they gained an extreme acuity from mana, something that one would be hard-pressed to match even if they searched the entire universe for equals. The impure souls snapped in the direction of the mana traces, moving like a pack of predators chasing their prey until finally, they arrived before a thick wall of bedrock that seemed to prevent them from moving forward. Elena thought as she looked at the wall. It was extremely coarse, and it was clearly a natural structure, but Elena could clearly sense traces of tampering in the rock itself. If the roots can't penetrate it, there must be some sort of preventive mechanism blocking them. Elena would definitely prefer the quiet approach, but she was pressed for time. She had to think of what option would bring her the greatest efficiency, even if the risks were higher. Cracking the mechanism isn't completely out of the question. Light is particularly useful as an elemental key. However, it's unknown whether it'll set off any alarms when I try. The safest method is to wait for someone to enter and let the roots follow them. But it's also impractical to hope someone comes along at a convenient time like this. Then again, there were 65 million Blackle dragons in Beast Emperor Star at the moment. Even if the ones present in this base were less than a third of that number, it was still a considerable number of troops. Elena's eyes sharpened. She was already in over her head. There was no need for her to recklessly get herself in trouble when other options existed. It was the absolute safest option within the restrictions of the current situation. As such, Elena waited, and waited, and waited. Half an hour passed without suspense, and despite her somewhat small hopes, not a single soul passed through the depths. She sighed to herself as she stood up and prepared to act. However, as if waiting for that moment, a presence appeared in the ocean, traveling rapidly through the water and penetrating the world's surface, eventually making his way near the slab of bedrock where the impure souls were. Elena immediately ordered the souls to vanish, and they faded into nothingness immediately. In the next second, that man appeared, drawing a strange set of patterns on the bedrock and activating the teleportation formation present on its surface. Unbeknownst to him, several shadows had attached themselves to his body. And when he arrived on the other side of the teleportation formation, a majority of them quietly slipped into the surrounding darkness and spread through the facility they'd arrived in. One soul, however, decided to stay with the man, following him until he arrived before a specific room. Bang! He slammed the door open with force, his eyes filled with burning rage. He stormed into the room and faced those gathered within, slamming his hand down on the table furiously. "Delia is dead," he growled, panning his gaze over those few individuals. They all had extremely powerful auras, far surpassing the man himself. Yet he showed no fear. Elena watched with bated breaths as the relative of the woman she killed was enveloped by the desire for revenge. She watched him roar at the influential figures before him with gusto, creating a scene with his power and even threatening them more than a few times. However, their response? A single cold-hearted sentence. The man's eyes frosted over. "You actually dare say that?" He sneered. A nearby woman commanded. The man at the head of the table waved his hand dismissively. "Don't bother. Darius, if you cannot understand my sentiments and the sentiments of those above at the moment, then you're nothing more than a hazard to this mission." Darius grit his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. Fuck your mission." He stormed out of the room, prepared to leave Beast Emperor Star. But would he be given such luxuries? "I see you've made your decision." The man spoke indifferently. Whap! A blue holographic cube abruptly sprung out from the ground below Darius and expanded until it enveloped him inside. His eyes widened in shock. "Hey!" he yelled, banging against the sides of the cube. Unfortunately, his strength was useless. "Since you have decided to abandon the cause, slumber until we have achieved victory." "No, you can't do this to me." The man looked away, paying no more mind to Darius. And with him unable to resist at all, the cube compressed into a miniature prison that was placed on a nearby shelf. That was the end of Darius' involvement in Beast Emperor Star's affairs. Or at least, that's what his captors assumed. Chapter 9:14 Infiltration. Elena grinned widely in her concealed underwater cave, far away from the hidden base. What she just witnessed was definitely surprising, and though she gained no information at all, she certainly did gain something great. She found a way in. After all, she was the very murderer he hated with such passion. It felt a bit morally ambiguous to use a man with an evident understanding of right and wrong, but at the same time, all people committed sin for the sake of survival in this gruesome universe. Punishing such sin for the sake of it was wrong. This was a point that the prior age of Valkyries and Elena heavily disagreed on. There was no sense of morality in a war between denizens. The winner was right, and the loser was dirt. Since everyone was committing sin equally, was there a need to specifically inquisition against it? Nevertheless, Elena made her decision rapidly. As she did so, she constantly received feedback from her remaining impure souls, giving her a relatively complete map of the facility. This facility's infrastructure is too simple. The strongest beings in this base were First and Second Revolution Masters, and on top of that, they were mostly clustered within the base's center, the place where Darius just got himself captured. As long as Elena could avoid that area, it was likely that she could evade their perception as well. I can't bank on that. Despite Delia's carelessness, the Black Dragon clan as a whole is taking its current operations extremely seriously. It was a terrifying level of cohesion that would have seemed like mind control if an outlier like Darius didn't exist. It's too unrealistic to believe I can make Darius betray the clan. If so, she needed to get more creative. Dealing with smart people was always the most difficult. Yet, from another perspective, wasn't it always fun to receive a challenge? Elena submerged her consciousness into the impure soul that was attached to Darius. Naturally, it was taken into the prison with him as it was latched to his body. Elena became one with this soul, taking control of its body and slowly materializing as wisps of smoke around Darius. His eyes, closed in meditation, immediately snapped open. He roared vigilantly before remembering his current situation. Of course, there was nobody who could penetrate the Black Dragon clan's special item, the cube. It was a mobile prison with the integrity of an obsidian fortress. Impossibly, a voice joined him in the prison space. It was dark, grimy, and filled with an aura of evil and death. Darius yelled, spreading his awareness and heightening his senses. The same words rang out again. Darius' eyes hardened. An entity that he couldn't sense or perceive in any sense was offering him an opportunity. This could either be an extreme blessing or a mistake greater than any other. However, for the current Darius, his sister had just been slaughtered. He wanted to see her killer dead. No, he wanted to see her killer tortured until their soul collapsed and then desecrated and fed to dogs. His eyes turned red in murderous intent. He stopped thinking. Delia was the only family he had left in this world. Not just his direct family, but his entire family line has been massacred more than 50 years ago, leaving just him and his little sister to fend for themselves. The Black Dragon clan was too massive for them to offer support to each and every member of the clan. As such, the siblings were forced through a great deal of harrowing suffering before they finally received aid and were adopted by an elder of the clan. However, just what did fate have against them? Even that elder was slaughtered on a mission 20 years ago. Grown adults at that point, the siblings received no more aid at all, relegated to their Comer divisions and indoctrinated into the army as common soldiers. Compared to the rage in his soul right now, his feelings for the Black Dragon clan were negligible. Elena grinned to herself. Consent was key, now that she'd received it. She gave the order, and the impure soul immediately wrapped around Darius' body and pierced his spiritual world. Thereafter, it turned into a black crystalline structure that took root on his spiritual continent. Darius' eyes widened. He felt an unknown power flowing through his body. It was murky, impure, and evil, but it wasn't anything like the diametrically vile mana of the Nox. With this, Darius thought to himself, with the aid of this strange power that had been granted to him. Crack! The cube began to crack, and within seconds, it shattered entirely. Bang! Space imploded as the compressed space rapidly expanded back to its original size and spat Darius out. The woman from earlier exclaimed, shooting to her feet. She roared commandingly. However, the current Darius was in no state to listen to her words. Growling, he let out a low growl, puffs of black mana, smoke rising from his body. Bang! He slammed his foot against the ground and rapidly pushed forward, rushing out of the room and several hundred meters down the corridor within a second. Stop him! The man in charge roared. Alarms blared throughout the base, and a multitude of troops responded at once. Darius was immediately surrounded from all sides. The man at the head of the group exclaimed. Darius glanced over indifferently. Peter, he muttered with a brief instance of lucidity. Yet, even with a clear ability to understand his actions, he didn't make a different choice. His body burst with eerie black mana, and without suspense, a deadly melee began. Flash! A flash of light enveloped a nondescript figure and transported her to her destination. Elena spread her awareness and cautiously moved forward, carefully avoiding the route Darius was taking to the exit. The distraction is working properly, but the roots don't have a lot of personal power. That was the terrifying thing about impure souls. Not only could they corrupt one's spiritual world, but they would also take back the power they lent by sucking the host's body until they were satisfied. In most cases, as the host used every ounce of provided power to achieve their desires, they were never able to resist having every ounce of their mana and vitality sucked away. Elena judged that she had roughly 15 minutes before Darius ran out of steam. But for her current task, Elena grinned as she stuck a strange device to a nearby wall. She turned it clockwise 90 degrees, and when she let go, it melded into the wall and disappeared. Destroying the base was a task she could easily accomplish within the given time limit. What she now needed to place her focus on was finding someone to provide her with information about the other two bases. The thought was absurd, but what was the harm in entertaining it? Elena was sure excited to try. That much was certain. Chapter 9:15 Infiltration. Whoosh! Elena's body was like a wisp of flowing wind as she moved swiftly through the Black Dragon Clan facility. In terms of layout, as she'd noticed before, this facility wasn't complicated at all. It was merely a collection of corridors and areas that followed a very basic rectangular structure. As long as Elena knew where she came from, it wouldn't be difficult to get back. The only strange part of the architecture was the size of the rooms that stood between those corridors. They were irregular, and some even dipped several hundred meters below the average level of the base. And naturally, the sheer size of a facility made to house several million troops couldn't be small. Darius was currently causing a commotion due southeast of where Elena currently was, and as she moved deeper into the base, placing a number of devices across the walls, she got closer and closer to said commotion. She thought to herself, she genuinely didn't think Darius would be able to hold on for so long under the siege of so many troops, but it became evident that they were hesitant to subdue and oppress him, likely due to his talent or status. If I place these here, Elena stood in a specific corridor and scanned the area intensely, her eyes darting around in search of something. It didn't take her long to find the perfect positioning. She immediately took out 4 more devices, much different in appearance than the previous group, and attached them to 4 different spots on the wall. Elena grinned to herself as she vanished from the area, heading deeper into the base and concealing herself as best as possible. She dashed through the corridors, and in no time at all, she was practically parallel with Darius and the congregation of troops around him. And this was her cue to act. She hid herself in a nearby room, covered herself in a thick film of mana, and finally, she pressed the red button. The man named Peter headed the unit suppressing Darius in place, roaring his pleas to solve this problem peacefully. Not only was Darius a good brother of his, but he was also a valuable asset to the Black Dragon Clan, a talented younger generation who had the potential to become a High Elder one day. Ruining a genius like this, despite the nature of the situation, wasn't something Peter wanted to do, nor was it something the higher-ups desired. After all, there was a reason they imprisoned him instead of directly killing him for insubordination. Nevertheless, Darius was of no mind to listen. He held a pair of axes in his hands and stood ready for battle. Smoke curled out of his nostrils as he deeply exhaled, making him appear more beastly than ever before. Peter gritted his teeth. If it was like this, restrain him. He immediately gave the order despite his internal hesitation. The troops around him charged, engaging Darius in a furious melee. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing mixed with the sound of spraying blood and echoed through the corridor. Contrary to anyone's expectations, Darius held his ground even while being sieged by several soldiers near his strength level. He swung his axes with ferocity, oozing black mana into the surroundings that disturbed his opponent's mental states and made it difficult for them to react properly. Using this semi-instinctual tactic, Darius was slowly pushing through the crowd, ignoring his accumulated injuries as his focus remained solely on reaching the exit. Peter roared. He slammed his large foot down on the ground, causing cracks to spread throughout the hallway. He didn't have to step in, but for the sake of the Black Dragon Clan, he rumbled. Peter's gaze snapped to the side. He suddenly felt a strange, rumbling shockwave spreading from that direction. What could that be? The base is definitely bang. The door leading to a nearby corridor burst off its hinges and slammed into the crowd of troops, directly crushing a few of their bones into powder. Peter's eyes widened. This pressure was... boom! The tsunami of flames entered. The room before Peter's words could properly land. The flames engulfed all things, spreading further and further through the base until the entire structure was enveloped in flames. It hurts. The wails of those beings under 4th class sounded like evil spirits howling. They burned without any ability to resist, slowly being suffocated to death as their flesh and bones were melted down into liquid that soon evaporated in the heat of the flames. Shit! Peter panicked inwardly as he burst through a nearby corridor and rushed deeper into the base. As he sifted through every possible scenario in his head, Peter's ears caught wind of a recurrence of the first rumbling he heard. What did it sound like? Even more explosions were going off? Boom! 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 The cascading explosions got closer and closer, and the roaring fire that swallowed the base only got hotter. Soon enough, entry-level fourth-class beings were also falling to its claws. Clang! 2 axes dropped to the floor. A man stood with widened eyes as he observed the incomprehensible scene around him. He suddenly understood. He had lost the gamble. With the raging flames and chaos surrounding him, he felt an odd moment of peace. The crystalline black structure in his spiritual world turned into a fog that endlessly devoured his mana and life force. But he felt a strange sense of peace. Father, mother, uncle, sis, he thought as he stared into the facility's burning ceiling. Nobody noticed it in the current situation, but slowly that man's body turned into an empty husk, and without any support, it soon burned into cinders. A black shadow imperceptibly snuck out of that burning body and made its way through the halls of the facility, finally reaching its destination. The praise it craved, the validation from its savior. It was absolutely delighted to hear these last words as it returned to Valhalla. Elena swept her hand through the air and collected the final impure soul remaining in the base. As she observed the surrounding damages, she nodded in satisfaction. Now, there's only a single step left, and her targets were currently making their way towards her at their fastest speeds. Elena thought wryly. She stuck to a nearby wall and used light laws to conceal herself, laying in wait. Not even 30 seconds later, 3 figures could be seen flitting down in her direction. Sir, headquarters will definitely ask for an explanation. The woman from earlier pressed with a solemn look. I know. I already have a plan. As long as we can, the 3 people, a familiar group of 2 men and 1 woman, took a collective step. A step that they shouldn't have ever taken. Immediately, for shining devices lit up on the walls to their sides. The leader tried to warn his comrades and dodge, but the mechanism wasn't so slow as to allow such actions. Within an instant, a solid cube of iridescent blue energy formed and trapped the 3 individuals. And in the next instant, it shrunk to the size of a Rubik's Cube. Elena walked up and took the Rubik's Cube into her hand. Her mission had been accomplished. The time taken? Roughly 2 hours. Left with 22 hours, Elena rushed out of the burning facility. And as soon as she made her exit, boom, the entire base was blown to oblivion. Chapter 9:16 Infiltration. A surprised exclamation echoed through the throne room of the Golden Dragon Imperial Palace. The Golden Dragon Emperor slammed his hand down on his armrest in surprise, looking at the small cube in his hands. Elena grinned as she responded to him. Overall, the process was pretty simple. This is Valkyrie trapping technology, made so that even extreme peak masters can't escape. Right? Despite the fact that Elena was currently in the late stages of 4th class, she wasn't an incomprehensible genius who could easily take down extreme peak masters, regardless of how weak they were. However, Elena wasn't someone who used the head-on approach so wantonly like a certain someone. If she could solve a problem with wits, she naturally preferred it that way. For this reason, Elena was always equipped with several artifacts with various different purposes, artifacts that could help her survive even the most difficult scenarios. I'm sure there isn't long before the Black Dragon clan catches wind of what happened, Elena suggested. The Golden Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement. Worry not. I have already summoned experts to do this very job. He was more than just a little pleased with Elena's contribution. After all, she just provided him the key to enacting many plans he already had in motion. He spoke with confidence oozing from his words, as if gaining the necessary information was something in the past. And Elena didn't argue. She also trusted in the capabilities of the Golden Dragon clan specialists. She decided to instead return to her room to rest and recuperate, as well as train with the Genesis bead while she could. She could feel her life laws on the verge of another breakthrough, and until she reached it, she didn't plan to exit seclusion. How long would it take? While Elena had no way to measure such things, she was confident that she could finish before the raid started. And at that time, she would join with her peak strength, making her a completely different monster than she already was. As Elena sat down in meditative posture and withdrew the Genesis bead, the countdown began. 6 hours. At most, there was this much time before the beginning of war. Somewhere in the starry abyss between worlds, the deep space of grand heaven's boundary, two figures meandered without proper destination or speed, as if tourists enjoying the sights of the universe. The woman among them asked. She was just a little girl when they left for training, but as they were returning, she'd already become a grown woman. As for the handsome young man next to her, he gazed at the universe with eyes that seemed weathered by time, indifferent due to the commonality of all things they viewed. There's no rush. You're a spatial expert now, so interact with space a little bit, he said with a light smile. But master, the festival of fate already started, the woman, Astoria, exclaimed in a disgruntled voice. Damien looked off into the distance, his eyes glazing over slightly as he spoke. The Golden Dragon clan was definitely in a precarious situation at the moment with the Black Dragon clan and its allies on the verge of striking, but Damien didn't quite want to arrive on the scene yet. After all, he wanted to see what those fate clouds could do. Fate has always been so esoteric. Universal flow didn't have any sort of presence in reality. Damien might have been comprehending it, but he felt that he'd never be able to actively utilize this flow. Rather, the ability to read, it was already an unimaginable skill. Worst-case scenario, I can just devour a few fate clouds, but if I want to do that, I need to first solve the Golden Dragon clan's troubles. At the moment, what Damien wanted to see was how the fate clouds boosted the Golden Dragon clan. There wasn't much power left in those clouds, but he wanted to see what this little bit of suspicious fate could accomplish. He sighed inwardly. With Astoria present, there was no way he could covertly arrive at Beast Emperor Star and spend time reading it rather than directly entering it and getting involved with his troubles. As such, he was forced to remain at this boundary, not far away from the Beast Domain, but not too close either. From here, Damien could somewhat understand what was happening in Beast Emperor Star through a combination of awareness and universal flow. To read this was also a form of training, which was as why Damien tried to urge Astoria to stay for longer to experience the starry sky, but she wasn't having it at all. Currently, she hung off his back like a monkey, her arms around his neck to support her as she swung around and bothered him. Damien sighed out loud this time. Don't be mean, master. Tisich, are we going now? Astoria formed a V with her fingers and flashed it at Damien victoriously, making him endlessly roll his eyes. But either way, it was obvious that he wouldn't be allowed to concentrate on what he was doing as long as this disciple of his was around. In the end, he could only shrug it off. It was his fault for letting her act so willful. But what could he do? He didn't want to see this over-enthusiastic disciple of his lose her spark. I guess I'll observe the fate clouds later. With Astoria still on his back, Damien began teleporting once more, making his way back to Beast Emperor Star using shorter jumps to help fortify Astoria's body. And was it a coincidence? A certain Bloodlock clansman was making his way to the same destination at almost the same pace, his arrival time aligning with Damien's. In reality, he should have arrived far earlier. But was it truly a coincidence? It seemed like the universe itself was doing its best to hold him back, throwing endless perils in his path to block him. If it wasn't for that, how could he have taken so long to make this journey when he was already within the Beast Domain many days ago? Strange coincidences, was that the only one? Weren't there so many people already moving like they were pieces on a chessboard? Strange coincidences. Wasn't it better to call this fate? Chapter 917 Clash. A meeting was taking place in the Black Dragon clan's main headquarters on Beast Emperor Star. This meeting was one of many that took place over the past few days, and many more that were slated to take place as long as the plan was ongoing. The Black Dragon clan absolutely could not tolerate failures during this time, and as such, they were always moving to make sure they were a step ahead of their enemies. Progress has been relatively according to plan. A man reported. We must hasten our progress. We cannot continue with our originally planned trajectory with the amount of backlash we've been facing, a nearby woman continued. The mysterious summoner has gone quiet for almost a day. Elena's interference and subsequent withdrawal from battle with the clan was taken into account long ago, and multiple groups of assassins had already been sent out to deal with her, each assassin at the late stages of 4th class. Negative. We have yet to find traces of their mana or bodies. However, there's a large patch of abandoned land containing clear scars of battles. They have yet to find traces of the summoner. Indeed, there is no need to worry about the summoner. Once they leave the royal palace, they will immediately be dealt with by the teams we sent out. Correct. As we know, all of the Emperor's children have heaven-defying combat potential. Only the little princess is a target that can be taken easily. The conversation continued as every possible variable was discussed and countermeasures were formed to combat them. At that time, a man suddenly barged into the room. Bad news. The tertiary base camp has gone up in flames. The man immediately gave his report without waiting for anyone to be surprised by his presence. The officials in the room snapped their attention to him, some of them even standing up in shock. The man named Pretis questioned in a commanding voice. 3 hours ago, sir. Understood. Pretis gritted his teeth and glanced at those in the room with him. This is an extreme oversight. That's obvious. Damn it. They made it around the restriction? We must immediately. Pretis roared, silencing the meeting room. His cold gaze immediately forced any voices of objection to entertain this silence. We do not know how, but the enemy has a way to evade our information restriction. There is only one thing that could mean. Pretis sighed to himself as he spoke. Thinking further, even this small change was able to force them into a corner due to the precarious nature of their plan. There was no other choice but to take drastic measures to readjust their path forward. We need to begin the 3rd phase immediately, he said with determination. The 3rd phase? I know what you want to say, but save it. The room went silent again. Everyone was clearly aware of the gruesome trajectory that the Black Dragon clan's fate was currently on. It wasn't just 1 or 2 unwilling sighs that echoed through the room, but nobody spoke up in objection. Indeed, if they wanted to gain the upper hand against the Golden Dragon clan here, if they wanted to preserve their chance at victory, pass down the order. Activate Phase 3. The command was sent down the chain, and multiple moving parts came together to form the activation process of the plan. In a certain area devoid of anything but the sound of furious typing, technological experts readied the mechanisms necessary to execute such a large-scale plan. Throughout the Golden Dragon estate, hidden members of the Black Dragon clan buried strange canisters in the ground and hid them within the buildings before vanishing entirely. A different group of teams spread through the seas and skies, planting their own strange devices in specific locations determined by the logistics division. And while all these clansmen moved as a cohesive unit, the activation of Phase 3 became imminent. All systems go. A report came back from the logistics division. All soldiers remained in wait, hoping that these 15 minutes could pass in an instant. But the universe was never so forgiving. With such an important moment on the horizon, another report spread through the base like wildfire. The enemy had arrived at their doorstep. It was amazing the wonders that power could bring. The Golden Dragon clan's army appeared within an instant, several tens of millions of forces standing in the air or on the ground, facing the direction of the Black Dragon clan's main hidden base with a dense aura of killing intent surrounding them. They were led by a domineering man with bright golden hair and eyes, donning armor shining in the same hue. He was none other than the Golden Dragon Emperor's second son, known as the Draconic War God. Several 100,000 kilometers away, the common people were still eagerly enjoying their festival. However, the visiting experts could sense gunpowder clouding the air, the distant and terrifying fluctuations. They had to find a source. A small and hidden crowd began to gather as an army stood alone, awaiting its partner on the battlefield. And from the Imperial Palace, The Golden Dragon Emperor watched the proceedings carefully. As a demigod himself, he was unable to directly take part in the confrontation, but that didn't mean he would just leave it to others. A projection of his figure floated in the sky above the armor, this mere fragment of his presence spreading fear and awe among the onlookers. And finally, among the rapidly boiling atmosphere, the Black Dragon clan took the stage, matching the Golden Dragons in both numbers and force. Preta stood at the head of the Black Dragons, donning a menacing battle armor that made him look like a demon god. He held his massive, great sword in the air, gathering mana towards his body. 15 minutes. Until this time passed, the Golden Dragon army needed to be held here. And after that time passed, he was excited to see the way they panicked and struggled to save themselves. Chapter 918 Clash. The golden fate clouds surrounding Beast Emperor Star were truly magisterial, especially when viewed from space. Whap! The folds of space twisted as two figures appeared to marvel at this very view. But of course, one of them was far too used to it to feel any sort of grandiosity. "Master, let's go, let's go." Astoria tugged on Damien's hand and pulled him towards Beast Emperor Star with fervor. Ever since she'd gained some strength, she'd been dying to come back to Beast Emperor Star. While she never truly explained her reasoning, nor did she outwardly display any strange behavior, Damien was more than aware of her struggles. From long ago, Astoria had been viewed as the weakling. She was the easily bullyable little princess who'd always choose running away over fighting back, a target that even regular geniuses without matching status could pick on, since she would never report the bullying to her father. Of course, Astoria was also the little devil emperor that all people feared. Her mischievous nature and interesting way of playing pranks earned her several enemies, and though they'd never try to harm her for it, they surely ruined her name and refused to offer aid in even the direst of situations. Astoria was always surrounded by hate, envy, and negativity. Even since the very first day of her training, when she first began to see the benefits of capitalizing on her spatial affinity, Astoria had been dreaming of the day she returned. For Damien, as her master, how could he be unaware of her ambitions? Merely, he kept his mouth shut so as to allow her to maintain that drive, that independence that would lead to her growth in the future. "Let's go. I'm sure your father still thinks he'd handed you over to a scammer," Damien commented with a smile as he began to move forward. Astoria smiled happily, following after him. "Master, when we get back, there's so much I want to show you." Yes. "Really, Master? You can't go back on your—" Damien's eyes sharpened. He pulled Astoria's arm and rapidly set up a defense before. Boom! It happened in an instant. A massive cloud of hostile mana enveloped Damien and Astoria, burning the space around them and causing the fabric of reality to tremble. Damien's defenses cracked immediately. The chaotic mana fluctuations tore through his own mana and even impacted his body. He shielded Astoria to the best of his ability, allowing his skin and muscles to be shredded as he maneuvered his mana internally and summoned the Golden Palace from the sanctuary. Bang! Damien and Astoria disappeared into the palace, and the horror-inducing mana that assaulted them fell against the palace walls, causing dull thuds as it lost its momentum against the protective formations. Ha 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 ha! A mad cackle boomed through space and penetrated the castle walls. Damien put Astoria down and summoned the castle surveillance systems to catch sight of his enemy. Immediately, his face fell. Those signature piercing bloody red eyes, he couldn't mistake them anywhere. This was a Bloodlock clan member. Damien realized. The pursuer he'd been waiting for this whole time, the one he'd provoked all those years ago when he was just leaving Death Emperor's Star. This man was Arthur Bloodlock, Revis Bloodlock's father. Astoria exclaimed from the side. "Nothing, don't worry about it. This is your master's personal issue," Damien responded calmly. "No need to say any more." Astoria yelled again. She didn't need to say any other words to convey her feelings. The force of that attack, it wasn't something just anyone could create, especially so suddenly that it could be used as a sneak attack. The enemy was definitely a peak expert, and even if it was Damien, Astoria wasn't allowed to complete her thought before Damien sent her into the sanctuary. For this battle that was both extremely sudden and expected at the same time, Damien didn't need to involve anyone else. After all, this trouble was directly brought by him, purposefully at that. Arthur Bloodlock, you finally found me. Isn't it funny? You're an exalted supreme, yet you couldn't even find a little growing genius like me for months on end. Damien used the Golden Palace's mechanisms to project his voice into space, immediately choosing to provoke the enemy. As expected, Arthur's face turned black. He roared, his mana flaring into the surroundings. Kacha! Space shattered once again, transforming several thousand kilometers around Arthur into a chaotic void. Damien's heart beat so fast that it almost leapt out of his chest. He truly didn't expect the enemy to be a supreme, but he'd sensed it upon their first collision. This challenge, was he truly up for it? As someone who hadn't even properly entered the extreme peak yet, could he truly face a supreme? No, facing him isn't enough. What Damien needed was a stepping stone, not a cockroach. But even with the Golden Palace, he could only resist the attacks of a supreme. He couldn't fight back. Arthur roared, ending the tirade he'd been going on while Damien thought about his options. Damien found himself smirking. Even if they were supreme experts, they were still prey to their own egos. That was something that could easily be used to his advantage. Shit, I can't take it anymore. Damien clapped his hands together and summoned the palace formations. A massive golden halo formed in the starry sky around the palace, and a beautifully ornate ancient formation backed it domineeringly. Damien asked with a smile. Arthur's eyes sharpened as he watched the palace rev into action. He said icily. Damien's smile widened into a condescending grin. Oh, nothing. I was just asking if you were able to see how I mutilated your son. Arthur immediately flew into a rage. To be taunted by his son's killer, especially when the target himself was so much weaker. He couldn't stand it. Arthur immediately let loose his mana. He coalesced a suit of bloody armor around his body and shot out. He arrived in front of the palace before Damien could even register his movements. His fist punched out powerfully, and another explosion rocked the starry sky. A second battle was beginning above Beast Emperor's star, and on the surface below, an even more gruesome collision was following the same path. The fate clouds in the atmosphere swirled. Countless worried sentiments clouded the air. It wasn't expected, but today, a final battle set for the future was going to begin far earlier than it should have. Chapter 919 Clash. What was a supreme? It was easy to say that they were beings on the verge of divinity. It was easy to say that they were the strongest existences that could maneuver freely under the universal law. But what did that mean? To answer such a question, one must first understand what it meant to enter the 9 revolutions at the extreme peak of 4th class. If the 3rd class was a journey to familiarize oneself with the elements, and the 4th class was a journey to comprehend the laws that lay above those elements, the 9 revolutions were the process of ingraining those laws into oneself and forming one's divinity. After all, divinity was something built, not something granted. Cosmic rebirth, the higher form of universe baptism, was the process of validating one's divinity and gaining the approval of the universe. Then, demigods were titled demigods because there was a realm of gods above their existence. But in all actuality, demigods were already set in godhood. If one took the definition of the term literally, weren't extreme peak masters the true demigods? Boom, boom, boom. It was terrifying to see, even from the protection of the Golden Palace. Arthur Bloodlock's attacks didn't have any true shape, nor did they take on the form of techniques in the slightest. To the outside observer, it was almost like he was wantonly throwing mana about like a common first-class warrior. However, this absolutely was not the case. The Golden Palace's defenses shook endlessly as they withstood the mountainous impacts of those lackluster mana blasts. Vine-like bloody patterns crept across the palace walls, spreading their color far and wide. Damien could feel it. Though he wasn't quite at that level yet, his perception could almost touch it. Arthur Bloodlock's each and every attack contained complexly intertwined law fluctuations, interwoven concepts that formed their own mysterious effects even without Arthur's direct prodding. Damien wondered as he watched the assault. Arthur was showing no signs of effort or exhaustion. He continued to attack the palace with world-shaking blows as if they were regular manaless punches, even making Damien fear if the defenses could hold up. That Nox Supreme wasn't like this. The Nox Supreme had been injured by the backlash of his own attack, an extremely lucky chance that was actually an inevitable fact if the Golden Palace's power was considered. Watching the three-way collision that took place later truly made Damien underestimate the power of Supremes. And more than anything, it made him severely underestimate the power of the Cloud Giant leader, Galantis. Damien realized with a smile. A fallback, he'd found one. It meant that regardless of how he took things from this point forward, he had a way out. And if that was so, Damien yelled, projecting his voice through the palace formations. Arthur's brow twitched slightly, but he didn't respond, continuing his assault on the palace. Damien sighed in annoyance. Hey, stupid fucker, you should know by now that you can't break through those walls. Arthur's eyes darted over, a slight pause appearing in his movements. Ah, Fine. If you want to be childish, then just listen while you waste your time. Damien continued upon seeing his reaction. Those words managed to do what their predecessors couldn't. Arthur stopped and backed away, glaring suspiciously at the palace. Damien smirked. I'll come out and fight you in single combat, but on one condition. You are truly an arrogant prick, Arthur growled coldly. Damien asked. Humph, Arthur countered. Damien shrugged lightly. That's simple. Arthur furrowed his brows in thought. While this situation seemed like something that'd give Damien a path forward, a chance to avoid total destruction, that wasn't true at all. Arthur grinned to himself. Someone who hadn't entered the 9 revolutions would never understand what it truly meant to stand on the extreme peak of existence. Even if his strength was lowered. I will accept your deal, Arthur said with a condescending smile on his face. Damien exclaimed, his eyes shining. He immediately said his part of the oath, allowing Arthur to be perfectly clear about his sincerity before he left the palace. And as if to mock him, Arthur followed dutifully. Within an instant, a mana oath was formed between the two parties. Arthur was to lower his strength to match Damien's level. If he ever increased his strength past that point while the battle was ongoing, he would be penalized by the universe. And with that layer of protection in place, Damien no longer had any need to hide like a coward. His body materialized in the starry sky. The Golden Palace vanished, returned to the sanctuary. Arthur asked coldly, finally seeing Damien face to face. He'd only sensed it from the distance, that familiar mana fluctuations that resonated in the projection of Reva's final moments. By the time he attacked, Damien was already in the Golden Palace. The valiant figure of this man, the calm and even slightly anticipatory expression on his face as he stood parallel to his supreme. It irked him greatly. Damien glanced over nonchalantly, as if aware of exactly what to do to infuriate Arthur. He asked mockingly, "You kill my son." The mocking sneer forming on Damien's face only became more pronounced. If they were to fight at the same level, did anyone in the universe stand a chance against him? Old bitch, I killed your son because I didn't like the way he looked at me. Damien vanished, reappearing behind Arthur with his fist outstretched. 7 stars encircling the moon, 3 Death Stars, and 3 Life Stars surrounded a moon made of space-time. Vumum! A monstrous fluctuation burst from Damien's fist before the attack was even executed. He pushed his fist out in a split second, slamming it towards Arthur's face as the volatile forces around his fist collided. Boom! The fabric of reality trembled. Space-time bent in on itself as an infinite cycle of samsara swallowed all life within the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. Damien immediately teleported hundreds of meters away, not waiting to see the results of his attack. Mirage appeared in his right, and Freya joined it in his left. Damien's eyes swirled as the all-seeing eyes passively activated, and finally, breaths of pitch-black mana danced around his body. Whoosh! He jerked his head to the side rapidly, using the momentum to flick his body backwards and put force into his legs. Bang! Arthur's figure, which had just surfaced only a few inches away from Damien, was instantly assaulted by a mana-charged kick that blasted him back into space. Damien immediately followed his path, brandishing Freya and firing a barrage of pure white bullets into Arthur's repelling body. Arthur swept his hand through space, creating a bloody tide that crashed into the bullets and burst them. He stabilized his body in the void and smirked. "Boy, you truly have talent." He clapped his hands together, summoning his mana, and before Damien could react, a towering manifestation had formed behind him. Chapter 920 Clash. A master at the end of his 9 revolutions. What sort of strength had such a person attained? Damien had seen those demigods who could crush half a planet with a casual swipe of the hand, but how far away were those monstrous existences from those on the cusp of reaching that level? It was unfortunate that one would never know unless they asked a demigod to convey their experience. After all, demigods were only allowed to engage in combat with other demigods. It was incredibly rare to see them battle. Nevertheless, the integration of laws and the defining of oneself were 2 of the key points of the 9 revolutions. And when one had done so to such a complete level that they were titled a supreme, something like a level couldn't limit their power by much. The intricacies of their laws were far beyond what a mere level could represent. Behind Arthur, a towering phantom image of a bloody red emperor manifested itself. Several 100,000 kilometers around, the 2 fighters were suddenly dyed red. An oddly viscous atmosphere was formed as Arthur raised his arm. Damien's eyes sharpened. Arthur brought his hand down with force. The projection behind him followed his movements, slamming its continent-sized hand down on Damien's position. Damien's eyes widened in shock at the rapid expansion of the phantom. With the speed of that palm, even his instant teleportation would be too slow to avoid it. Damien closed his eyes and melded with the folds of the universe. The palm crashed down onto his position in the exact same instant. Boom! Space shattered and time became chaotic. The sheer physical power of the palm ruptured the dimension itself, causing gruesome tears to spread for millions of kilometers on end. Damien coughed in pain as his body was shot out of the dimensional layers. When his hiding place was directly collapsed, how could he be fine? The chaotic twisting of the dimension ruptured several of his organs before it spat him out, but he wasn't too worried about the injury. Instead, he needed to figure out how to move forward. Arthur was far more powerful than expected, but it wasn't out of the scope that Damien could handle. Damien firmed his gaze and teleported. Mirage swung through the air as he moved, cutting through all things before he even left the spatial layers. Void Sword Art 5th Form. Dimensional Severance, the thin black line cut through space and time, forming an all-consuming void as it arrived before Arthur within a spark of a second. Arthur's eyes widened when he sensed the dangerous fluctuations coming from the attack. He raised his arms and crossed them, pouring mana into them and forming a pair of blood-red gauntlets on his fist. Scree! The sound of metal screeching against metal rang out as the attack struck Arthur's defenses. Shing! The mana gauntlets were cut away with the dimension in an instant. The slash continued on its way until... clang! The sound of impact wasn't what Damien expected at all. Damien clicked his tongue in realization. Even if his level was lowered, would his physical defense be constrained? Damien was more aware than anyone else of how unreliable stats were. Even if his defense stat itself was lowered to a common level 399 who hadn't entered the next phase, his true defense definitely exceeded a second revolution master. Damien thought to himself. He was fighting a supreme, so he had to be cautious regardless of the restrictions. But if he kept hiding his cards, this battle would drag on for an eternity. And though in normal circumstances this was an advantage for Damien, he sensed it from the corner of his perception. It started less than a minute ago. The fate clouds that dutifully obscured Beast Emperor Star within their embrace were thinning. It didn't take much for a war to start. benefits if even one side could sense them. It was inevitable that conflict would occur. And when such conflict occurred, there was no need for something like words. The Gold and Black Dragon clans had been enemies for centuries, millennia. It was a relationship that couldn't be corrected regardless of how much time passed. When the two sides met during these troubled times, blood was bound to be shed. The current war was no different. Tens of millions of troops met each other in the air and on the ground. The combined effect of their clashes shook the world itself, spreading a wave of panic through the common people. However, regardless of what damages they caused, the world would not fall. After all, there was a demigod focusing on holding it together. With the strength of the Golden Dragon clan, fighting the Black Dragon clan was relatively even. Both sides were being slaughtered at essentially the same rate, and it didn't look like this war would come to a satisfying end. Elena watched it from the sidelines, disinterested in participating in a clash like this. She was sure of it. The Black Dragon clan had greater numbers, yet were moving as if to match their enemies. They were stalling. She became sure of this conclusion after observing for many minutes, and almost instinctively, she deployed her Valhalla souls to investigate. At this time, 15 minutes had passed. Phase 3 has begun. A report resounded in the ears of every Black Dragon, living or dead, and as if planned from the start, each and every one of them palmed their chests, activating a secret mechanism that directly teleported them away from the battlefield. This, Elena thought as a sinking feeling enveloped her. Rumble. The earth shook, but this time there was no battle to provoke it. All around Beast Emperor's star, unbeknownst to anyone, canisters and devices activated as one. Rain began to pour from the sky. It was a beautiful golden rain, a shower of auspicious blessings. It was a rain pouring down from the fake clouds. But it was odd. Why was there a trace of eerie black within that rain? Rumble. The earth rumbled again, this time with intensity great enough to knock fourth-class soldiers off their feet. Elena's face paled as her awareness picked up a fluctuation. Rather, countless fluctuations filled her perception from every angle. Beasts were gathering. Red-eyed, frenzied beasts that didn't look anything like the civilized beast population that resided on this star. Elena's eyes suddenly darted to the ground below. Those Golden Dragon clan members with weaker strength. Their eyes turned red. Their mana flared into the surroundings as one, but their killing intent clashed intensely. A frenzied melee began. Elena roared, reacting instantly. She pushed her mana and rapidly propelled herself to the ground, slamming down with immense force. Her hands came together in a praying motion. The world tree Yggdrasil revealed its fangs behind her. A holy white light blanketed several tens of thousands of kilometers as Elena opened her eyes. The miraculous effects of her mana were obvious to see. With Elena's aid, the small patch of land where the Golden Dragon army was located became one of the only havens on Beast Emperor's star. Chapter 921 Clash. Elena's mana, entwined with concepts of holiness and purity, truly had the ability to create a safe zone within the apocalypse that had befallen Beast Emperor's star. As she took to calming the sudden madness that overcame the army, a figure landed beside her, his golden eyes cold and piercing. Help her. The situation has become extremely severe. The beast population of the world has been driven to madness by the corrupted reign of the fake clouds, and the fake clouds themselves have begun to dissipate. We must act immediately if we wish to change the situation. This man, Hedrick, was the draconic war god, the second prince of the Golden Dragon royal family himself. Before he'd come to battle, his father had told him to explicitly trust the Valkyrie that would likely arrive to aid him. As such, he didn't withhold any information, and despite her small strength, he treated her as an equal. Aside from Father Emperor's suggestion, I must still befriend this woman, he thought as he watched the Golden Dragon troops regain their sanity. Elena's expression became grimmer with every passing second as she listened to the information. According to Hedrick, the Black Dragon clan's previous teleportation had taken them directly to the inner estate where the palace was located. It was evident that they were going to use the chaos as an opportunity to launch a siege. And it wasn't them alone. All of the hostile forces that the Golden Dragon clan gathered with the plan of slowly taking care of them one by one united, leaving them severely outnumbered and overwhelmed. The world itself was shaking from the wide-scale destruction taking place on its surface. The Golden Dragon Emperor had to maintain his utmost focus to keep it stable as stronger and stronger beings began to fight. It was an utterly hopeless scenario that appeared out of nowhere. No, it was an utterly hopeless scenario that was the result of 1,000 years of planning. Elena thought to herself. The current rain, the color of that rain, was not the black and gold it originally held. Currently, that black color had diluted into a more murky gray. While this color change wasn't significant enough to mean anything to others, Elena was different. After all, she spent several years fighting side by side with a woman with a natural ability to read fate, almost staying together for every hour of every day. She was never able to grasp it herself, but if it was just colors, Rose had told her more than enough to allow her to read the rain. The situation isn't hopeless yet, she declared to Hedrick, her voice solemn. Hedrick immediately turned his attention to her, ready to hear the solution offered by someone his father trusted to such a degree. However, when Elena opened her mouth, Hedrick immediately frowned. He growled. Elena shook her head, clearly aware of his misunderstanding. I'm a proponent of justice, but I'm not an idiot with a hero complex. Before Hedrick could interrupt again, Elena flashed him a sharp glare, letting him understand the gravity of her words. The fate clouds have protected the Golden Dragon clan for untold millennia. Hedrick's eyes widened as he finally understood her point. If the fate clouds can be restored, he muttered. Just as the common people were sacrificed to destroy the fate clouds, they can be saved to repair them, Elena concluded. Hedrick nodded in concession. I apologize for my previous bias. Elena nodded as well. Good. Yes, problem. You cannot kill the frenzied beasts. Hedrick frowned at the troublesome situation, but didn't complain. He needed to do what needed to be done. As he watched Elena's figure fade into the distance, a look of abject determination on her face, he thought back to his family at the palace. He thought in prayer. His eyes were icy, but they burned with the flames of vengeance. Arthur's crazed exclamation boomed through the vacuum of space. His bloody mana roared and raged, forming massive, unavoidable waves that trapped Damien from every direction. Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance as he dodged Arthur's attacks and attempted to escape the encirclement. Damien was currently in a domain of Arthur's creation. Even if he teleported, the current situation would just repeat itself. Fate Damien withdrew Mirage and switched Freya to his right hand before summoning Hell on his left. The mirror domain would be ineffective facing such a grand display of laws, and it's too early to summon the space-time river. Bang, 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 boom! 900 shots left Freya's barrel in a matter of a second and swarmed the surrounding space with white bullets, unavoidable due to their numerosity. These shots were followed by a single black bullet fired from Hell, hidden deeply within the storm to the point where even Arthur couldn't detect it. Clang, 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 clang. Arthur's arms moved at unbelievable speeds as he blocked each and every life bullet that came near him. He felt the strange fluctuation that made his lifeblood tremble and knew very well that he couldn't allow those bullets to hit. Splitting a portion of his mind, Arthur spread his awareness to find and counterattack. Damien appeared in the air above Arthur, his back facing his enemy and his sword crossed against his chest. The second Arthur recognized his presence, he released his stored momentum and twisted his body violently, slashing Mirage out with everything he had. Void Sword, Art 7th Form. Arthur tried to dodge, but Hell's death bullet struck him in the side and forced him to remain stationary. Mirage slashed into Arthur's shoulder, and immediately everything went white. It was a flash of light that could be seen even several million miles away. Countless beings on several worlds deep in the beast domain turned their eyes to the sky to witness the strange phenomenon. From the surface of Beast Emperor Star, it was as if the sun dropped into their atmosphere, directly blinding anyone under the extreme peak of fourth class. The energies of space-time, the energies of samsara, that slight trace of void, they combined into a mystical sight, a sight rare to witness from such close proximity. It truly looked like a Chapter 922 Clash. Supernova. Unlike the rest of Damien's sword forms, this one wasn't the product of months of experimentation and theorizing. Rather, it was the result of sudden epiphany. Even Damien didn't quite understand what it was. He only knew that he could use it. Was it the result of increasing his control over void breathing? It was yet another fact he didn't know. Damien merely used the most destructive attack in his arsenal, and as he felt the mana course through his body, he called out its name instinctually. And a supernova truly followed. Space and time warped around Mirage. The concepts of samsara filled that space, and with the addition of some void mana, even traces of the five elements included themselves in the concoction. And in that final moment, a pulse of reddish-black mana amplified everything to another level. The preceding burst burned with the heat of an exploding star. Mirage wedged itself into Arthur's shoulder and poured every ounce of its power into his bodily systems. The effects projected into the starry sky were merely the aftershocks of this outpouring. Arthur roared in pain inwardly. His physical defenses were strong, but they'd been melted through by the heat of a star. The mana stampeding through his body at the moment was volatile, profound, esoteric, and most of all, from elements Arthur had no connection to. He shouted madly, his voice dissolving into the blinding light around him. He could feel fluctuations similar to his blood laws, but they were entwined with another mysterious power that blocked him from interfering with them. If not for this connection, he had no way to use his laws to fight back. Arthur exclaimed in fury. Without another choice, he charged mana into his core and exploded. Bang! Arthur's body exploded into a river of blood, and the chaotic fluctuations trapped within him burst into the surroundings. Boom! A secondary explosion went off, even catching Damien and flinging him backwards with several fatal injuries. The sea of blood that was once Arthur Bloodlock didn't sit still in the void. It swam like a living organism and escaped the radius of the explosion before coagulating into a physical body once more. Only Athadam's strained breaths left his mouth, his face pale as paper. Damien realized it wasn't a small portion of that blood that was incinerated by the heat. How could a whole be formed when its parts were missing? When Arthur came back, his aura was widely unstable and far less domineering than it originally was. Now, by no means was he truly weak. However, Damien's eyes hardened as he put away all his weapons. From this point onwards, his weapons would only limit him, and if he used them too much, they were sure to break. Damien exclaimed, his battle spirit boiling. "Boy, you dare mock me?" Arthur spat back spitefully. "Ha, of course I do." Damien quipped back. Arthur snarled, but didn't speak. He knew better than anyone else his physical condition. The problem was his arrogant self declared a mana oath. If he actually raised his strength and used power to suppress Damien, he'd be struck down by the universal law and become even easier to kill. Arthur frowned to himself, warily circling Damien as he looked for an opportunity to take the initiative. They'd been fighting for over 20 minutes now, but the majority of their collisions had taken place in the final minute of that. As the two of them let loose all of their cards, they were able to exchange tens of thousands of moves within that single minute. By now, they were already standing in the chaotic void that represented the destruction of space. The scenery of this void was merely shadowed by Arthur's domain. However, even that domain was currently showing signs of failing. Was Arthur going to lose? A thought suddenly came to mind, and Damien found his moment as well. They thought as one. Damien immediately summoned his domain, the iridescent blue form of the space-time river, that projection that was merely a few inches long when he first created it. Spanned for several kilometers, ebbing and flowing through space like a fish in water and directly suppressing Arthur's weakened domain. Damien flashed away. His teleportation truly became instant as he attained power that made him feel like a god of space-time. He exhaled the breath of all things as he thought back to the way the Saint Emperor incorporated the properties of other elements in his mana. Void breathing. Elemental war god, void breathing. The comprehensive term for Damien's void abilities and the most apt term to describe the methodology he discovered to comprehend his most elusive affinity. Now, the first true technique manifested through this affinity had been created. Damien's form changed. He became a being of energy, incarnated by the elements. Flames, water, wind, earth, lightning, wood, metal, and many more elements combined to create his existence itself as he slammed his leg towards Arthur's face. Bang! The kick struck true. Damien's shin crashed into Arthur's cheekbone, and the latter was struck with the volatile force of incompatible elements bursting together as if they were lovers. It was different from a normal elemental attack. There was something more profound, more deadly behind it. Arthur felt this clearly. He felt it as clearly as the cracking of his skull when that kick impacted him. He cried out inadvertently, stumbling away and readjusting himself. Damien gave chase. He didn't know how long the elemental warlord state would last, but as long as it did, he wouldn't let up. Meteorites were summoned through Earth, sized like monster trucks. They were ignited by fire, gathering more and more heat as they fell through the air. The force of wind provoked the flames into a burning inferno. It was almost impossible to see the superheated chunks of rock they hid. The meteorites only took a second to reach a critical point. The burning atmosphere immediately cooled past freezing. And just what would happen when the heat from a meteor met a force that could match its heat in coldness? Just as the duo was going to find out, Arthur opened his mouth and roared out. Damien's mind immediately went blank. He almost felt the need to break the imaginary fourth wall in order to make sure his ears were working. Did Arthur Bloodlock really just forfeit? The thought was a laughable one, but this laughable feeling disappeared instantaneously. For the instant Arthur declared his withdrawal, his aura burst from its confines. The terms of the mana oath, to keep himself at Damien's level as long as the match was ongoing. If he just quit the match, wouldn't that restriction disappear? Arthur grinned and slammed his hand forward. And that's when Damien finally felt it with his own body. The true power of Supreme, that is, Chapter 923, Clash. Elena moved at the speed of light. It wasn't an exaggeration. She truly moved at the fastest speed her current comprehension of light laws could take her to, and with that speed, she endlessly circled Beast Emperor Star, helping any and everyone she could. She thought to herself, the current plan, the one she'd suggested, used her as a central point. Everything relied on her ability to purify the common people, and more than that, it relied on the common people's understanding. A warrior of white pushed through the air and landed heavily on the ground. He immediately reached out and grabbed onto the skull of the black-clothed man next to him. The man exclaimed in rage as he summoned his mana. But without a single word, the warrior clenched his fist, bursting the man's skull and allowing his body to drop to the ground. The warrior didn't stop for a moment, diving into the fray with his comrades and executing anyone sharing his clothing. Eventually, a group of 10 formed, moving through the chaotic streets of the city until they finally came upon the town square. Ha ha ha! Stop fooling around! A group of 20 men stood together in the square. Surrounding them were numerous corpses, mostly of beasts, but some human among them too. The beasts were those common people who used the beast transformation technique to attain their human forms, while the rest were evidently fourth class and above beasts. The carcasses were all bloody and gnarled, as if they'd been torn through by a horde of voracious wolves. However, their killers were men in black. Men who enjoyed torturing these innocent souls as they died slow and painful deaths. The Lord absolutely didn't tolerate these types of fiends. The white warriors were in instantaneous understanding, their minds connecting as one. Without any hesitation or care, they charged forward and assaulted the enemy group. Shio! 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 Two white-clad warriors jumped onto the rooftops of nearby buildings and drew their bows, launching a volley of ballistic arrows that exploded violently on impact. Boom! 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 The enemy group panicked and grouped together, peering through the clouds of dust and smoke kicked up by the explosions. However, the remaining 8 white warriors had already used the cover to assume their positions. Boom! A glowing white formation circle appeared and enveloped the entire plaza, including the 20 men. 8 swords struck the ground as one. They dug many inches deep into the earth, each further inch causing the formation to flow with even more fervor. "Fuck! What are you doing?" one of the black-clad men roared. The others were immediately snapped out of their stupor. The enemy was launching a massively destructive attack, but they were incapacitated in the process. Immediately, 20 split into groups of 2 and swarmed the white warriors. Shio! 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 Bang! 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 Boom! Fists, swords, daggers, and even guns filled with eerie black mana bombarded the stationary soldiers. Clouds of debris filled the air, the explosions only getting fiercer as the 2 archers fought back against their enemies. "Ha ha, who are these idiots?" a man exclaimed as he shoved his sword into the neck gap of one white-armored soldier. "Just I now." He stumbled over his words at the sudden realization that his sword struck nothing. Shakily, the man raised his gaze, only to be met with 2 blue wisps of flame, hovering within a void of nothingness. "Gee ghosts!" the man yelled, hoping his comrades would hear and form appropriate countermeasures. However, there was no response. The man let out a sound of confusion as he realized that he was no longer anywhere near his colleagues. When did he get to this misty forest? It was quite beautiful. It was quite. I could have sworn I was doing something in Pershing. A head flew through the air, the cut on its neck crisp and clean. The scenery vanished. The emotionless footsteps of those white-clad warriors were the only remaining sound in the plaza. Ding! Seeing that all the enemies were eliminated, one of the warriors resonated as mana at a certain frequency. Swoosh! The response was instant. Elena appeared in a flash and panned her gaze over the surrounding destruction. She asked. The Valhalla souls nodded, using their motions in a bid to speak. However, there was no rhyme or reason to what they were doing at. Got it. If there are that many of them, relief should be done immediately. Take care of the bodies while I'm doing this, Elena commanded with ease, somehow perfectly understanding the strange communication attempts of her underlings. It was tiring to pray every time she activated the ability, but she really didn't have any other choice. Elena put her hands together and let her mana cover the town. According to the Valhalla souls, there were still several survivors in this town, most of whom were part of the small, non-beast population of the world. While they weren't driven to madness by the rain, they were afflicted with deadly sickness and pain as their bodies were forcefully transformed into beasts. Luckily, since the mutation was from the same source as the beast frenzy, Goddess Blessing would still be able to revert the effects. Elena sighed, seeing the corpses beneath her. Unlike those who survived, they could be purified, but they couldn't be saved. They were forced to die as monsters, not proud beasts. Elena's eyes were almost half-lidded with fatigue, but she couldn't stop. If she stopped, the entire plan would fall apart. And if she stopped, the weight of the situation would hit her like a tank round. They couldn't continue like this. But if they didn't, just what would they do? Elena's body shuddered. A blur of light was all that was left of her as she sped towards the signal she'd just received. In her wake, the Valhalla souls in the city gathered the corpses of the dead and laid them out in the town plaza, respectfully covering them with sheets and closing their eyes if need be. Quietly, the surroundings were filled with people. The city that was filled with dead bodies just moments ago was suddenly filled with life. The atmosphere was mournful. Those who lived cried and wished they had been the ones to die instead. No, they wished such a tragedy never happened. If the Golden Dragon clan protected us, someone muttered inadvertently. They swore to protect us. The sentiment grew with every passing moment. The people needed someone to blame, and wasn't the closest target their own ruler? Fadem, even though the ones who caused the tragedy were outsiders, they weren't tangible. Anger and hatred clouded the air. The crowd who couldn't cope with their sadness turned to anger and fury to fill the void in their hearts. However, did they forget that they weren't alone? Bang! A sword slashed into the ground. A white-clad soldier stared into the forming mob, his eyes indifferent and hollow. Those eyes were terrifying. The mob immediately backed away in shock and fear. Puck! A rock hit the soldier's armor. There was no force behind it at all, but it was a clear provocation. A boy shouted, grabbing another rock into his hands. His knees shook, his eyes welled up with tears, but he stared into those hollow blue flames with determination. Clang! 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 The pieces of Valhalla Soul's armor clattered against each other as it slowly stepped towards the boy. The crowd parted, not offering the child any help. How could they? They were also mortals, after all. The boy's head tilted further and further up as the Valhalla Soul got closer. He tried his best to keep his eyes off the massive sword in the latter's hand, and he tried his hardest to keep his eyes open despite his fear. Before he even knew what was happening, a hand flashed out. He closed his eyes, accepting his last moments until he felt a gentle touch land on the top of his head. Those blue flames that flickered so indifferently in the face of calamity. That ghostly, empty shell of armor that moved against the laws of nature. Just why? Just why did the touch of this inanimate being feel so warm? Chapter 924 Clash. It wasn't an isolated case. The common people around the world were reacting violently even after being saved. Mob mentality was a dangerous thing. The second one person suggested a place to vent anger, it wasn't difficult for all those around them to adopt the same method to cope with their struggle. After all, it was just so much easier than facing reality. But in the current situation, refusing to accept the situation was absolutely impractical and foolish. When the world was burning around you, what was the point of pointing fingers? Unfortunately, the people's minds weren't necessarily in a rational place at the moment. And even more unfortunately, not everyone was as patient and forgiving as Elena. Boom! The man who spoke last immediately exploded into chunks of meat paste. Those around him shuddered and cowered in fear, backing away from the assailant. The Golden Eyes man glanced at them icily. Hedrick roared it out, making sure anyone in the vicinity could hear him. He roughly exhaled, catching his breath and storing his weapon. He slowly took in the constant stream of information entering his ear from all around the world. The situation only got worse and worse with every passing second. It got to the point where even hearing how bad the situation was already pissed him and all those working alongside him off. Elena's strategy was definitely helping recover the fake clouds, but the irrationality of the common populace was countering their efforts almost one-to-one. He couldn't stand it. No, they couldn't stand it. He'd already led his army to save the people. He'd worked tirelessly to subdue the frenzied beasts instead of killing them. He conceded as much as he possibly could in the situation. Yet he couldn't do it. He couldn't sit still and allow them to undermine the authority of the Golden Dragon clan. He couldn't allow their negativity to affect the performance of his soldiers. He couldn't allow their weakness to infect those around them. It was moronic, preposterous. Bang! He slammed his foot into the ground and poured all of his mana into his voice, letting his fury fuel his power. The words boomed across half the world. All existences within that area turned their eyes to the sky, feeling the waves of fury rocking through their bodies. How dare you act so weak? He knew there was nothing these common people could possibly do to help. But he was not going to let them sit on their asses and ruin the efforts of those who were trying. Hedrick breathed out, his emotions finally calming. On one hand, he wanted to berate himself for doing something so detrimental. But on the other hand, he didn't know what he would do if he couldn't let out his frustration. These people were the ones his father put so much thought into protecting. They didn't deserve his compassion at all. He didn't even want to look at them anymore. Without wasting another second, he delegated his duties to his subordinates and set up a chain of command for them before abandoning his post entirely. From now on, the commander of the operation would be Elena, and her orders were absolute. Hedrick was a fighter. He was the draconic war god. Instead of doing this bullshit, his skills could be put to better use elsewhere, particularly the Black Dragon clan bases. It didn't matter how strong they were. From this point on, as long as a black dragon existed in his perception, they would be cut down without exception. A forlorn sigh rang through the throne room of the Golden Dragon Palace. Elena and Hedrick were both constantly receiving reports about the world situation through transmissions and communication, but neither of them could truly look at the world situation as a whole and understand how bad it was. Nobody could do so. Nobody except the Golden Dragon Emperor himself. He wondered to himself, unable to make a move in any capacity. His personal feelings became irrelevant when acting on them would cause his own death and affect the fate of the universe as a whole. Their efforts are not enough to calm the mayhem. The Black Dragon clan's plan was slowly growing in scale and intensity. At first, they just let the beasts riot, but soon enough, they also began wantonly slaughtering. Along with that, the siege on the castle was about to begin. The forces had finished their preparations and were already marching through the inner estate, slaughtering anyone who dared to fight. And finally, as if it wasn't enough to target the people alone, the Black Dragons targeted the world itself. Or rather, the forces they brought along with them were dividing up the world into their own territories and using the madness to rule as tyrants. There were even some who seemed to be targeting the world core. Elena's Valhalla souls were spread across half the world, and the Golden Dragon army was covering the other. Both sides had already come in contact with these so-called territory lords and engaged in combat with them. But the strength of these rulers was at the very least at level 399, with some of them being genuine extreme peak masters. The Emperor glanced up into the sky, piercing the atmosphere with his gaze and viewing the battle taking place in the depths of space. I truly hope you can pull through and save this world. 10 minutes. Could anything be done in this time? With such a comprehensive attack, the only reason the world was still standing was because the enemies also needed time to properly execute their schemes. The Emperor found himself sighing once again. That day, long ago, 2 prophecies were given to 2 different clans of dragons. The first told of a tragic fate of enslavement, and the second was more elusive. It told no great tales about glory or destruction, only of an opportunity that might present itself. However, one question remained among all those who heard either prophecy. Just what was the Golden Star, and who was the one who could tame it? Chapter 925 Clash. At the same time, in the depths of space, several million kilometers away from Beast Emperor's star, Damien and Arthur's battle took a new turn. The shift in their dynamic was reflected in the space around them. The expansive space-time river was clouded with bloody air as Arthur finally unleashed his true power. No longer bound by the effects of the mana oath, how could he allow this young genius to continue living? Even if Reva's death was removed from the picture, Damien still had to die. After all, if he was allowed to grow, he would surely pose a threat to Blood Azura, Holy Land. He roared out, pushing his mana. His enemy was indeed just a child who couldn't compare to him anymore. But he wasn't going to be careless anymore. Within a single instant, a fraction of a second, he gathered his law concepts and formed a true technique. He called out, giving his mana a form to take. 3 long crimson infinity blade-like needles formed in the air, silent and deadly. The techniques of Blood Azura, Holy Land, naturally used blood as their main element, but blood was never a true element in the universe's laws. Rather, it was a variation of water with hints of metal, life, death, and even a bit of fire element mixed in. This blood affinity was unlike the blood affinities of those outside the clan. No, it was far, far more advanced. And now, standing in the void, Damien realized that he had no choice but to experience those techniques with his body. Shing, shing, shing. The sound was swift and as quiet as a spring breeze. The pain came before he even heard it. 3 needles, each at least a meter long, penetrated Damien's body and lodged themselves inside, jutting out of his front and back gruesomely. One through the heart, one through the head, one through the center of his chest, the central point of the Ananta matrix. Arthur perfectly pinpointed Damien's most fatal points throughout their previous collisions, and he didn't waste time using these weaknesses against him. How could this moment be described? Damien always believed he'd reached the cusp of a Supreme's perceptive ability, but he found himself at a loss for words as he felt the power coursing through him. Glug! Damien vomited a mouthful of blood, filled with the residue of internal organs. Within his body, multiple forces were raging in conjunction to tear him apart. His blood was being siphoned, separated into its different parts, and stolen. His organs were being rid of vitality and crushed beneath the pressure of the invading mana itself. Small, almost molecular specks of metal shredded through him and left his insides as nothing more than a sack of miscellaneous fluids. He bled from every orifice and almost every single pore in his body. Every bit of that blood flew into the air and coagulated into a sphere placed conveniently, so it was perfectly in Damien's line of sight. This was a deathly experience. It was evident that Arthur didn't want to kill him immediately, but wanted him to suffer until the last second. Could Damien ask for more? His mouth split apart into an indiscernible grin, hidden beneath the copious amount of blood covering his face. His heart was pierced. His brain was pierced. It was laughable to even think so. Damien had long since separated his vitals into their own separate dimensions, and it wasn't as if he just left these defenses at the same level they were when he first created them. The more powerful he got, the stronger those defenses became, and as he became more proficient in void breathing, he was sure that he could at least keep his life long enough to escape from anyone under the demigod level. Currently, Damien wasn't in trouble. Of course, if the forces in his body were allowed to continue acting as they please for a few more minutes, the situation wouldn't be quite the same. But was there any need to let them do that? I think you should take a look at his smile grew wider at the same rate as the glob of Damien's blood, until suddenly, Damien's finger twitched. Arthur's eyes widened. Slightly. This boy was still able to move? It should have been absolutely impossible. With a death needle in his brain, it was certain that the only thing Damien could do was think and feel, unable to control his body to maneuver out of the pain. But didn't he just... Boom! A fluctuation tore through space. Arthur's eyes widened as he suddenly dodged to the side, raising his defenses. Bang! A destructive force slammed into his barrier furiously, causing cracks to spread across its surface. Arthur exclaimed in shock. He pushed higher into space and flared his aura, sending an attack back at the mysterious force. Bang! Crack! Another bang, this one far more dull than the previous one. Arthur retreated again, shaking his hand and maneuvering his blood to rapidly regenerate his shattered bones. What did he hit just now? Was this some sort of meteor? Or maybe Damien managed to draw an artifact with his final breath. A booming laughter denied all of Arthur's conjectures. Finally, he caught a glimpse of just what he'd attacked, emerging from a cloud of steam that could even somewhat obscure his vision. Arthur muttered. His opponent grinned wildly in response. His large incisors glinted in the distant sunlight, creating a terrifying titan-like image. Indeed, I am Galantis, king of the cloud giants, he exclaimed loudly, his voice cracking the sound barrier. Arthur's eyes sharpened. He thought to himself, sensing the other party's strength. Arthur questioned, using the Holy Land's name to warn the enemy of who he was messing with. However, was this giant an idiot? In response, he simply laughed. Ha ha ha. Galantis spoke raucously, but inside, his emotions were icy. Seeing Damien's current state, he understood that any normal practitioner would have already died 1,000 times over in the seconds it took for him to be summoned. If Damien was just a little bit less extraordinary. His heart burned with fury. This wasn't just any random individual, This wasn't just the savior who granted his cloud giant clan a way into the true universe, a path to freedom. He was a man who was growing to be the savior of the universe itself. These small-minded people not only wanted to kill his savior, but also ruin the beautiful free world that the cloud giants had just barely been able to see. Galantis spoke raucously, but inside, he made an oath. He swore that this man and anyone who dared to support him were not allowed to exist in the same world as him and his people. Chapter 926 Clash. Bang! Galantis immediately sent his fist forward with crushing force, not bothering to entertain conversation any longer. Arthur's face paled and his eyes became solemn. Without another thought, he sent a fist forward to meet it. Boom! A furious fluctuation spread for several million kilometers, even causing waves of heat to enter Beast Emperor Star's atmosphere. A rain of law concepts from opposing elements met and collided. It wasn't just a matter of strength, but complexity. Blood laws had a concept of regeneration. Used to attack, this concept could cause the force of the attack to amplify and strike in waves, essentially regenerating the attack's force. Conversely, Galantis used a mixture of wind laws and a unique body system of the cloud giants. Within the concepts in his arsenal was one of amplification, a concept that did almost the exact same thing as the regeneration concept of blood laws, at least offensively. When these two concepts came in contact during the collision of force, it wasn't a matter of which concept was stronger. Rather, it was a battle of which concept was more defined. In simpler terms, it was a battle of comprehension, something that seemed far more intuitive than what Galantis was capable of. However, for anyone to reach the level of Supreme, at least their comprehensive ability had to reach a certain standard, a standard not met often on a universal scale. Bang! 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 Even as their previous attacks continued to collide and battle, Galantis and Arthur didn't halt their battle. Their fists clashed thousands of times per millisecond. Their laws filled the atmosphere and started to change the properties of space. For a moment, it looked like they were evenly matched. But this wasn't quite true. Arthur was both injured from losing a portion of his blood in the previous battle and forced to engage in physical combat with someone specialized in the area. At the moment, Arthur struck out with fists coated in multiple layers of mana. His knuckles extended into 9 destructible spikes that heavily increased his attack and penetrative power. To combat Galantis, he could only resort to this. He yelled out in frustration. Bang! His fist slammed into Galantis once more. His mana ballooned out and suddenly enveloped the collision point, including Galantis' fist. Shick! Galantis' thick skin wouldn't have been penetrated normally, but after taking so many blows from Arthur's spiked fists, it was impossible for him to not have a few cuts. And that was enough. Arthur's mana immediately invaded Galantis' body and began wreaking havoc, allowing him to feel what was currently happening to Damien. Galantis muttered, his eyes changing. A catastrophic windstorm formed around him and pushed even space itself away. Arthur began to back away, but before he could get too far, he found himself surrounded by these chaotic winds. His mana was affected by their flow, drawn out and away from his body to weaken him. Arthur gritted his teeth and responded in kind, tightening his control over the mana in Galantis' body and ruining him internally. At this moment, they'd pinpointed each other's strengths and weaknesses. Galantis would be an easy target if his body was weakened, and Arthur was a pig on the chopping block without his mana. Though they were enemies, they were well aware of the apocalyptic effects their battle could have on the universe. While Arthur didn't necessarily care for the universe's safety, he absolutely cared about face. If he ignored this common courtesy of lowering the destructive force of the battle, those eyes in the distance that were surely watching the battle would take it as a provocation and would absolutely use it as ammunition against Blood Azura, Holy Land. When one was on the cusp of divinity, all forces became enemies, and all enemies would do anything they could to make sure one fell before taking that final step. A battle of supremes could go through a myriad of changes in a single instance. The current silent confrontation was one of such instances. After all, whoever took the lead at this stage of the battle. I think you should take a look at the sounds of battle faded as the battle itself became more succinct, but to Damien, they were muddled into the background from the start. It was hard to project his senses outwards. In this sense, Arthur definitely succeeded. It was difficult to move his body before it was fully healed. In this sense, Arthur also succeeded. But the sanctuary wasn't external, nor was it internal. It was an ethereal existence tethered to Damien on a level far more intrinsic than either of these things. This allowed Damien to escape his fate of immediate death and to solve the prospect of a slow death. Boom! Like a rusty machine being brought back to life, the void physique revealed itself. Waves of mana eclipsing the universe spread through Damien's body and swallowed the various manifestations of foreign mana that ravaged him. It didn't matter their concepts, it didn't matter their power. The void devoured all. In the end, anything under divinity couldn't resist the void physique. This was something Damien discovered long ago when he was still in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. But even as the mana was cleansed, Damien remained impaled and unmoving. It was only when his body was so deeply inflicted with foreign substances and unbearable pain that he could truly comprehend the universe's secrets without boundaries or restrictions. So it's like this. The more the void physique devoured, the clearer this esoteric concept became in his head. The wild conjectures he'd formed as he witnessed his own legend grow were being confirmed and denied with rapidity, and his perception of legends became more defined with every passing second. A definitive change was taking place, not within his body, but within his soul. Something was forming there. Something that even Damien, who couldn't perceive the soul in the slightest, could sense. That something coagulated slowly, taking pieces of his affinities, of his mind, of his body, of his heart, and fusing them into one. And when that something finally finished forming, Damien shuddered. A pale white light covered his figure and rapidly regenerated his injuries. He reached up and grabbed hold of the needle ran through his skull. And, shick, tore it out. Shick, shick. The two needles in Damien's chest followed soon after. Black mana swallowed them whole and turned them into sustenance for its owner, allowing him a peek into their laws. Damien clenched his fist lightly. He couldn't tell what the difference was. He was still level 399. His stats hadn't changed, his skills hadn't leveled up, and while his comprehension had increased, it wasn't a direct result of the previous process, but rather the result of his efforts after being struck. Yet somehow Damien could tell. After 15 years, 15 long, grueling years filled with joys and sorrows, he had finally stepped into the extreme peak and begun his path to divinity. Chapter 9, 27 Shift. From the very beginning of Damien's journey to power, legends had been a concept he was curious about. Back when he was still a small warrior trapped in the first dungeon, when the system constantly sent him messages to help him progress, it had constantly mentioned that his legend was being enhanced. However, he was never able to pick apart the existence of legends. In this moment, after devouring Arthur's mana and laws, that hazy idea became clear. And it was almost laughable just how simple the concept was. Legends, put simply, were an amalgamation of one's life and achievements. Every action one took, whether it be a grand adventure or a single minuscule step, was recorded by the system and would become one's legend. This legend would then become the foundation of many things, silently supporting one's strength. It seemed extremely simple at first glance, but within that simple overarching explanation were many complexities that lower existences simply couldn't perceive. It was unknown when the system first arrived in the universe. The system, or rather, the Apiron records, was a metaphysical phenomenon of sorts, the universe's method to bring order to its plentiful forces and establish a system for the existences within it to follow, so they could systematically increase their strength. However, it wasn't always so. In fact, with the existence of mana and the spiritual intelligence of the many living beings of the world, it was an inevitability for them to gain power. Only, with no established system, growing in strength was almost impractically difficult. To grow one's legend was a far more intensive process, and to define one's being was even harder than that. The system quantified the things that were previously esoteric, and even the method to build one's legend became streamlined. That was naturally the slaughtering system that was in place to the present day. The concept of experience, this strange energy that was stolen from the corpses of those one killed, from heavenly resources, and even from absorbing ambient mana, was a numerical representation of one's legend built through the system. For the most part, it was an extremely accurate representation of one's strength. After all, the myriad beings didn't have the ability to gain so-called achievements by themselves. They needed the system's support to translate them into an accessible format. Conversely, the system could gain a perfect understanding of one's strength, as for the most part, it is the one transferring that strength over. Then, what would happen if one somehow managed to gain achievements through hard work? In fact, it wasn't impossible or even that rare. The universe itself was keen on blessing those it appreciated, aiding them in growing their legends as they adventured and contributed to its existence. Though, achievements that were earned by oneself weren't reflected in one's experience, which was why it was possible to find such disparities among those at the same level. Those who worked hard to improve themselves and didn't rely on the system's help to succeed would always be stronger than those who only knew massacre. The enlightenment one gained upon entering the 9 revolutions, was it supposed to be this thorough? Damien felt like he could see through the universe, or at least take the slightest peek through its exterior for the first time in his life. And so many questions he had been harboring for over a decade were answered one by one. Mainly his own status window. What kind of existence was Damien? He was a unique existence in the universe, the bearer of the void physique who had the impossible ability to do the system's job better than even it could. When he devoured his enemies, their legends, the stolen legends that the system usually transferred to and integrated with a practitioner, were stolen directly by his hand and incorporated into his body through the void physique itself. This process didn't just take place out of the system's jurisdiction, but out of the universe's as a whole. Of course, the system couldn't display Damien's strength properly when it was barely allowed to read his strength in the first place. Damien realized that, in a sense, he was walking a similar path to those original humans who existed before the system. He was defining himself, not letting someone or something else define him. And this, he muttered inwardly, clenching his fist as he gazed down at his own body curiously. Legends are the foundation of everything in terms of a practitioner's strength. And most importantly, Damien glanced over at Galantis and Arthur. It had been many seconds already, yet the two remained motionless. Damien suddenly teleported, arriving only a few meters away from the two beings. I think you should take a look at the 9 revolutions weren't technically a part of the power system at all. If so, why would such a large power realm be relegated to mere names, rather than having its own set of levels? In reality, the 9 revolutions could be seen as a bridge between 4th and 5th class, a road on which one defined their legend until it grew into a divinity that could propel them to cosmic rebirth. Now that Damien had stepped on that path, he couldn't help but laugh. It was a boisterous and jovial laugh that Damien hadn't let out for several years at this point. For the 9 revolutions, levels no longer mattered. Collecting experience was no longer important. What was important was comprehension and action. With the void physique as his backer, with the universal flow directing him to the most major events taking place within his homeland, how could it be difficult for Damien to progress through these revolutions? This was his playing field. Shick! Damien's arm shot out. Arthur was currently preoccupied with his stalemate with Galantis. If his focus wavered even slightly, he'd lose the edge and be overpowered. Therefore, when a young genius who just entered his first revolution, a genius that should have been long dead already, snuck up behind him and placed his hand on his back, just how was Arthur supposed to react? Arthur scoffed inwardly, not paying the slightest mind to the touch. Even if Damien managed to live somehow, there was no way for him to exert enough power to actually affect the current collision. Whoosh! Pitch-black mana deeper than the blackness of space surfaced on Damien's palm. As he felt the breath of that mana, Damien closed his eyes and became absorbed in it. Void breeding en onst technique. Damien's eyes fluttered open, calm and gentle. His beautiful amethyst pupils were dyed in black. Arthur reacted immediately. A horrendous fluctuation like a beast of the void appeared behind him so suddenly that he jerked his body, blasting his mana out to evade. However, he was already too late. And in the first place, acknowledging the attack was a fatal mistake. Arthur felt his life force leaving his body. It wasn't being absorbed, no, it was being burned as he rapidly aged past his prime. Just how? How was this power that a first revolution brat could output? And that's when he realized it. It wasn't the power of a first revolution brat, but the power of a first revolution brat that was being supported by the mana of a supreme. To the side, Galantis grinned. The battle was just getting fun, but I guess it has to end now, he said, giving Arthur a strong thumbs up. For that to be one of the last interactions he had before death. How could Arthur accept this? Chapter 928 Shift. Arthur was unresigned. He didn't die in glorious battle, but in a sneak attack when he was at his most vulnerable. In usual times, there would be no need to worry. Even if he showed his back, there were hardly any existences that could actually injure him while he was in that state. How Damien did so, he didn't know, but he was rational enough to understand that if the power of the two men before him was combined, he didn't stand a chance. Arthur was already weakened twice over. Running from Galantis was out of the question. To test the waters, he whipped out a teleportation device and tried to activate it, but as expected, it directly imploded in his hand. It was laughable to try and teleport away from a spatial master. Arthur's eyes hardened solemnly. Bang! A fist slammed into the side of Arthur's face, cracking his skull and sending him flying. Only then did he realize that his perception was currently covered in a hazy fog. Damn it! Arthur widened his eyes and pushed his mana to its limit, forcefully raising his perceptive ability and burning his mana to enhance his bodily processes, an easy feat with blood loss. Whoosh! HN! Arthur let out a determined shout as he pushed his body away, narrowly avoiding another attack. Shick! A sword pierced through his back, shattering several ribs as it crashed out the other side of his body. Bang! 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 3 punches, 1 to the chin that made his head spin, and 2 to the body, crushing him into paste and forcing him to waste even more mana on regeneration. Arthur moved. He moved and moved. He did everything he could, letting go of his pride as a supreme and using every trick he could possibly think of to escape. He turned into a blood sea. He was burned and weakened. He tried to target Damien, the weaker enemy, with demigod artifacts to distract Galantis. A golden palace appeared in the void, protecting Damien from harm. Whether it was escape or battle, neither option was presented to the current Arthur Bloodlock. He roared, unable to contain his frustration. Arthur was always an emotional person. It was a quality he'd passed to his descendants and a quality that somewhat aided him in his rise to power. But his willingness to sacrifice anything for his desires, the same willingness that caused others to rise to the peak. Why was it bringing him only misfortune? In these final moments, Arthur didn't experience any sort of flashbacks, nor did he see the face of his wives or sons. He saw the face of his father, vividly reflected in his mind. He saw the scornful expression of a mortal blood Azura as he looked at his son's corpse. Suddenly, something snapped within him. He roared inwardly. If he was slaughtered here, he would only ever be known as a shame to the clan. Even if he lived, falling out of favor with his father was worse than death. And like that, Arthur came to a decision. I think you should take a look at a glorious death, the dream of every warrior. It was nothing more than a pipe dream. Arthur grinned madly and stabbed his own arm through his chest, grabbing his still-beating heart and crushing it. He yelled, cackling like a lunatic. Damien's eyes widened in surprise. Surviving a Supreme's death knell was impossible. But He almost felt bad for humiliating Arthur, even in his last moments. Boom! Arthur's body exploded in the void, transforming it into a bloody hell that would kill any and everyone nearby. The explosive force spread for millions upon millions of kilometers, assaulting the chaotic void, the starry sky, and many nearby worlds, including Beast Emperor's star. However, in lieu of this outcome, Damien and Galantis disappeared entirely, taking refuge in the sanctuary until the force died down. It seemed like an easy resolution to a difficult problem, but it was anything but that. This time, Damien's victory was dependent on a great deal of luck, or was it rather fate? If Arthur had just known that Damien separated his vitals from his body, would he have been able to choose a more fitting strategy to deal with? Damien, therefore, killing him before Galantis arrived? If Damien wasn't a monster, was there any hope for him at all? The importance of strength was once again reflected, and though Damien had just been promoted, his mind was forced to remain grounded by reality. With the passing of a minute, Damien returned to the broken starry sky after thanking Galantis for his help and promising him a hefty reward. The battle just now, Damien internalized it and took it as a lesson, but he didn't attach too much weight to it. Being blunt, Arthur's purpose was to be his whetstone, and as the battle with Arthur truly did allow him to raise himself to a new level, the man himself no longer had any value. What was important was Beast Emperor's star, almost naked with the dispersal of fake clouds in its atmosphere. If the situation is that dire, I might not be able to execute the plan I had for Astoria. Damien began to move, but he didn't even make it a few hundred kilometers before the atmosphere suddenly changed. Boom! Space solidified. It was a strange solidification that wasn't done through spatial laws, a solidification that Damien couldn't break. Damien's eyes widened in shock. Without another thought, he tried to return to the sanctuary to save himself. However, an ancient voice resounded through space. Just listening to it made Damien's eardrums quake on the verge of explosion. Damien gritted his teeth as he rapidly healed himself. He made a vital error. It wasn't that he'd forgotten, he just didn't understand enough to prepare for this situation. Winds swirled through space, and before Damien's eyes, a massive projection formed. It was an old man with a bald head and a long beard, almost like an old monk. However, his bloody eyes told of countless slaughters and a love for mania that remained deeply concealed. This projection, Immortal Blood Azura, gazed down at Damien's puny body and peered through his existence, trying to unearth all of his secrets. As a young genius, you were passable. You even managed to kill Arthur using some dirty means. For this, I will acknowledge you. However, Revis was just a grandson. Immortal Blood Azura had more grandsons than he bothered to care about. Until one of them showed satisfactory results on the dimensional leaderboard, he wouldn't even acknowledge them. While Revis used to be top 10 on Heaven's list, he was only in the 50s of the dimensional leaderboard, similar to Atticus. Unless he reached the 20s, Immortal Blood Azura had no reason to care for him. Arthur was different. Arthur reached not only the top 20 in his youth, but even the top 10. His achievements were so great that he earned himself a spot on the Legacy Tome, a separate part of the dimensional leaderboard that immortalized the names of its greatest geniuses. Arthur was someone Immortal Blood Azura put a great deal of effort into raising. While he wasn't a son who had a chance to inherit the throne, countless resources were expended to raise him as a loyal and unstoppable general who served the throne. Now that he was dead, Immortal Blood Azura was more than just a little angry. Chapter 9:29 Shift. A palm tour through space. It was gargantuan, spanning several hundreds of thousands of kilometers, but at the same time, it was minuscule and untraceable. Damien watched it approach and enlarge in his eyes. He felt its power bearing down on him, locking him in place. Now, at the first stage of building divinity, he understood more than ever just how unstoppable this palm was. No matter where he went, no matter how strong he was, this palm would still strike him and still kill him. It was hopeless, and that hopelessness was precisely what formed the grin on Damien's face. He muttered to himself, "Wasn't it always like this? Wasn't there always someone more powerful waiting in the shadows to strike him for one reason or another? This trouble was special because it was provoked by him personally, but it didn't change the fact that the Bloodlaw clan was nothing more than another one of Damien's stepping stones. If he was certain of anything, it was that he absolutely couldn't be killed by a stepping stone. He didn't have time to form too many cohesive thoughts. In the sparks of fractions of a second that he had, he split his consciousness into hundreds of pieces and instinctually set up every defense possible. It started with a golden palace. Within the golden palace, Damien stood surrounded by formations, all activated to their maximum power. Space-time around him was distorted and vague, almost separating Damien from reality entirely. Sanctua, he tried it, but immediately stopped himself. Shiver. The second he tried to enter the sanctuary, he felt a terrifying sensation as if all his secrets were about to be revealed. The invisible tether that kept him tied to this world, even when he was in the sanctuary, it was entirely possible for the immortal blood Azura to sense it. And if such a character was allowed knowledge on the sanctuary, the number of shields around Damien multiplied exponentially. At the same time, Damien's body underwent a massive change as he took on the demon dragon form and activated his defensive body runes. By the final instant before the palm struck, Damien had already formed over 10,000 layers of defense. And in the first instant the palm made contact, boom, half of those layers were directly crushed into oblivion. The golden palace was torn into countless pieces that flew out into the vacuum of space. Its formation shattered, creating smaller mana explosions within the already existing destruction. The palm didn't waver in the slightest, even after crushing the golden palace that so easily resisted Arthur beforehand. It continued with the same pace, crashing through barrier after barrier and approaching Damien. He realized, with elemental war god stacked on the demon dragon form, Damien was in his most powerful physical state. With void breathing as a basis in space-time and samsara supporting it, Damien was in his most powerful ethereal state. But even when they were all put together, when every hint of Damien's power coagulated as one for the sake of this sense instance, he simply didn't stand a chance against divinity. Boom! The impact rocked Damien's body. His skin was immediately melted off, and his muscles and bones were threatening to follow soon. Chaotic mana waves flowed into his body, and though the void physique attempted to devour and convert them, it couldn't quite resist divinity in its current state. Damien kept his eyes open and felt the pain without numbing himself. He stared directly into the eyes of the immortal blood Azura's projection as he felt his body weaken, refusing to give up or waver in the slightest. Bang! Something within Damien snapped. A black seal appeared between his eyebrows, corrupting Damien's mana into an inky black color. I think you should take a look at Damien's consciousness was forced into a back seat. A voice rang through his head, causing his eyes to nearly pop out of their sockets. This voice that he'd almost forgotten with time. Wasn't this? Damien exclaimed in shock. It is I. Damien immediately followed her will and dropped his defenses, allowing her surface-level control of his body. Damien, or rather, Tiamat, turned her eyes to the sky, gazing at the immortal blood Azura indifferently. This is why humans are so demeaned by others. Even when your universe is in mortal danger, you still have demigods willing to find loopholes in the universal law to attack juniors. She scoffed lightly, as if even speaking about it was below her station. In the next second, she raised her arm in a graceful motion that looked somewhat preposterous on Damien's body. Ding! Boom! Tiamat tapped her finger gently in the air. A bell chimed. A wave of black mana spread so thinly that it was almost indiscernible. But with the spreading of that wave, the weight of immortal blood Azura's attack lessened greatly, and its impact on Damien's body completely subsided. The massive projection looked down with a hint of curiosity in its indifferent eyes. As it faded, a small smile appeared on its face. How interesting! Immortal blood Azura's final words rang through the void, accompanying the final image he saw before the connection was cut. An image of Damien, alone in the void and covered in powerful inky black mana. Mana that reeked of the Nox. The projection was single-use, only able to exert the force of a single demigod strike before fading, lest it trigger the universal law. But even though Damien hadn't been killed today, would his fate be any better when news of his corruption leaked? Rather, his fate would be far worse than anything the Bloodlaw clan could do to him. Back on his own star, immortal blood Azura's cold face that never cracked revealed a hint of a smile as he watched over the projection's memories. Arthur has been disappointing, but his death has left me such a surprise. Very well. And while immortal blood Azura's rage stemmed from the waste of resources rather than the loss of his kin, at least someone was mourning the death of Arthur Bloodlock. Deep in the abyss, away from all people in a secluded cave, a being's eyes fluttered open. They muttered to themselves. The seed that had only recently been planted had already perished, and the body of that seed was torn to oblivion, unable to be controlled any longer. Crack! A small object in the being's hand shattered. As its pieces fell to the ground, they drilled holes several meters deep with their weight alone. That being gritted their teeth, feeling an emotion they hadn't felt in a very long time. For the first time in several tens of thousands of years, someone dared to provoke the Marionette Lord. The heavens sang a silent prayer. A prayer for the poor soul who would have to face this terrifying being's wrath. Chapter 9, 30 Shift. Back in the starry sky, Damien now stood quietly and unmoving in the void. The 5 emperors of Thevel, as well as Galantis and Tefet, formed a defense around his body, making sure that no being could even get a glimpse at their young lord. Currently, the man himself was wrapped in a fog of inky black Nox mana that wouldn't leave his system. It was difficult to not view him as someone who betrayed humanity and the universe. However, everyone standing here knew just how much Damien had done to save those who were oppressed by the Nox, and all those present understood that the sanctuary itself was the utmost anti-Nox fortress in existence. The person who created, nurtured, and constantly grew that place had no need to be tempted by the Nox's sophistry. Nevertheless, under Elvira's express order, none of them said a word and merely stuck to their jobs as guards. As for Damien's situation, that was for him to figure out himself. They could only pray that their young lord would come out on top of this challenge like he always did. Since he was Damien Void himself, a man who was titled equal to heaven by so many unrelated existences, he'd definitely find a way out, right? Within Damien's spiritual world, a strange scene was taking place. 2 people, both spiritual bodies, sat across from each other at a small materialized tea table. Naturally, there were refreshments before them, but in a simulated space like this, they didn't truly give one the satisfaction of real food and drink. So, divine power, Damien said, breaking the silence between them. Indeed, I did tell you that you would be able to resist the strike of a demigod with it. Tiamat responded teasingly. Damien shrugged. Is it a waste? Tiamat shook her head. It is indeed a waste. Well, that's no fun. Tiamat smiled lightly. Compared to the boyish personality Damien had when they first met, he was indeed a different person now. The current Damien was far more mature, less susceptible to his impulses. This could especially be seen by the fact that he allowed her to control his body for a period of time and let her continue existing in this space for a conversation afterward. With your previous attitude, my divine power should have been extinguished by now. She asked curiously. Damien smiled. Well, let's just say the line between enemy and ally has been pretty skewed lately, so I can't really sit here and pretend every Nox is a mindless evil being like I used to. Aside from that, didn't you save me? Tiamat sighed and looked at the world around her, marveling at the unique spiritual world unlike any she'd seen before. Choosing you was a good choice. Damien looked at the deadly beauty before him without knowing what to say at all. She'd saved him due to a promise that had been made almost a decade ago in his time. Even back then, he'd only had thoughts of turning this demigod into a maid as revenge. I think you should take a look at back then when you were sealed. Don't ask. Tiamat cut him off before he could continue. I see. Damien muttered, somewhat understanding what she wanted to say. Then, why don't you tell me what you've been waiting to say this whole time? Tiamat nodded. Indeed, it wasn't just Damien allowing her to stay in his spiritual world, but her maintaining herself for a purpose. Now that they'd gotten to that point, there was no longer a need to hold back. After possessing your body for a period of time, I became sure of something, she began, her eyes turning solemn. She took a small breath and made sure she had Damien's full attention before continuing with a single, extremely ominous sentence. Only a single minute passed in the starry sky before Damien's eyes fluttered open, solemnity reflected in his pupils. That talk with Tiamat, what she told him wasn't information relevant to the current moment, and in the current moment, he needed to rush to Beast Emperor Star to stop the ongoing catastrophe. After all, if he didn't help save it, he would lose the allegiance of both the Golden Dragon God Beast clan and the Ancient God clan. It wasn't something that could be allowed to happen. But before that, despite his gratitude and relatively positive feeling for Tiamat, Damien was still conscious of her status as a Nox. She could come under him, but he absolutely couldn't cooperate with a Nox on such a level where she had control over him as well. In the end, he was still a loyal denizen of Grand Heaven's boundary. It's annoying because I can't devour it. Truthfully, Damien currently had a rare opportunity. He had divine power, the mana of a demigod, flowing through his body without any hostility. And on top of that, it was Nox mana, whose connection with the void Damien had always been curious about. I need to set it aside until I have time to properly study it. Devouring it was impossible, but expelling it was easy. Therefore, at least for the moment, Damien gathered all that mana within his mana heart and encased it in a solid prism of void mana, so it would be invisible to the prying eye. And without hesitation, Damien took his people and made his way to Beast Emperor Star. So much happened in the starry sky after Arthur's original attack, but not even 15 minutes elapsed throughout it all. With the world's current state, Beast Emperor Star had around 5 minutes left before it was beyond salvation. 5 minutes. Could Damien truly save the world in this short amount of time? Chapter 9, 31 Surface. 5 minutes ago, on Beast Emperor Star's surface. At the same time that the Golden Dragon Emperor realized the extreme time constraint that their world's safety was under, he immediately relayed the news to multiple different areas. Elena and Hedrick, of course, received the transmission, as well as the remaining royal children and the head of the Imperial Guard, a separate army that answered directly to the Emperor. These important figures that could all make a difference in the current situation for them, rather than false hope, understanding reality was far more beneficial. Various decisions were made at once. At the palace, the royal children dropped their wariness of each other in this time of threat and assembled the private forces they'd been raising for the succession war, creating a large army along with the Imperial Guard to face the Black Dragon clan's main army that was storming the castle. The clashes began instantly, and, as they continued, both sides racked up countless casualties. At this point, the Black Dragon clan didn't show any consideration for strategy. Rather, they attacked without a care for life and death, purely using their bodies to create a path for the later forces to pass through. Their goal was obvious. They were making their way towards the throne room as fast as possible, aiming for the Emperor himself. After all, even if he couldn't move personally, he was the main supporting pillar of the entire Golden Dragon clan. As long as they could capture or even kill him, they would have an automatic win. As the battle continued in the castle, Hedrick took a more direct approach. He moved alone and returned to the Black Dragon clan's base, where their supreme and main leaders were situated. Just as the Black Dragons aimed for the head, he would too. And finally, Elena traversed the entirety of Beast Emperor Star for one purpose: finding and killing those from other forces who joined hands with the Black Dragon clan to initiate this world-scale siege. In the past 10 minutes, Elena had been working with both her Valhalla army and the Golden Dragon army that was placed under her command to eliminate the territory lords and capture their lesser minions to be used as slaves and cannon fodder as they continued their sieges. In all honesty, Elena was moving with extreme efficiency and skill at the moment. She'd already led the two armies to eliminate a majority of the territory lords, and of the 6 that were left, 4 still at a level that could be easily taken care of by the armies without her aid. As for the last 2, we can leave the 4 dukes for later. For now, we need to concentrate all of our forces on the final 2 lords. These 2 are from the Tyrant clan and the Kuanping clan, 2 influences just a step worse than your Golden Dragon clan. Elena spoke solemnly to her army. Diego will take the strongest soldiers from the Golden Dragon army to defeat the Tyrant clan troops, while Damien takes the strongest Valhalla souls to do the same for the Kuanping clan. Any common soldiers should be sent around the world to provide relief to any victims that might have been missed. As for the territory lords, Elena's eyes hardened. Lady Elena, with your strength, the soldier named Diego began. Don't question it, Elena interrupted. I will prevail. Diego furrowed his brows disapprovingly, but didn't say anything. They hadn't known each other long, but Diego understood how competent of a general Elena was after following her during this period. While he was definitely worried about her safety, he couldn't question her decisions. As the armies moved, they went over the details of the plan and created far more intricate strategies to initiate their assault and win with the least possible casualties. And eventually, they made it to the far west of Beast Emperor's Star. Here, in an area termed Terror Wind by the current territory lords, was where both of the enemy clans were located. These 2 clans had specifically been saved for last by Elena, as with their combined forces, they far outstripped the rest of the territory lords. The instant the armies entered enemy territory, they were assaulted by waves of nauseating heat. Elena thought to herself, picturing the giant magma monsters that were the Tyrant clan. I should be able to take one on by myself, but if they're together, Elena made the decision to fight both territory lords not out of some sort of chivalry, but due to pure selfishness. The current circumstance had been incredibly beneficial for her. Equipped with the Genesis bead, her leveling and comprehension speed far surpassed anything she'd felt before, and she was already approaching level 399. She had no doubt she could face off against the weakest extreme peak masters with her current strength. However, I think you should take a look at her enemies weren't so simple. Bang! Bang! 2 clouds of dust rose into the air before Elena. One was dispersed in a massive wave of wind, while the other was directly incinerated into nothingness. The figures of 2 men, one massive and the other, quote, lean, revealed themselves. So this is it, the massive dark-skinned man among them exclaimed, his fists pumping with heat. Let's get this over with quickly. The skinnier man responded bluntly. Elena's eyes narrowed. Leave me, she ordered the army, her eyes never leaving the 2 men. Elena asked. She displayed confidence, but inwardly, she was wary of their every move. Her enemies, however, didn't seem to share her seriousness. Hey, the Tyrant Lord suddenly said, looking Elena up and down. Indeed, she is quite to my taste. Hey girl, Elena's face darkened. She sneered. Consideration? I can offer you some consideration. Elena's eyes were icy. These 2 were definitely much stronger than she was. Yet, she wasn't someone who bowed to strength. Not back then, and absolutely not now. She drew her sword, a beautiful thin blade that seemed as frail as a feather. Flash! Light blinded the 2 territory lords, and in the next instant, shing, 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 shing. Thousands of swords slashed, stacked atop each other to form 2 extremely powerful strikes that even trumped the blinding flash in their light values. And the target of these strikes, just slightly below the waist of the 2 men. It was definitely a battle of life or death, but if she was going to say something so arrogant to trash-talk them beforehand, shouldn't she live up to her words before she killed them? Chapter 9, 32 Surface. Clang, clang. 2 dull sounds rang out as the Tyrant and Kuan lords blocked her under the belt attacks. The Tyrant Lord exclaimed, his eyes turning red with fury. Haha, why shouldn't I be? The Kuan Lord repeated. He swept his hand through the air in a slightly feminine motion and summoned a fan. using it to control the winds around him. At the same time, the Tyrant Lord slammed his fists together, evidently ready for battle. Elena stared them down, trying to gauge their power. One is a speed-focused fighter, and the other has tyrannical strength. Elena immediately formulated a strategy and implemented it. She targeted the Tyrant Lord first. Her body flashed behind his, and her sword swung out fiercely. Fluctuations of eerie life laws covered her blade, evidently signs of a strange and deadly concept. The Tyrant Lord immediately ducked down to avoid the blade, but Elena didn't let up. Crack! Her arm snapped as she rapidly controlled the momentum of her swing and followed the Tyrant Lord's downward trajectory. However, even with her arm bent at a strange angle, Elena seemed to be maneuvering it with ease, as if she was born with such a disfigured limb. Shick! Her sword stabbed into the unsuspecting Tyrant Lord, letting loose its energy into his body. At the same time, Elena felt a breeze slightly prick her finest hairs. Her eyes sharpened. Crack! Whoosh! Elena's spine snapped in half as she rapidly bent her body in half to evade the terrifyingly sharp blade of wind that almost severed her head from her body. A bright white light covered her as she pressed off the ground and flipped into the air, spinning her body with a series of cracks. Her arm and spine snapped into place like rubber bands snapping back, and using that sudden momentum, Elena sent another strike at the Tyrant Lord who was just before her, preparing to attack first. Boom! Shing! Two sounds rang out as one. The Tyrant Lord sent a crushing punch into Elena's cut. However, her sword stabbed into his shoulder and transferred even more of those strange life laws into his body. She grinned as she flew backwards, spitting out the blood pooling in her mouth. Sneaking up on me with your strength? Elena suddenly spoke to nobody in particular. The world tree burst from the ground behind her. The trunk slammed against her back and stopped her momentum. And on the direct opposite side, a massive chunk of the trunk was cut into oblivion, an attack from the Kuan Lord. She thought to herself as she jumped up and recovered herself, examining the battlefield. The Kuan Lord was simply missing. He was definitely in the area somewhere, but Elena couldn't sense nor see him. As for the Tyrant Lord, he was currently standing up slowly, his back turned to her. His aura simmered in the atmosphere, low and furious like a beast on the verge of going berserk. He muttered, Elena grined. It seemed it was already starting to take action. It's so. Now was the perfect time to attack. She rushed forward, sword primed to attack, but before she could even make it halfway, she was stopped by a mysterious force. Clang! Her blade went forth and collided with something metal. Elena exclaimed, slamming her sword down again. I think you should take a look at the light of beginnings that revealed all things shine brightly, illuminating the Kuan Lord's hidden form for Elena to attack as she pleased. At the same time, she called out with spirit, leading to the tree's movement. Massive roots tore through the ground, aiming for the Tyrant Lord himself. The Kuan Lord's expression changed. He didn't know what was happening to his partner, but he knew that he had to take the leading role in this fight right now. He brandished his fan fiercely and began moving his body in a strange way that made it impossible to move one's attention away from him. Elena found her senses muddled by his movements, almost like a snake to his flute. However, since when was she someone that could be so easily controlled? She immediately let loose the light of beginnings, clearing her muddled spiritual world just in time to see the fan barely a centimeter away from her face. Shing! Spurt! It was too late to stop it. Elena's world first went red and then entirely black. Her eyes had been directly cut open, ridding her of sight. In the dark world, Elena focused on the sound of her breathing and centered herself. She couldn't feel the Kuan Lord's presence, but she could feel the Tyrant Lord, and she could feel Yggdrasil. She could feel the earth under her feet, and she could feel the particles of light mana illuminating the world with every passing second. Eyes were unnecessary for someone like her. A clear picture of the world was painted in her mind by the light mana. The same process through which light was processed by the brain normally, only much faster and more precise. For any normal person, the world they viewed was an entire 15 seconds behind the world as it existed. Even with Mana's help, one without such a close affinity for light wouldn't be able to overcome this gap completely. Even the strongest experts under divinity still took a few microseconds or more to process the images and information they received from their eyes and perception. Elena didn't do it often due to the strain it put on her mind. But in this situation where she was physically blinded, the process seemed to take place naturally. Currently, as Elena realized, she was existing just a few microseconds in the future compared to the Kuan Lord who had given her such an advantage. As long as she could find him, those few microseconds could define the outcome of their fight. The Kuan Lord hadn't attacked her yet because he wasn't an impulsive individual who'd get incapacitated at the beginning of the fight like the Tyrant Lord. He still had to consider the possibility that Elena hadn't been weakened by his strike, that she could still perceive with the same efficiency she could with her sight. The winds around Elena slightly stirred, and while her body slightly jerked in reaction, she didn't seem to understand what was happening around her. The wind crept up and took away Elena's smell and hearing, forming a wall that didn't allow her mana to project into the surroundings. The Kuan Lord realized by the time he was finished. If she could truly sense the outside world, it was absolutely improbable for her to let him put her at such a disadvantage. This was the perfect opportunity to incapacitate her and steal her before the Tyrant Lord could get to her. Such a delicious and powerful woman, no man would want to let her go. With this thought in mind, the Kuan Lord flew forward. He gracefully landed before Elena and raised his fan to the side, preparing to slash out. "It's time to come back with me. A woman like you needs thorough re-education before you can be of any use," he stated, knowing she couldn't hear him. Without hesitation, he slashed out, cutting her legs and arms so she couldn't move them at all. Next, he took out a talisman and prepared to seal her mana. And it was at that moment, Elena's eyes shot open. Her right arm snapped strangely and shot forward. In that abrupt moment, the Kuan Lord found himself facing exactly what he'd done to Elena moments before. A sword just a centimeter away from his eye, completely unavoidable. Shing! Blood sprayed onto the ground below. The only one retaining their vision was the Tyrant Lord, who was still occupied by the strange situation in his body, which was only worsening as he faced off with Yggdrasil. And in his absence, a battle between the blind, a battle of perception and instinct, was about to begin. Chapter 9:33 Surface. Several million kilometers away from where Elena and her armies undertook their operation was the Black Dragon clan's main base. This base was originally used as a lure, forcing the Golden Dragon army out before springing the world calamity on them. However, currently, it was facing another threat. Boom! An explosion of golden light tore through the walls of the base. Bodies flew through the air. Technology was shredded to pieces as a man stepped through the newly created rupture in the wall and glanced around. He was none other than Hedrick, second son of the Golden Dragon Emperor. Just as he promised to himself, he went directly to the Black Dragon clan's headquarters to face off against their elites. And now that he was here, it seemed it would be extremely easy to accomplish his goals. Whoosh! Whoosh! Exclamations rang out as a guard squad arrived before Hedrick could take a single step into the facility. To respond so quickly, "It seems you really don't want me to go deeper," he muttered mockingly. He brandished his weapon, a long, earthy black halberd with a blade almost an entire foot long. Hedrick charged without giving them the opportunity to reply. He swung his spear horizontally, making a crescent that slashed through the two men at the front of the guard squad and directly split them into four. "Come, Black Dragons!" The deathly black spear spun through the air, and within a second, the rest of the guard detail was slaughtered. Hedrick finally exited the room. He broke into and spread his awareness through the facility. The structure of the facility itself didn't enter his head at all, but the concentrated aura where the Supreme and his closest confidants resided was all too clear to his eyes. The goal was to draw them out, rather than going to meet them. Firstly, Hedrick wanted to cause as much damage as possible before facing them, Secondly, he didn't want to face them in an environment they were comfortable in, but rather one of his choosing. And thirdly, his pride didn't allow him to be the one who approached first. The first minute passed. Hedrick made his way through the facility like a bulldozer. Every black dragon in his path, whether strong or weak, was bisected or crushed by the power of his spear. In a single minute, the kills he'd racked up were many, numbering at least in the hundreds. By the second minute, extreme peak experts began to take notice of him. His battles became longer and required more energy. Even if these third and fourth revolution masters were weaker than him, when taken in large numbers, they still weren't soft persimmons. Golden mana filled the air. The base itself was torn to shreds by its collisions with the eerie black mana of the Black Dragon clan. By the third minute, stronger experts began to populate the area. Fifth and sixth revolution masters started appearing amongst the crowd, forcing Hedrick into a tighter and tighter corner. It was at this moment that he realized this gradual increase in strength level wasn't a coincidence. They were purposefully wearing him down with weaker forces, slowly introducing stronger beings that had a chance of landing a fatal blow when the time came. This was a war of one versus many. If Hedrick lost focus for even a single second, he was done for. He fought with everything he had. He consumed mana-replenishing pills and elixirs with so much vigor that an outsider might have considered him a drug addict. And somehow, he managed to stay standing against the harrowing assault. As a single man, his kill count had now reached a number in the 10,000s, and from a fiery look in his eyes that never seemed to fade, I think you should take a look at this number wasn't anywhere close to his limit. Two beings entered the atmosphere, almost wholly devoid of fake clouds. Under them spread a bleak scenery of death and destruction, the calamity of worlds, war. "Master," the woman among them muttered. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her golden eyes shone in worry. She was none other than the little princess of this very world, Astoria Golden. Standing next to her was the universe's favorite purple-eyed genius, Damien, who gazed down at Beast Emperor Star contemplatively. "So it was like that," he muttered to himself as his irises slowly settled down. "You little lass, it turns out you're worth much more than expected," he continued with a smile, pinching Astoria's cheek. However, she was in no mood to receive his teasing. "Master, be serious," she exclaimed, pulling away from his hand. Relax," Damien responded. "Do you think I, your master, am a heartless person? Did you find anything?" Astoria asked hopefully. Damien nodded. "Of course. In fact, the secret to saving the world is—" Astoria's eyes widened in anticipation. Drum roll. A light shined down on Astoria and illuminated her like a spotlight as Damien pointed at her dramatically. Astoria questioned, ignoring Damien's antics. "Yup," Damien said with a sigh. It was clear that his cute disciple wouldn't play along with him until after this whole thing was solved. Not that she was being unreasonable. In fact, when I just glanced at the world through my skill, I noticed something odd in the world core. Damien began. It was a realization that couldn't be made until this moment, when Astoria had reached a level where her space abilities and Golden Dragon abilities could mix perfectly. And as if affirming Damien's conjectures, Astoria spoke innocently. Damien grinned. "You genius disciple. Why didn't you tell me before?" But how can I do that?" Damien furrowed his brows in thought, but before long, his head jerked like it had been struck by lightning. "Haha, that's simple enough," he immediately said. Damien grabbed hold of Astoria and teleported, traversing the planet until he arrived at a certain area, just a few million kilometers away from where Elena and her armies were currently fighting. "Master, why are we? This area is where 4 so-called territory lords reside. Each and every one of them is a powerhouse, but none of them is at the extreme peak yet." As Astoria processed his words, Damien looked up in a certain direction with a smile. "Don't worry, old ghost." Chapter 9, 34 Surface. Damien followed Astoria as she began scouting the area and forming a plan of attack. It didn't take her long to accept his order and firm her will. However, while Damien accompanied her, He didn't plan to help unless her life was truly endangered. After all, she couldn't grow if she was coddled. As such, Damien used this time to think over the information he'd received from the Golden Dragon Emperor when he first entered the atmosphere. According to the old man, there's only 5 minutes before the world situation becomes irreversible. Astoria began to descend from the air, taking a more direct approach. She walked through the territory of the first territory lord, the Lightning Lord, with the confident intention of facing him head-on. Damien shrugged and followed her. In the first place, he didn't think these little cosplay lords could touch his disciple, so he wasn't worried. At the moment, there are 3 battlefields. The palace is being handled by the royal children and Imperial Guard, so I don't have to worry about it. Damien's brow slightly raised in a curious manner as he thought about it. Still, this is the 3rd Valkyrie I've met, even though they're supposed to be an extinct clan. Shaking off that tangent, his thoughts narrowed in on the final battlefield. The draconic war god will die if he continues alone. With my first revolution strength, I'm still not strong enough to fight those high commanders and supremes, but there are several thousand extreme peak masters under that level that will also barrage him. Damien nodded to himself as he finalized his thoughts. Once he finished up here with Astoria, he would immediately go aid the draconic war god. Nevertheless, at the moment, he was nothing more than a lurking old master. His role was to watch the younger generation show off for a bit before the big guns finally came into play. And who would ever say no to playing such a role? Not only was it a treat to see one's disciple soar to the heavens, but it was also great to kick back and use one's status as an excuse to do nothing. What are these impure thoughts? I would never use my position as an excuse to be lazy. Never. Not at all. Okay, maybe if I... As Damien fought his internal monologue, Astoria finally approached the enemy she was targeting. The Lightning Lord was a member of the Lightning Kraken clan, a mainly aquatic clan that rarely interferes with the affairs of the land. However, this time, they seem to change their mind. Oh, who is this? Isn't this the little demon princess who caused my son so many losses back then? The sticky words of a fat man with dark blue skin welcomed Astoria. In response, Astoria coldly uttered. Damien almost spat out his water, even forgetting for a second that he wasn't drinking any water. He wondered inwardly as he watched the bloob. Lightning Lord's face turned different shades of purple. Hey, Blueberry, isn't your face supposed to be turning red right now? Astoria suddenly laughed out, apparently extremely amused by the blue Lightning Lord situation. You, even in this situation, you dare to be arrogant. The Lightning Lord barely paid Astoria any mind. After all, this princess who was nothing more than an early stage 4th class 2 months ago, what could she achieve against a late stage like him? Haha, my little will definitely be happy if I give you to him as a gift. Little girl, why don't you bang? Elena stomped her foot down on the Lightning Lord's and pressed it into the ground. Boom! I think you should take a look at Crack. Ryup. Under Astoria's powerful physical strength, the Lightning Lord's foot was unable to escape. As such, when his body was thrown to the side with such velocity, his leg was directly torn from his torso. The Lightning Lord yelled in anguish. Astoria's cold eyes filled his vision in the next instant. You're not worth my time. Astoria pulled her fist back and covered it in a copious amount of golden aura. A compact spatial dimension formed an inch in front of her fist, a dimensional cage compressed to the extreme. And in a single second before the Lightning Lord could even react, she punched out and struck it. Boom! A rupture in space spread forward for several hundred kilometers, tearing the Lightning Lord and almost his entire territory and clan to shreds. Astoria breathed out, settling her emotions. She looked up with firm eyes. Master, this one wasn't challenging enough. I'm going right to the next one, she said as she began to move. Damien smiled as he followed behind. What are you telling me for? Astoria continued flying forward without acknowledging his words, but on her face, a small smile spread imperceptibly. This warmth, she was glad she had it at a moment like this. If it wasn't for the constant understanding that Damien was right behind her supporting her, she didn't think she could keep her calm after seeing the state of the world. That warmth enveloped her like a comfortable cocoon and gave her the strength to protect what she wanted to protect. And though she didn't notice, that warmth manifested around her body as a slight golden aura that even Damien could barely see. His smile was extremely wholesome at the moment, like a father watching his daughter graduate high school. She was truly growing into her own, and it was clear that the universe was acknowledging her progress. In this world, perhaps only Damien understood what kind of struggles Astoria faced internally. She never let these struggles affect her strength like his weak past self did, and she never let these struggles surface and affect her life, something Damien also failed to do. Astoria wasn't someone who suppressed her troubles, but someone who accepted and internalized them, constantly working towards the day when she could personally make those problems disappear. This was truly her stage. The current Beast Emperor star was quite literally set up, so it could help Astoria take that final step and bloom into her full, true potential. When that day came, just what heights would she reach? Damien's blood boiled in anticipation. He couldn't wait to see it, and it seemed he needed to start working hard. After all, he could never let his disciple surpass him. Could he? Chapter 9, 35 Surface. Astoria's next target was the Rock Lord from the Earthly Rock Clan. The travel speed of rocks was incredibly fast, and though Astoria reached the Rock Lord's territory as rapidly as possible, she was just barely later than the information from the clan's spies. As such, the Rock Lord was far more prepared for her than the Lightning Lord. He met Astoria in the sky, his eyes solemn. He asked coldly, taking a fighting stance. Astoria smirked. She almost laughed out loud at the audacity. "Why must I target your clan?" Astoria had picked up many things from Damien over the few years they spent together, and of them was his disgust for hypocrites. If it was up to her, she would have directly killed the Rock Lord in that instant. But unfortunately, she wasn't quite strong enough to end this as quickly as she did the last. Nevertheless, she wasn't in the mood for conversation anymore. Whoosh! Astoria's body turned into a blur as she rushed up to the Rock Lord, sending a heavy punch at his stomach. Swoosh! Swoosh! An aerial beast to begin with. The Rock Lord's mobility far outstripped his Kraken companion. He dodged to the left and right, swinging through the air like a chaotic pendulum. The Rock Lord shouted as he cut his hand through the air, summoning a blade of wind that slashed at Astoria. Astoria snorted and lifted her arms across her chest, taking the attack directly. Her golden aura flared out and swallowed it before expanding and covering her fists as she sent an immediate counter forward. The Rock Lord easily dodged Astoria's first punch by twisting his body to the side, but he wasn't able to escape the rapid compression of space that trapped him and Astoria in an isolated cage together. Astoria snorted inwardly as she charged him once more. She let loose a flurry of punches with no particular technique, using pure physical strength to force the Rock Lord into a corner. With the dimensional cage around him, he could no longer dodge with the same efficiency or freedom, and when it came to attack power, he was the worst of the four lords. After all, he specialized in speed and trapping. But in this trap space, how could he set up a trap? Astoria didn't leave him any room to act, entirely her purpose when she set up the dimensional cage. Originally, she only wanted to trap the Rock Lord and take advantage of his most glaring weakness from the start. But as it turned out, the reason this weakness was so obvious was because it was the result of many weaknesses combined. When Astoria cut the Rock Lord off from the world, the earthly trait of his race was directly impeded, and while Astoria didn't intend this, she wasn't going to let it go now that she'd realized it. Astoria flicked her hand out into space, letting 5 golden strings extend from her fingernails and whip around the dimensional cage. Immediately, she locked onto several points of space at once and activated vector control. The wantonly flying golden strings immediately straightened out and changed their flight trajectories, instantly surrounding the unsuspecting Rock Lord. He roared in frustration as he spun his body, summoning several thousand feathers that shot into the golden fate lines and attempted to interfere with them. But at that moment, the Rock Lord found out just what made the Golden Dragon clan so terrifying. Shio! 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 The fate lines pressed forward, moving through the feathers like incorporeal illusions. When it came to fate, even if it was just a representation created through mana, it wasn't so easy to simply interfere with it as could be done with other elements. I think you should take a look at, unless one had a fate that could match the user's, they would have to be extremely creative to block the impact of an attack like fate lines. As for the Rock Lord, this individual who was already about to be killed by Astoria, how could he have a fate that matched hers? Shick! 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 The fate lines stuck into the Rock Lord's body, causing him to jerk. His head snapped back, his eyes turning fully white. Shing! The sound of a sword rang. Out, but no sword was pulled. The sound came from within the Rock Lord's body, where something ethereal had been slashed apart. The Rock Lord crumpled in the air, still living but unmoving and corpse-like. Damien suddenly appeared next to Astoria and asked. Astoria quirked her head as she responded. This is one of the core techniques of our clan. Damien's eyes slightly widened in surprise. It was quite the cruel move, essentially crippling the enemy at a level that simply couldn't be reversed by anything other than a miracle. But who was Damien to judge? Well, I was just curious. Carry on with what you were doing, he said, exiting with a smile and returning to his observer's position. The Rock Lord was basically already dead, so regardless of what Astoria did with him, Damien didn't need to care. Instead, he directed his gaze to the sky. In fact, while Astoria was the key to saving the world, she couldn't quite do it without a little urging from him. But she didn't need to know that, right? With a small smile illuminating his face, Damien flew up into the atmosphere and closed his eyes, spreading his arms to his sides. The breath of all things leaked from his body and spread like a net over Beast Emperor Star's atmosphere. And using this impossible ability of the void to control all existence, Damien called forth the fate of the world, the fate that was being spurred on by Astoria's existence. Slowly but surely, wisps of golden smoke gathered around Damien's immediate vicinity. Eventually, these would form new fate clouds to replace the old. But that wasn't for Damien to control. He was merely acting as a conduit, allowing the world to channel its force through him and gather these clouds with far more efficiency than it had ever seen naturally. As long as Astoria kept fighting for the world, the Golden Core would continue to be stimulated into action, and as long as Elena and Hedrick continued their activities, the citizens would eventually see the light. In fact, while Hedrick saw himself as a hindrance, he was anything but. His speech earlier offended many people, but more than that, it forced people to face their shame. The common people who irrationally looked for someone to blame looked at the world around them. They looked at how their homes burned and how their soldiers desperately worked to stop the spreading destruction. And then they looked down at themselves, wondering just what gave them the courage to be so ignorant. Damien could feel it all around him. The congregation of fate that was filling the atmosphere and floating up to the skies to join him was only getting larger and larger with every passing second. Chapter 9, 36 Surface. Astoria didn't kill the Rock Lord. Rather, she tossed him into a spatial dimension for him to rot until she could come back and give him a proper punishment. Afterwards, she made her way to the abode of the Shadow Lord, head of the Invisible Panther clan. Now that she'd taken care of 2 out of the main 4, Astoria had used up both the element of surprise and her free pass. The Lightning Lord wasn't an easy character, but he died easily since Astoria used such a destructive attack at close range without giving him a single chance to dodge. As for the Rock Lord, he was just weak. There was a reason he had to follow behind the Black Dragon clan and accept any scraps they threw at him. But these last 2 wouldn't underestimate her, as they absolutely received news of her strength, and they were nowhere near as weak as the Rock Lord. Astoria entered the Shadow Lord's territory with her awareness fully extended and her senses heightened to the max. The Invisible Panther clan was incredibly skilled in deception and stealth, a skill Astoria had personally tasted multiple times. right? Unlike the other clans, the Invisible Panther clan wasn't a weak clan. They were just participating in this war due to the external pressure of the Black Dragon clan. When it came to respect, they were similar to giants in their worship of strength. Shio, crack. Astoria raised her arm and grabbed the hidden dagger that flew towards her neck, directly shattering it to pieces. Alana, Astoria muttered, feeling the shadowy fluctuations coming from the dagger. Astoria, I am surprised you still remember me. A calm and slightly sultry voice came from the void. How could I not? Astoria sneered. The woman named Alana smirked from her hiding place. Do not fault me for your own weakness. Astoria gritted her teeth in anger. You hypocritical bitch. She roared. Alana's smirk widened. Astoria's greatest fault was never her strength, but her short-sightedness. The same impulsivity that led to her becoming the Little Devil Emperor was what usually cost her the victory in battle against her peers. This time, though Alana wasn't particularly hostile to Astoria, she'd received orders. Our patriarch has passed it down. As long as you can defeat me, the Invisible Panther clan will no longer interfere in Beast Emperor Star's matters, she stated. Astoria's rage only grew. Then, tell your patriarch to come personally. Before Astoria could quip back, Damien's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Astoria's eyes narrowed, but she didn't talk back. She was well aware of her master's means at this point. If he said so, then she would have to calm her anger and view this situation from a different perspective. Being blinded by rage wouldn't do her any good. Phew! Astoria let out a deep exhale. Fine, let's do it like this then. I want to see how my old nemesis has improved in these past few years, she said calmly, once more spreading her awareness and preparing for battle. And though she couldn't quite feel it, she was absolutely correct to listen to Damien's suggestion. After all, the leader of the Invisible Panther clan, the Shadow Lord, was an extreme peak master only slightly weaker than Damien. It was evident that he was hiding his strength, and it was evident that he had differing thoughts about the current situation than his peers on the same side. Therefore, Damien chose not to engage directly. Just as the Shadow Lord wished, this matter would be solved by juniors. Nevertheless, Astoria didn't attack rashly in this battle, as she did in the previous two. She knew some of her enemy's quirks, and unlike the previous two who were more arrogant and domineering, Alana was quiet and careful. She only showed herself when she was assured of victory, and if she wasn't, it was impossible for anyone on the same level to find her. I think you should take a look at, however, this was the most difficult battle for Astoria up to this point. She closed her eyes and focused on the surroundings. Damien's teachings surfaced in her mind, supporting her decisions. Enemies who could use stealth would always be the most troublesome, but as a spatial cultivator, it would be embarrassing to lose to a stealth expert at the same level. After all, what was stealth? Wasn't it merely concealing oneself in the atmosphere or environment? Even at the most complex levels, unless a stealth expert could separate themselves from the dimension, it would be impossible for them to hide from a space-practicing peer. 2 years. For the past 2 years, Astoria had been doing everything in her power to focus on this singular concept of sensing the atmosphere and using it to her advantage. This was the basis of her spatial element. And as long as she could just find a trace, she didn't find Alana, but she found where the previous greeting knife was thrown from. Astoria locked onto that point in space. From there, she expanded her perception and used vector control to trace the activity that existed and extended from that point. And using this roundabout method, Astoria's eyes narrowed. She quietly set up a dimensional cage in the surrounding area and charged mana into her legs and fists. In the next instant, boom, space ruptured and burst as Astoria's fist pushed forward. From the center of that impact, a girl not much older than Astoria flew forward, coughing out blood as she tried to stabilize herself. Flash! Astoria appeared right in front of Alana, her face only centimeters away from the other girl. She grinned. Alana's eyes widened. A small smile spread on her lips, and a furious punch slammed into her gut, crushing her into the ground below. Astoria landed silently, her expression unmoving. Something was happening within her. It wasn't some sort of ethereal phenomenon, but rather a small shift in Astoria's perception. The validation she wished for was a type of validation that only she could provide herself. And now, though the battle was short, just the fact that she was able to defeat Alana in a single move was telling of her strength and effort. The time she spent working, the time she spent shedding her identity as a devil emperor and growing into herself as a practitioner. She finally felt like she could feel just how significant that time was for her. And with that confidence, she made her way to her fourth and final battle. A battle that even Damien, who was watching from above, wasn't sure she could win. This time, her target was the Dark Phoenix clan. The clan itself was relatively new and had a short history. However, there was one thing that allowed them to sit on the same pedestal as the top forces in the Beast domain. That is, they were descendants of the god beast, Death Phoenix. Chapter 9, 37 Surface. The Death Phoenix was a god beast, not much weaker than the Golden Dragon. However, it took several generations before its descendants could finally emerge in the universe. The possible reasons for this phenomenon were many, but the reasoning didn't matter anymore. The Dark Phoenix clan was able to rise to prominence through the power of their racial traits and gain the backing of the Black Dragon clan. While the other clans participating in the Golden Dragon clan's downfall were merely in business relationships with the clan, the Dark Phoenixes were true subordinates. As Astoria approached their base, a prickling sensation overtook her, alerting her of danger lurking all around. In the sky above, Damien's eyes narrowed as well. He looked deep into the main residence of the clan, where the Death Lord resided. He muttered to himself, "It should have been expected from God-beast descendants, but the rate of growth of these phoenixes was truly terrifying. To produce a fourth Revolution Master in less than 100 years was something not many could do. Nevertheless, it was clear that this master also hid his strength for unknown reasons. If Astoria tried to charge him, she would be instantly killed." Damien wondered with a smile. The rest of the clan didn't even have a single extreme peak master, making it obvious that some extraneous means were used to raise the Death Lord to his strength so rapidly. With these conditions, if Astoria were to challenge the entire clan instead of just the Lord, she would find an even greater challenge than any of her three others. And while she did so, Damien could also test his new power. "Astoria, stand back and face off against the experts who try to chase me. I'll be taking the territory Lord this time," he said through mental transmission. Astoria pouted for a second before realizing the implications of his words. She asked curiously, "Fourth Revolution?" Damien answered nonchalantly. Astoria immediately jumped in surprise. She asked in a slight panic. Damien shrugged, grinning to himself. "Don't talk nonsense." Astoria frowned in worry, but she wasn't given even an instant to let that worry fester. "I'm going in." Master you, boom." Only when she heard the distant explosion did Astoria realize that Damien was already gone. She jumped up and ran towards it with an exasperated expression. "Damn it, Master. It was an entrance gift," a grand ceremony of flames that announced Damien's presence to the world. The meteorite that sped through Damien's connected portal crashed into the main abode of the Death Phoenix clan, directly blowing it to shreds and killing several tens of people who were within. Damien descended into the flames excitedly. It had been a long time since he met an opponent who could match him. In recent days, he'd only been meeting those significantly weaker or significantly stronger than him, and it almost felt like he lost track of his strength in this time he spent peerless. Atop that, he'd been winning too often. The impossible situations he was able to overcome in the past, he was only able to do so because of the long list of past experiences that supported him. If he was to become content, if he was to forget his true place in the universe, he was sure to taste karma eventually. In the end, Sir Theon was killed by the Heavenly Vine, and the Heavenly Vine was killed by Galantis. Arthur was also only killed due to Galantis' interference, and immortal Blood Azura was driven back by Tiamat. Damien himself had only contributed to these victories. He never actually had the power to execute them himself. I think you should take a look at he knew his own limits better than anyone. Now that he'd finally entered the extreme peak, he didn't doubt that he was any weaker than this Death Lord. But the only way to test that was... Bang! Damien pushed off the air and flew forward, swinging his fist with extreme velocity. The Death Lord's eyes slightly moved. With a look of superiority clouding his face, he extended his arm, manifesting a black feathered wing. That clashed against Damien's fist. Clang! Sparks flew from the point of impact. Damien looked into his opponent's eyes as he vanished and appeared on the complete opposite side of where he was, summoning hell and shooting a terrifying black bullet into the Death Lord's temple. Bang! The shot flew true and entered the enemy's head, but unlike what Damien expected, he saw no reaction. BZZ. Suddenly, Damien felt his connection with the mana disappear. His eyes narrowed. I should have expected it from someone called the Death Lord. It seems this particular law is useless against you, Damien said with a smile. Hey, you can't blame me. It is true that characters of your strength are rare in this part of the universe. Very well, I have also been itching for a fight recently. Damien abruptly teleported, summoning Mirage and slashing out. Void Sword Art First Form. Bladeless space tore apart into a proverbial mush of flesh and bones, cutting into the Death Lord's body. The Death Lord didn't panic, instead summoning his own mana and slashing his arm, shattering the spatial mana into pieces. Damien exclaimed as he circled back. Freya appeared in his left, while Mirage stayed in his right. In the next instant, he began a furious assault. Bang! 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 Countless bullets of pure white mana clouded the air. Space was gashed into pieces, and, as Damien activated Dance of the Void, a collection of minuscule yet deadly spatial cracks formed in the atmosphere, laying in wait for the enemy to collide with them. With this opportunity to go all out without worry right in front of him, how could Damien act lightly? He felt like he was back in his younger days, using every possible means without care and endlessly barraging the opponent until they gave in. Whether it was space-time or samsara, Damien had spent the last 2 years developing them seriously while training Astoria. The number of theoretical attacks he was waiting for the opportunity to bring into reality was many. And the Death Lord was just unfortunate enough to appear at this timing, when Damien was desperate for a fight. With this kind of barrage assaulting him, would he even have a chance to show off his skills as a 4th Revolution Master? Well, the Death Lord certainly wasn't resigned to such a fate. He wasn't going to let Damien beat him one-sidedly. After all, even if he was relegated to a lower position in this siege, he was still a true 4th Revolution Master after all. Chapter 9, 38 Surface. The Death Lord's eyes narrowed in the face of this assault. He suddenly poured mana into his body and abandoned his human form, becoming a dark phoenix in all its glory. Scree! He let out a powerful war cry as he furiously flapped his wings. A tornado of purple-black mana formed around him, blocking the rain of bullets as they fell. Bang! 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 As the bullets made contact with the swirling barrier, they exploded into showers of light. At the point of contact, a clear negative reaction was taking place, making the mana bullets volatile and dispersing them. Damien observed it carefully, realizing the reason for this phenomenon. The Death Lord barrier was made of a very specific death law concept that Damien wasn't familiar with, and it was repelling his own life law like a magnet with the same polarity. It was the complete opposite of a law resonance like samsara intent, and if it was something the Death Lord could wield consciously, Damien brought Freya and Hell out together and aimed them at the barrier, combining his life and death mana to shoot bullets of true samsara into the barrier. Shio! 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 The bullets flew unhindered and sunk into the death law barrier. Damien's brow immediately raised in curiosity. It seemed in that instant, Damien's samsara intent clashed against something else, another combination of life and death laws, but not quite the same as samsara. That's dangerous. If he continued using samsara, it was inevitable for their collision to take a long time, and what Beast Emperor Star lacked most was time. As such, Damien was limited to only space-time in this battle. But was that ever really a limitation? Damien vanished. Scree! The Death Lord let out a powerful war cry as he furiously flapped his wings. A tornado of purple-black mana formed around him, blocking the rain of bullets as they fell. A sword slashed out. Void Sword Art's 6th form. World Breaker, BOOM. Mirage sliced into the forming tornado and dispersed it to nothingness. Its path continued until it slammed into the Death Lord's back, releasing all of its pent-up mana and crushing him into the earth below. Damien stood in the air above, panting heavily. Ha ha ha! Damien's eyes shone with excitement. In that moment, he hadn't just teleported. No, in that moment, he truly traveled through space and time and arrived less than a second in the past to cut down the Death Lord before he formed his strange tornado. It was an extremely complicated maneuver, and while its nuances needed further definition, the Death Lord's rising figure didn't allot any time to do so. Phew. I think you should take a look at Damien, took a deep breath, and opened a black hole behind him, swallowing the ambient mana to replenish himself before he returned to battle. Transmission, a useful killing move that was completely ineffective in the middle of a battle. Damien hadn't used it properly because he didn't quite understand how to use it properly yet, but now that he'd experienced it, he could improve in the future. The first test run is done. Damien rushed into the air, away from his enemy, as he spread his arms into the air. Damien's eyes were dyed black, becoming portals of blackness in his face. His mana spread for several kilometers into the surroundings, shifting space-time in a strange and imperceptible manner. A string of pitch-black mana pierced the Death Lord's spiritual world and spread its webs, connecting to his deepest memories and drawing them into reality. The space changed. A dark world manifested itself, ridden with chaos and destruction. The Death Lord's eyes turned hazy as he fell into the illusion. This apocalyptic worldscape wasn't a random image. No, it was a setting drawn from the core of the Death Lord's being. This was a scene that tormented him ever since childhood. This was the memory of his original world, a long-destroyed vestige of the past. While Damien experimented with new attacks and fought the Death Lord, the situation on the rest of the planet continued to proceed. Elena's armies conquered the Kuanping clan and attacked the Tyrant clan, while Elena herself slowly wore the two territory lords down in combat. Hedrick got closer and closer to the Black Dragon clan's ruling powers, who, despite his siege on their base, didn't deign to move and deal with him personally. With the current progression of events, his mana would run out within the next few minutes. The battle at the palace only became fiercer with time. Now that 3 minutes had passed since Damien and Astoria arrived in the world, the clash was taking place in full force, with the most powerful combatants facing off to determine the final outcome. And separated from all three battlefields, Astoria had her own struggle. She fought with all her strength, expertly utilizing vector control and dimensional magic to support her Golden Dragon techniques, conserving her mana as much as possible as she battled her way through the Dark Phoenix clan's forces. It was difficult. The Dark Phoenix clan was skilled in both death and fire laws, and when these two laws were combined, they became a true force to be reckoned with. Even with her newly acquired abilities, Astoria couldn't avoid injury. Astoria coughed out a mouthful of blood as she took the attack of a late-stage 4th-class powerhouse, avoiding a fatal blow from another in the process. Her hands moved restlessly, creating seal after seal to form dimensional cages that separated the thousands of enemies into smaller portions for her to devour one after another. However, the number of late-stage powerhouses made it difficult for her to maneuver freely. She exclaimed inwardly as her eyes darted around the surroundings. Since Damien trusted her to win this battle, it meant there was absolutely a method for her to do so. However, to this point, she had still yet to figure out what it was. She thought to herself as she analyzed the things Damien prioritized during their lessons. I am the descendant of a god-beast, and my body is that of a future god-beast. Astoria racked her brain as she dodged and blocked as many attacks as possible wearing her opponents down slowly. Fate, just how was she supposed to harness it? She could use fate lines to sever people's worldly ties, and she could cover her body in golden aura to enhance herself. But even as a golden dragon, Astoria was never able to fully understand the concept of fate. Astoria suddenly understood what Damien wanted from her. Through this battle, she needed to have a breakthrough and learn to harness fate. That wasn't only the key to winning this battle, but also, it was the key to saving the world. Chapter 9, 39 Fate. Once on a distant planet far in the past, two experts existed. These two experts were both old monsters who'd exhausted the majority of their lifespans, and in their final moments, these two clashed constantly. On one side was a man who craved life. He worshipped immortality and did everything he could to stave off death, even using heinous methods to steal the vitality of others to sustain himself. On the other side was a man who accepted mortality. He understood that death would eventually come for anyone who had yet to step onto the path of godhood, and he didn't reject it. Rather, he welcomed the end of his life cycle, as it would only signify greater things for the future. These two experts stood on opposite sides, and their clashes weren't merely using words. They constantly battled until their final moments, when they stood together to finally determine which of them was correct in their thinking. In that moment, both sides stared death in her eyes, and the planet went up in flames. A third party descended into the world and spread destruction across it, enveloping it in darkness. Within the chaos, a man threw down a lamp. As its glass shattered, the flame within was spread to pollute the world. Purple-black tongues of flame enveloped existence itself, burning all things to dust, except for a single man and the clan that served him. The flames of death merged with his perception, harmonized with his soul. Rather than being killed by the flames, he and his people received a baptism. This was the birth of the very first traces of Dark Phoenix, God-Beast bloodline in the universe, and the mysterious invading race who originally introduced the purple-black flame to the world. This was also when the Dark Phoenix clan met the Black Dragon clan and formed its connection. A boy burned in flames of death. His eyes were shut tightly, his teeth gritted in pain. He clutched his heart as his body was forcefully transmuted into that of a dark phoenix. That pain remained clear in his head for countless years. Even when he and his people were forced to flee the universe and hide in a hidden realm for countless years, even when they returned to reality only to realize tens of thousands of years had passed around them. Even when he was crowned the lord of a sacred clan and granted the responsibility of protecting it, that original feeling of pain and purification was forever etched in his memory. Today, watching it manifested into reality, his emotions were tumultuous. It was terrifying that such a strange phenomenon could even exist, far sturdier and more tangible than any illusion. It was almost as if he'd been sent back in time to that very moment. He looked down at his hands, too small to hold any tool, yet long coarse from tireless work. From here on out, he had to choose between two things. As a fourth revolution master, his perception allowed him to stay grounded even within this atmosphere and maintain his understanding of reality. If he desires it, he could break out of this illusion and continue fighting for the Black Dragon clan's cause. However, if he wanted to, he could seal his senses and submerge himself into this illusion, obtaining the ability to change his bleak past, even if it was only for his own personal satisfaction. The Death Lord followed the Black Dragons, but more than anything, he followed the will of the Dark Phoenix. Even after receiving the Dark Phoenix's blessing, the old clan head didn't try to experience nirvana or any sort of material rebirth. He accepted his death and died contentedly a mere few years after his clan stabilized themselves after the original disaster, not even taking the opportunity to test his new power. The Death Lord was the third lord after the old clan head, but the scene he witnessed all those years ago was just as fresh in his mind as the memory it was attached to. Even when he was a child, he could intuitively understand that the old clan head was wiser than anyone could comprehend. I think you should take a look at as the man titled second to such a being the Death Lord wanted. to understand how his old influence became so detached from the world, and he wanted to understand how the old man viewed it. If he could understand this truth by experiencing this reconstructed past, the Death Lord's eyes went to the sky. It wasn't rare to find opportunities to grow while in battle, but it was almost impossible to find an opponent who'd allow one to properly digest these gains. From his place above the illusion, Damien quirked his brow. He wondered. As a training maniac himself, Damien could very clearly understand the look in the Death Lord's eyes. However, seriously, it's a little hilarious that he's making a request like that. For a man risking his life to obtain a chance to grow stronger, Damien could only show respect. And aside from that, they'd yet to properly fight. The Death Lord was strong, but he simply wasn't fast enough to keep up with Damien's pace. As long as he stayed the way he was, he'd be able to keep his life, but fighting back was another story. Damien thought to himself, shaking his head wryly. Damien had always been a man who would never respect strength if it wasn't backed by character and will. However, the Death Lord had currently shown both strength and will. In terms of character, it was best to say he was lacking any at all. So, Damien was curious, and that's what struck him. That guy has the breath of nothingness polluting his spiritual world. It was an absolute advantage, and Damien himself had more important things to do if he wanted to end the ongoing conflict as soon as possible. Damien sighed. He tapped his finger through the air, creating a layer of dimensional protection around the hidden reality before using a few wisps of the breath of all things to make the false reality more stable. Leaving these words to ring in the Death Lord's ears, Damien vanished. The hidden reality that only a single person would ever experience commenced on its own trajectory. Not too far away, Astoria's battle continued, but her mind was elsewhere. She pondered it endlessly, trying to reach for any possible answer she could think of. Fate. Just what in the world was it? Chapter 940 Fate. Fate. By definition, fate was the development of events beyond an individual's control, development determined by a supernatural or higher power. However, in a world of mana and universal law, the definition of fate couldn't be so simple. If karma was the web that connected all things, then fate was a representation of the possible futures that could sprout from those connections. The fate that one usually thought of when the term was mentioned, one's ultimate fate that determined the course of their life, was a representation of the karma between oneself and the universe itself. Yet, even this definition was only on the surface level. Anyone who had some sort of comprehensive ability could draw these connections, but that didn't mean they could suddenly wield fate. No, for someone blessed with such a power, the understanding required was far more intrinsic. But the problem also stemmed from this fact. Despite the heaven-defying comprehensive ability a genius like Astoria had, she also had a heaven-defying level of talent. When she'd been using and understanding fate instinctively for the past 20 years, suddenly attempting to truly comprehend its inner workings was an extremely complicated task to do in a closed environment, let alone during battle. I have to do this. Whoosh! Astoria dodged to the side and punched out, exploding with golden aura and pushing back her opponents. If I can't do it on my own, as she fought, Astoria slowly gained the ability to perceive her surroundings and calmly analyze every factor she possibly could. With this new outlook, she was finally able to notice the golden blobs in the sky that had almost taken shape. Bang! The ground burst into a cloud of debris as Astoria launched herself into the air, using vector control to exponentially boost her acceleration and reach the partial fate clouds in an instant. She closed her eyes and set up a dimensional cage. Lightly moving her hand through the air in a strange pattern, Astoria summoned both her golden dragon and spatial mana together, as she said, "Centuries." Her mana coalesced into 4 miniature dragons that exited the dimensional cage and flew around it. These dragons weren't just manifestations of her will and mana, but also targets loaded with charge vector points that would be able to repurpose enemy attacks and defend her position. With them protecting her, she at least didn't need to worry for a brief 30 seconds. Astoria didn't plan to waste this time at all. Her body became a vortex, absorbing the energy of the fate cloud around her, without any mind for the ancient tradition that all golden dragons respected to never desecrate these clouds. Strange golden mana entered her body in waves. It was corporeal and present, yet ethereal and seemingly existing on a higher plane. It was mana, but not necessarily mana. It was like Damien's void mana, better called its own energy than a form of mana at all. Thump! Her heart beat powerfully. Within the core of the world, a golden heart thumped with the same rhythm. The energy of fate filled Storia's body, causing her to glow in a golden sheen. A mark appeared between her eyebrows. Gradually, like a nearly stilled river blocked by a dam, a golden star formed itself between Astoria's brows, and, judging by the energy fluctuations in the surroundings, the dam would be flooded soon enough. The soul weapon of the Valkyries was summoned. Elena wrapped her hands around its pole and forcefully pulled it into existence, revealing its beautiful platinum and white glow to all beings present. Without waiting for a response from her enemies, Elena slammed the spear into the ground, running her mana through a specific bodily pathway before charging it into the swinging spear. Boom! The ground immediately burst. From below, rays of white light pierced the earth and polluted the area, becoming more and more numerous until, boom! A massive explosion of light enveloped an area several tens of kilometers wide. I think you should take a look at, He took short and heavy breaths as he tried to stabilize his weary body. It was odd. At the beginning of the battle, Elena slashed him twice. Ever since that moment, he'd been weakened over time until he couldn't even fight Yggdrasil anymore. In simple terms, there was a circuit connecting Elena, Yggdrasil, and the Valhalla army. The Tyrant Lord had been marked, and his energy was currently feeding that system. Whenever Elena needed life force, Yggdrasil could immediately transfer it to her. When she didn't need it, Yggdrasil could use its authority to relegate the life force to the Valhalla army, increasing the strength of the soldiers. With its administrative power within Elena's established abilities, Yggdrasil naturally wasn't weak itself. Every hit that the Tyrant Lord took from the tree would sap a portion of his life force, draining him even faster than before. However, there was simply no way for the Tyrant Lord to know this fact. He was too far removed from life laws to know that they were ruining his body at the moment. He stood up shakily and hardened his body, coping with the injuries he received from the explosion as he glanced into the sky at the ongoing battle. Elena used the God Spear with ultimate proficiency, launching several sweeping attacks and thrusts that fully made use of her distance advantage to suppress the Kuan Lord's speed. She stepped back several kilometers and held the spear in one hand, pitching it forward like a javelin. Whoosh! The spear tore through the atmosphere, ripping apart space and time as it arrived before the Kuan Lord. The Tyrant Lord's eyes widened. He thought to himself in frustration. He took a step and took another. He pushed his mana to support his weak body into the air. And as he began to rise into the skies, shick! A sword pierced him from behind, driving itself through his heart. He looked down with widened eyes. You. He wasn't allowed to speak before he suddenly jerked forward like he was possessed. Elena's words entered his ears like the whispers of a devil. She was on a reap, what? The Tyrant Lord coughed out a mouthful of blood as his body jerked again. Elena touched his torso before suddenly yanking her arm back, tearing a large ball of mana out of the Tyrant Lord's chest. I'll be taking this for myself. Without another word, Elena shoved the ball of mana into her own body and shot back into the air to face off with the Kuan Lord. It was only then that the Tyrant Lord realized it. From start to finish, he'd been her target. While she pretended to put her full focus on the Kuan Lord, she used covert methods to slowly wear him down until he was nothing more than a pig on the chopping block. With the Kuan Lord preoccupied, he wouldn't have been able to sense the strangeness, and when it came to the Tyrant Lord, if his previous actions were taken into account, it was clear that perception wasn't his forte. Flash! Suddenly, Elena appeared before him again, causing his slowly closing eyes to rapidly reopen. Elena looked up at him with a smile. Shing! A sword slashed through the air. The tyrant lord suddenly felt a breeze from below, and in the same instant, he felt a terrifying pain envelop him, far worse than the pain of death that he was already undergoing. As Elena once again returned to the Kuan lord to continue their battle, something fell to the ground below and sank into the sea of blood that was present there. To define that something's identity, well, was it enough to say that the tyrant lord could no longer be considered a man? Chapter 9, 41 Fate. In the air above, the Kuan lord's face immediately crumpled. Elena had acted within an instant, leaving him no room to react at all. And now that she'd killed the tyrant lord under his nose, it wasn't just a severe loss of combat power, but also a massive slap to his face. The Kuan lord's eyes narrowed as he watched Elena charge at him with her god spear. He raised his fan to block as he racked his brain to think of a way out of this situation. Damn it. At this rate, I will run out of energy within a minute, but she still seems to have mana in droves. Clang! The Kuan lord pushed his fan forward and clashed against Elena's god spear. However, he could clearly feel the fan's internal structure crumpling as it maintained contact. Whoosh! He summoned his wings and flapped them fiercely, narrowly dodging the swinging trajectory of the spear. Xiao! 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 Wind was classified on the same level as the foundational elements, but in reality, it was a step weaker. For this reason, most wind affinity practitioners attempted to control air as opposed to just wind. The Kuanpeng, on the other hand, was a beast of wind and water, one affinity usually outshining the other, depending on one's racial traits. Their inherent skills and techniques never attempted to take control of the more intrinsic concepts of wind, but instead focused on harnessing the wind itself to its greatest capability. While this was limiting in a certain sense, it also allowed the Kuanping clan to cultivate an extremely unique skill set that specialized in both major destructive spells and movement. As the Kuan lord moved, his speed got faster and faster. The winds around him began to whip up a storm, and while it wasn't noticeable at the beginning, the wind was waving in a strange natural pattern uncharacteristic of the wind's usual behaviors. Elena stood in the middle of the forming storm with a solemn gaze. She read the wind's movements and slowly understood the form the attack would take, preparing for the best moment to counterattack. The Kuan lord is worn down, and his mentality has been affected by the tyrant lord's death. The wind grew and formed phantasms that populated the air, occasionally rushing down to attack Elena and disrupt her focus. The Kuan lord watched Elena's every movement and adjusted his own flight path in accordance. This was an ultimate technique of the Kuanping clan called Breath of the Wind. It allowed one to take control of the natural winds and turn them supernatural without forcing massive amounts of mana into it. It was a technique rarely used for its complexity. However, in a situation like this one, it was perfect. Whoosh! The winds finally picked up enough speed and formed a raging tornado around Elena. Blades of wind formed in its structure, circling Elena like hungry piranhas waiting for a chance to strike. The phantasms became more defined, giving them more attack power and intelligence. Under the combined attacks of these two factors, along with the strange pull of the wind that seemed to suck away mana and life force, Elena was surrounded by countless deadly threats that she had to evade all at once. Ha! Elena gritted her teeth and let out a war cry. She slammed the god's spear forward, allowing it to shine in all its brilliance as she poured droves of mana into its shaft. Boom! A flash of light obscured the surrounding few kilometers. Without hesitation, Elena rocketed into the air, her trajectory perfectly on course for the now blinded Kuan lord. He should be weakened after using so much stamina. Elena brandished the god spear and channeled her life mana through several different pathways in her body. When she was a mere 10 meters away from the enemy, she thrusted the spear forward with all her power, letting loose the mana coalesced within. Xiao! A small line of mana shot out of the spear tip, not much greater in diameter than said tip. It shot through the atmosphere like a comet and, without suspense, pierced the Kuan lord's chest. I think you should take a look at unfortunately. it was too late for him. He exclaimed as he realized his inability to move. Elena's face was the first thing that appeared when his vision returned. The Kuan Lord's eyes widened as he once again lashed out in an attempt to move, but before he could even try, Xing, a sword sliced through the air. Just like his poor brother, he also lost his little brother. Xing. The second sword slash came along with the pain and realization of what the first entailed. A clean cut from his shoulder down through his heart, fatal and unrecoverable without immediate aid, but not immediately deathly. For at least the next few seconds, the Kuan Lord would be forced to face his humiliation and death. Elena sighed to herself as she watched him fall to the ground with a mortified look on his face. Elena grinned to herself as she felt her level increase, hitting that final mark before the extreme peak of 4th class, but she didn't lose track of reality. Compared to the trouble the Kuan Lord had given her during the entire battle, the way he died was just too simple. It was almost as if someone secretly interfered. Elena turned south, sensing a strange energy fluctuation. Elena quirked her brow curiously. I was planning to take care of them now that I'm done here, but it looks like someone beat me to it. She flew into the air and made her way over to the central point of the congregation of golden clouds that was rapidly spreading across the world. The situation of Beast Emperor Star, in these final moments, saw a subtle shift in trajectory that soon grew into a tsunami that enveloped the entire planet. The fate clouds were returning, and along with them, hope for survival. It was an interesting dichotomy. On one side was the destructive atmosphere of the world, covered in toxic smoke and filled with brutal battles of death and bloodshed. No matter where in the world one was, they would witness these sights. It was impossible to run from such world-scale chaos. While on the other side was the golden sky. The golden sky had always been the pride of Beast Emperor Star and the protective umbrella that assured the denizens of their safety and prosperity. When the fate clouds vanished, the loss of this canopy drove many people to irrationality, which actually contributed further to the canopy's dispersal. However, the situation had changed. Even if they were small and still budding, the fate clouds were back, and with them, the broken spirit of the common people showed signs of recovery. Chapter 942 Fate. The fate clouds were only the final ointment that healed the camel's back. It started with Elena's efforts, and the Golden Dragon royal family's firm to protect, grew with Hedrick's domineering speech, and finally reached the precipice when the golden sky emerged. Irrationality gave into forced acceptance of reality, and with acceptance, the irrational negative sentiments clouding the atmosphere also calmed down significantly. Hope spread, and Astoria could feel it all from her perch within the central fate cloud. All people became orbs of light, colored differently depending on the trajectory of their fate and the fates they were connected with. It was beautiful, it was intriguing, and it made Astoria feel like she'd finally found a missing piece of herself that she'd been desperately wishing to find for so long. The golden star between her eyebrows finished its formation. Astoria's eyes and mouth suddenly became beam weapons, projecting large pillars of light that traveled far into the atmosphere and slightly penetrated the starry sky with their light. Her body was reconstructed by the enormous amount of fate energy around her, an amount that was rapidly increasing as the situation in the world brightened. Due to the workings of fate, every interaction was a two-way street, including the interaction between fate itself and the people it affected. After all, no matter what anyone said, it was still possible for one to change their fate. Therefore, as the world provided for the fate clouds showered their blessings down on the world. From the palace to the territories to the far edges of the world where Hedrick was, the strings of fate seemed to play a melody of victory and auspiciousness, and inexplicably, this fate backed the people fighting for the world, aiding them in their endeavors. From outside the fate clouds, Damien used the all-seeing eyes to gauge Astoria's situation. MHM, this is a classic awakening scene. She should be powering up properly this time, so I don't have to worry about her for a bit. Damien already planned to aid the draconic war god in his assault, but he'd been held up by the Death Lord, who, in the end, simply wasn't hostile enough to be a proper opponent. There's nothing else to do here. Good luck, my cute disciple. Damien smiled, genuinely proud of his disciple's current achievements. And in the next instant, he vanished. Whoosh! It was roughly 10 seconds later when a new face appeared in the vicinity. HM? Elena peered into the fate clouds with interest when she realized the situation. She thought with a smile. It seemed that with this discovery, the question she had about her easy win against the Kuan Lord was answered. However, Elena thought with furrowed brows. Never mind. Let's focus on the current situation. Elena glanced up at Historia's floating figure and sighed lightly. Whoosh! As she flew into the air and departed for the palace, several hundred white-clad Valhalla souls remained in her place. Even if this area was safe, as the little princess was currently doing something extremely important, she couldn't be left without a guard detail, right? Boom! Another line of defense was blown to bits. Screams of agony filled the air as countless soldiers were torn to shreds by a massive golden spear. Even the stronger beings were pushed back and forced to focus on defense. Alone against the forces of the Black Dragon clan, Hedrick used both his environment and his own connection with fate to stay alive and push forward no matter what difficulties arose. His spear swung out again. Golden threads of fate entwined in the air and formed cords that wrapped around the strongest 6th and 7th Revolution enemies and tore through them. Upon their deaths, their bodies disintegrated into golden particles that strengthened the cords as they flew from enemy to continue their slaughter. However, even with his apparent advantage, it was still true that Hedrick was facing far too many opponents. Schick, I think you should take a look at Combined With. His gashes and open wounds, they were enough to dye him from head to toe in blood. Boom! His mana raged as he thrusted his spear backwards and pierced the attacker's heart. As he did so, the mana cords in front of his body maintained a defense line around him, making sure the enemies couldn't get close despite their numbers. He thought to himself with a frown. He'd already killed several tens of thousands of troops, and he was sure that the Black Dragon clan's main army's numbers had been reduced significantly. Yet, why weren't the Supreme and Executioners acting? After all, even if they didn't care about the losses incurred in battle, they still needed to consider the future. If they wanted to rule, they needed subjects. For them to completely ignore the slaughter from their perch was nonsensical, and despite pondering it throughout the battle, he still hadn't been able to rationalize it. Hedrick returned his attention to the battle, continuing to expertly maneuver his mana and weapon to drag the battle for as long as possible when, bang, a hole was blown in the ceiling of the facility. An enthusiastic voice boomed through the air. A body crashed through the roof. A sword was raised into the air. Boom! The base exploded into a mushroom cloud of smoke and debris. The only section that remained intact was the room where the Supreme and Executioner stayed. Hedrick noted. A voice came from behind him at the same moment. He glanced back, noticing a face that he'd only seen in projections thus far. "You are the youngest master," he muttered. "That would be me," Damien responded with a grin. "You are much weaker than me." Damien's grin shifted into a smirk. Whap! Damien snapped his fingers, and almost like magic, the swords in Hedrick's body vanished and reappeared on the ground with a clatter. Hedrick exclaimed, "Heal!" Damien refrained from responding and promptly cast Heal, recovering Hedrick's wounds and stamina at a monstrous rate. Hedrick glanced back at Damien with widened eyes. "You? No need to say anything." "Of course." Hedrick's lips curled into a small smile. He stood up and faced the scattered enemies who were just recovering from Damien's explosive entrance. With this kind of healing ability, as well as someone to help him deal with the numbers difference. As Damien perfectly stated, it was time to completely exterminate this invasive species. Chapter 943, Fate. Boom! 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 With Damien's arrival, the battle situation took a complete turn. Hedrick was already a monster in his own right, but with Damien providing him infinite stamina and mana recovery, as well as supporting his back, so he could focus on the strongest enemies. He became a whole different beast. His spear was like a cannon. Each of its blows slayed several tens of troops at the 4th and 5th revolution. Whenever he clashed with those at the 6th or 7th revolution, he only needed a few moves before they were cut down like the rest. What is he? Damien wondered as he flew through the air, throwing his hand forward and commanding the ambient mana. Space suddenly thickened like molasses, forcing the movements of all forces to halt or slow. Hedrick roared. "Chill, already have it covered," Damien responded, appearing behind him and tapping him on the shoulder. A small crest appeared on his body, and as it pulsed, Hedrick found that the surrounding spatial solidification no longer affected him. Sheesh, the requirements for competent are high, huh? Damien teleported away and returned to controlling his skill. If it was a mere solidification of space, why would he name it after water? Damien pushed his fingers through the air like he was parting water, and along with his movements, the environment shifted. Flora grew and died. The land expanded and contracted, and as the Black Dragon Reserve Army was pushed back and separated, the landscape experienced 100 years of change and became something completely different. New hills and valleys populated the area, giving Hedrick and Damien another tactical advantage over their enemies. "What are you waiting for?" Damien exclaimed. Hedrick yelled back. He shot forward like a golden comet and rose into the air, lifting his spear above his head and shouting. His trajectory changed. He crashed straight down with immense momentum, his spear pointed at the ground. As slammed into the earth a few meters from several different groups of separated enemies, he thrust the spear forward and dug it into the ground. Boom! One of the newly created hills was shattered to pieces, its rocks tearing through the bodies of several black dragons. The following shockwave turned the organs of many more into meat paste and directly separated the strong from the weak. Damien shouted as he passed by and slashed with Mirage, cutting a few 1st and 2nd Revolution masters in half. Hedrick questioned, following his lead and killing the enemies that tried to approach them from behind. Damien responded with a grin. Hedrick asked. Damien followed the script and teleported away to attack a different enemy group, but his attention wasn't quite on the battle. Hedrick filled me in, but it really is strange that they aren't moving. Could it be? Damien activated his all-seeing eyes and peered through the walls of the final room of the base that remained intact like a nuclear shelter. The walls were several feet thick and made of strange material that blurred Damien's perception, but the all-seeing eyes had reached a level of just barely piercing reality. As long as Damien made the effort, anything could become clear. And as his vision pierced the bunker-like room, the realization immediately hit him. "I think you should take a look at, it's a fucking trap." Hedrick gritted his teeth in anger. Even if it was nonsensical, he couldn't doubt Damien's perception after seeing him in battle. With the way he kept such precise track of the enemy's position and strength when he separated them, it was impossible for his perception to be lacking. If what he said was true, then Damien and Hedrick realized it instantly. "But we can't leave until we take care of this. Then, go big or go home." Damien grinned and glanced down at the battlefield. He could see the black dragons scrambling to regroup and escape. It wasn't hard to realize what Hedrick was planning from watching his actions. He said with a smirk. He clenched his fist and twisted space away from the existing dimension, folding and molding it into thousands of complexly intertwined dimensional cages. Even if it was a supreme, they'd need at least half a second to break out. And, as everyone knew, for an expert, half a second was. Hedrick stood in the air with the sun in his hands. Its golden light obscured everything for several tens of thousands of kilometers, and the sheer waves of power emanating from it caused space to rip and tear strangely. Damien thought to himself, the 4th technique to be tested today, Damien was going to make it count. Hell appeared in his right hand. Samsara gun art, First Apocalypse. Hedrick released his golden sun. Furious waves of heat burned the atmosphere as it collided with the ground. Tens of thousands of kilometers of land were burned to the point where nothing could ever survive on its soil. The enemy soldiers put up as many barriers and protective measures as possible. But when facing such a massive attack that used all of an executioner's mana to carry out, it was impossible to escape unscathed, especially when the strongest troops here were merely on the same level as him. Screams and painful roars rang out as the black dragons tried to escape, but just after the first impact, a second wave came. Damien shot a single bullet from Hell's Barrel. It was a murky gray color uncharacteristic of both life and death. The bullet submerged into the earth below without making much noise at all, until the time was right. Boom! A wave of gray mana spread throughout the dimensional cage and slammed against its barriers. Damien beckoned for death, and death answered his call. Anyone that was touched by the mana wave turned to ashes and dispersed into the wind. Even the greatest high commanders and executioners fell prey to this death wave, as they had already been critically injured by Hedrick just moments before. The entire mana reserve of an executioner and Damien's monstrous mana capacity was truly a heretically powerful combination. Chapter 944 Fate. Damien thought to himself as he looked down at the destruction. Every expert was capable of attacks like this. But firstly, they rarely had the time to actually charge up such attacks in battle, and secondly, using one's entire mana capacity in a single attack was never a good idea. Unless one had an absolute advantage and was carrying out a true extermination, it was simply impractical to ever do so. However, every practitioner wondered what it would be like if they exploded out all of their power in a single instant. Some would even traverse the starry sky to find an empty location to test just that. Nevertheless, as it was a rare thing to witness, both Damien and Hedrick took a moment to appreciate it. But it wasn't more than a moment. Damien rapidly recovered his mana and once again fully emptied the tank. Under his coercion, the world shifted and recovered to its past appearance. Not to before the Black Dragon base was destroyed, but before it was even created. Damien sighed wistfully. He could do something similar by affecting an enemy's life force, but the actual process and result were entirely different. Nevertheless, now wasn't the time to be thinking about it. Hey, drop the dumb face and prepare yourself, Damien said as he nudged Hedrick and brought him back to reality. Though, Hedrick couldn't be blamed for losing track of the situation. What Damien had just done was truly magisterial, even for an expert at his level. But now that he'd been brought back, he wasn't going to ignore his responsibility. Right, as long as his eldest brother was away, he was the strongest fighting force in the world. If he didn't do his job properly and let the Black Dragons reach the Emperor, the battle would truly be impossible to win. Worry not. I am prepared to lay down my life to hold the Supreme back, he stated confidently. Well, you don't have to go that far, Damien said. Nonsense. I'm still at the 8th revolution. Damien smiled slyly and refused to elaborate, instead grabbing Hedrick's arm tightly. Wah-wap! The duo immediately disappeared, traveling several tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. The two of them moved as fast as they could. However, it was a given that the enemy who left before them arrived before them as well. When Elena arrived at the inner estate, it was already in disarray. Disorder and lawlessness ran rampant as the flames of war enveloped the entire area. Bloody battles were taking place every few tens of meters, and the beings in this area were dying at an astonishing rate. It was an all-out melee. It seemed these dragons didn't care one bit for tactics, completely subverting the thought that dragons were creatures who craved knowledge. Of course, dragons like that existed, but these specific dragons were belligerent. They didn't care about strategy, only about strength. While it was inefficient, it had one benefit. The strong didn't oppress the weak. Those who were strong fought against others who were strong, and those who were weak were left to deal with the rest. It was a type of respect that only those who respected strength as the highest authority conveyed. The battlefield is being led by the royal children. The third prince and first princess are the strongest. They should at least be high commanders. The second princess is holding her own, well, since she's still on the weaker side. The fourth and fifth princes, as well as the third and fourth princesses, are all dead. No, in fact, it had already happened. It was lucky that the Imperial Guard was made up of experts who were able to rapidly deal with those who made it past. I think you should take a look at Xing. A group of 21st Revolution masters were cut into tiny pieces. Elena stood on the earth and scanned the battlefield, summoning her remaining Valhalla souls to aid the situation wherever they were needed. The first princess shouted out, "My name is Elena, and don't worry about it." Elena responded with a smirk. "Haha, I like the way you think." First princess laughed and responded as she cut through another. "Enemy. Good. The main army will be here within the minute." Ha ha ha. Elena smiled as she pressed forward and joined the battle. The current outlook was positive, far more positive than the situation seemed when it first erupted. As long as it continued that way. But of course it would never continue that way. Even with the support of fate, disrupting such tightly woven plans required more than just a bit of effort. Whoosh! The winds whipped fiercely, throwing back the stronger beings and shredding some weaker ones into pieces. A voice echoed through the air, freezing the atmosphere. A young man with the dull, hazy eyes of a corpse appeared in the air, indifferently looking down at the palace. "Why, yes, sir." The executioner next to him stammered submissively. "Good." The Supreme gracefully descended to the ground and walked forward. The path before him cleared naturally as his mere aura made people instinctually revere him. The third prince rushed to interrupt his path, raising his sword. The first princess, Elizabeth's warning was far too late. Bang! The third prince's body burst apart unprovoked, showering the surrounding few meters in blood. However, even this blood parted when the Supreme passed over it. "Lord Garvey, you've arrived." A black dragon executioner knelt down before the Supreme, his actions followed by the remaining black dragons. Bang! However, his fate was no better than the third prince. The Supreme spoke a single word before continuing his calm walk through the inner estate. As the black dragon executioner's blood rained down to the earth, the battlefield truly froze. Both enemies and allies were mere pests to be crushed. Just what was this ideology? While the golden dragons merely saw it as a terrifying enemy exerting his power, the black dragons knew better. This attitude was entirely different from the usual behavior of the Supreme, known as Lord Garvey. Chapter 9:45 Struggle. The silence was deafening. The crunch of the Supreme's boots on the dead and withering soil rang true for kilometers on end as the world stilled. No matter who it was, they didn't dare to move. Elena stood next to the first princess and held her, helping her hold in her grief as she observed the situation with narrowed eyes. This is dangerous. It was evident that something strange was happening. The presence of their Supreme should have emboldened the Black Dragon army, but their behavior was the exact opposite, like beings oppressed under an iron fist. Elena immediately pinpointed the problem from the looks of fear and confusion on the faces of the Black Dragons. She glanced over at the man walking with two executioners obediently walking with their heads lowered behind him. Although it was unknown to those present, these three were the last of the Black Dragon clan's experts. The rest had been slain in battle with Hedrick and Damien. However, Lord Garvey alone could sweep 99% of the world's fighters with his own strength. As for why he hadn't acted until now, the reason was actually quite simple. In the Black Dragon clan's hierarchy, he wasn't at the top. He merely waited to do what he was ordered to do by his demigod, act at the perfect moment to target the Golden Dragon Emperor. He even had a specialized prison artifact on his body, designed to hold demigods, for a situation where the Golden Dragon Emperor didn't act and violate the universal law. However, Lord Gary's goal had changed. The cold voice rang out, making the two executioners behind Lord Garvey freeze in fear. Lord, this is the last location we could read, so he might not be here, but due to the freshness of the signature, it is certain that he is still on this planet, the female executioner stammered. Lord Garvey made a questioning sound. However, his expression remained still. Lord, you requested us to bring you to the last known lock. Splat. The male executioner's head exploded. His body turned into particles that were absorbed into the Supreme's body. And not at all, Lord. The female executioner yelped in fear. Hmm. Lord Garvey turned his gaze away from the palace and turned to face the frozen battlefield. "Ants," he muttered. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry to the ends of the earth. All those present heard his words. However, how were they supposed to answer him if he didn't tell them who he was looking for? A young black dragon stood up from the crowd and looked the supreme in his cold, dead eyes without fear. Boom! A sudden pressure descended and crushed the boy back to his knees. Several bones cracked within his body, and blood poured out his eyes, nose, and mouth. Then, the pressure disappeared. Very well. As if nothing happened, the Supreme threw a glance into the air, immediately causing the mana to swirl and form an image. It was an image of 3 people. One was a large, nondescript man with a gruff beard and a domineering face. One was a smaller man with vaguer features. Only his black hair and well-defined musculature were visible in the hazy image. The final one was a girl, much smaller than the previous 2, with bright golden hair and equally hazy features as the second man. Elena thought to herself as she glanced at the projection. The Supreme is searching for the man in the middle. The 2 on his left and right are presumed to be his acquaintances. The female executioner spoke up as the Supreme clearly didn't deign to speak. After hearing her explanation, those in the surroundings rapidly began drawing conclusions. One among them was extremely popular. I think you should take a look at Elena's expression. Didn't crack in the slightest, but inwardly, she began to rapidly weigh her options. If the little princess's location is outed, the entire fate of this world is doomed. Even with what's happening now, since the Supreme isn't targeting the Emperor, our loss isn't guaranteed. However, since the little princess is up there, the targeting question should be the little princess' new master, the only man that could have possibly been seen near her in recent days. Elena didn't know why the tutor was being targeted, but she absolutely couldn't allow the little princess to be implicated. "Oh, Lord Supreme, that person on the left is Bang." Someone spoke up. A bolt of light pierced his forehead before he could finish, instantly killing him. The Supreme's eyes darted to the distance. Nuisances. He lightly lifted his arm in the air and beckoned towards himself. Hush! A furious wind kicked up, creating an air current on the ground that dragged the sniper out of his hiding spot. The figure armored in white lurched to a stop in the air before the Supreme, his body flopping limply. A summon. Smart summoner, cutting the connection so quickly. However, Elena's breath halted. Her left hand slowly crept towards her right, her fingertips brushing against her spatial ring. Her eyes narrowed as her perception heightened to its greatest limit. It was less than a split second. It was almost like incomprehensible how fast the following interaction took place. Lord Garvey's eyes snapped to Elena's position. Elena immediately swept her hand across her spatial ring and removed a glowing white shield. She held it in front of her body and slammed her knee into the ground, letting the shield expand both upwards and downwards as, boom, crack. Something exploded against the shield and threw Elena back almost 100 kilometers. A crack spread from the single impact. Lord Garvey made another beckoning motion, and Elena felt the undeniable pull of a Supreme, a pull akin to the gravity of a dead star. She exclaimed inwardly, gritting her teeth. Aegis is strong, but I'm not strong enough to wield its true power. It can at most block 3 attacks from a Supreme, but boom! Elena was sent flying again. She could feel the blood bubbling up in her throat as the residual impact force was transferred into her body from the shield. A small smile formed on the Supreme's face as he beckoned Elena towards him once more. He raised his arm once more and curled his fingers in, lightly flicking his index finger out as Elena's shield arrived in front of him. Boom! The resulting explosion was massive. However, a mysterious force contained and compressed it around Elena, barraging her with a deathly amount of energy. Elena groaned in pain as she held back from screaming out. Aegis shattered upon impact. Due to the explosion being controlled, its shards shot back and impaled themselves into Elena's body. The chaotic energy waves slammed into her from every direction, bent on killing her immediately. She gritted her teeth, her eyes firming even as her skin was charred. Chapter 946 Struggle. Elena's declaration wasn't one of false hope or desperation, but of pure willpower. Regardless of what she faced here, she absolutely refused to die. She summoned everything she had. She started from the weakest Valhalla souls, burning them and using their life force to constantly replenish herself, using an additional element of light healing to exponentially boost her regeneration speed. The pain was excruciating. Not only did she burn, she almost collapsed internally from the violently rampaging mana. She let out a hoarse war cry as she forced the mana to obey her orders. She combined light and life into one and purified all negative powers in her body, pushing them towards the center of her chest and gathering them into a solidifying gem of mana. It was painful, even more painful than the external injuries, let alone the fact that she was allowing an object to crystallize within her body. Just making the raging mana follow her command made her feel like her body was being torn into countless pieces. However, she managed. She managed somehow and pushed on, digging into her own chest and digging the gem out. It wasn't the best solution, but it was the fastest. The gem quickly disappeared into her spatial ring, an instinctual action she took while focusing every bit of her attention on both defending against and mitigating the energy of the blast. With the culmination of her effort, along with the shielding of several treasures that almost instantly broke one by one, Elena was able to somehow survive until the blast died down. Lord Garvey's words didn't allow her a single moment of rest. Right? The blow she just survived using her everything was just a casual flick from a Supreme. If he decided to do more damage. The female executioner appeared behind Elena and restricted her movement. Be grateful. At least for now, you are able to keep your life, she transmitted into Elena's ear. Elena smirked mockingly. The female executioner's eyes hardened. Elena wanted to question the interesting thing she just heard, but before she could speak further, she felt something attached to her forehead. Elena's eyes rolled back in her head, her body suddenly convulsing. Electric shocks tore through her nervous system, essentially attempting to fry her brain. The pain was far more intrinsic than what the explosion could produce, forcing Elena to experience a true hell. It will be over soon. The female executioner's silent prayer went unheard, overshadowed by the Supreme's domineering movements. It seems that human has the most expensive information, as she is the only one willing to take such actions to hide it. Lord Garvey raised his arm and flicked his hand forward. A gust of black wind flew through the air, straight with no deviation for several thousand kilometers. And everybody within that range died instantly. Lord! The black dragons cried in agony at his betrayal, but he didn't bat an eye. It was horrible. The instant death and destruction was clearly displayed in Elena's eyes. Despite the torture she was undergoing, she was completely lucid and able to perceive the surroundings. Elena forced her words out of her mouth with mana alone, unable to utilize her vocal cords or bodily systems. Bang! Elena's left leg was blown into meat paste. Her eyes widened in shock, but she didn't back down. Bang! Her right leg exploded as well. Upon receiving the order, the female executioner stopped supporting Elena's body, allowing her to crash to the ground several tens of meters below. I think you should take a look at Lord Garvey walked up to her and smashed his foot in her face, crushing her into the soil. Poof! Something spurted blood, but in Elena's current state, it was impossible to know where that blood came from. Bang! A foot came down. Bang! A foot came down. Bang! A foot came down. Bang! 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 Elena's head was turned into a bloody mess, but her life force still weakly hung on. Her thoughts were hazy. The only thing she could understand was that she was in pain. And she was indignant that she was put down before putting up any fight at all. She was unresigned at this horrifying difference in power. She weakly tried to move, but she was still connected to that strange device. She was still unable to control her body at all. She didn't have legs to move with. She couldn't even access her mana to try anything. Against the Supreme, was she truly just an ant? She couldn't accept it. No, she wouldn't accept it. This reality, she wouldn't allow it to bloom. If fate wished for her death, then she would cut down fate. If the universe itself desired her fall, then she could only collapse the universe itself. Boom! Something appeared within Elena's soul. A pitch-black seed wrapped in strings of white and sunny yellow, mysterious and ethereal. A symbol of union that had hidden itself until she found herself in a situation where it was impossible for her to survive. And along with this symbol came something that represented it far more definitively. A title manifested itself in Elena's status. Daughter of the Void, Boom. A sudden explosion rocked the land, pushing everyone back, but mysteriously enough, killing only one. The Supreme glanced down and noticed that the woman under his foot was no longer present. His gaze turned up, looking at the two men before him. A man with long blonde hair and fierce draconic golden eyes stood with his spear ready, the body of the female executioner impaled on its blade. The other man had long black hair and swirling ethereal purple eyes, striking a severe contrast with the first. He stood with the woman from before in his arms, a beautiful white light covering her body, and flanking them was the imperious Golden Dragon army, armed with several tens of million troops, including 7th and 8th Revolution Masters. BZZT. The device on Elena's forehead shattered. Her eyes slightly opened as she tried to assess the situation, but fatigue didn't allow her to do so. A sense of warmth and comfort overcame her, lulling her to sleep. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, since even when she opened her eyes, she was hallucinating. Because there was absolutely no way, right? There was no way the person who saved her was actually Damien Void. Lord Garvey muttered as Elena's consciousness slipped away, a strange tricolored cocoon enveloping her body. He gazed at the grand accompaniment that had arrived to strike him down and smiled, his attention returning to Damien. His smile widened. His eyes narrowed eerily as he opened his mouth and said, Chapter 9, 47 Lord. Lord Garvey's face twisted into a disgusting smile as he spoke, making Damien shiver. He asked warily, Whoosh. Lord Garvey was only a few inches away from him before he realized it. He looked Damien up and down before taking a sharp inhale. This is the scent. Damien's eyes narrowed. How am I supposed to know his name? He was a present that I had yet to open. Lord Garvey tilted his head in an oddly feminine motion, his eyes curving into crescents. Damien immediately roared as he teleported away and sent Elena's unconscious body to the sanctuary. He definitely hadn't yet comprehended the identity of who he'd just saved, though it wasn't as if he had the free time to do so. 4 executioners from the Golden Dragon army followed Hedric's lead and charged at Lord Garvey with their weapons raised. Lord Garvey swept his hand through the air, producing a furious gale that pushed all 5 opponents away and penetrated their bodies. However, before he could use his strength advantage, a strange formless sensation covered the 5 golden dragons, stabilizing them. Their bodies were strengthened and their mana was elevated to another level. They could even vaguely feel gaps in their comprehension, filling themselves with peak efficiency. This, Damien's booming sound transmission entered Hedric's ears, making him grin. Come. Hedric roared and charged again, utilizing his new strength to its greatest limits and swinging out his spear. Bang! Lord Garvey held his finger in the air and casually blocked the spear tip. However, crunch! The ground crunched as he took a step backwards. Bang! 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 4 attacks struck him from different directions at the same time, compounding on top of the impact of Hedric's strike to form an even stronger blow. 5 8th Revolution executioners had nowhere near enough force to kill a Supreme, but what about 5 peak 8th Revolution Masters with strength just under the Supreme level? Then wouldn't the scales be tipped? as Hedrick led the 4 soldiers under him to barrage and suppress Lord Garvey, so he had no chance to attack on his own. Damien watched from the distance. A feminine voice came from his side. Damien smiled. Likewise. Isn't it? I was wondering why you hadn't asked me to let you out yet. Please don't joke with me, young master. That Priscilla really raised you to be too submissive. Since you're with me now, you should show some more pride. I think you should take a look at him. Damien looked up and down the woman at his side, marveling over just how much she'd changed in the past few years. At least in terms of appearance, recognizing this woman as Shimin Wuhin was almost impossible. Shimin Wuhin had been living in the sanctuary ever since Damien sent her there when he was still an Ion. During that time, she'd gotten well acquainted with the citizens of Thevel and had even provided several contributions to their societal growth. Shimin Wuhin was very clear about her role in Damien's mind. She was a weapon that he could use when he needed her, but otherwise, he didn't really care about what she did. Therefore, her mysterious power had gone unused for a considerable period. At times like this, though, her aid was perfect. I didn't even think about bringing her out when I was facing Arthur. He also needed to populate the new second world that still remained unnamed, but that was a matter for even further in the future. For now, he kept his attention on the battle. It's creepy. It was almost impossible to see what was happening inside the cloud of mana that enshrouded the ongoing battle, but it wasn't a problem for Damien. He could see clearly through the fog. He could see how Lord Garvey's eyes remained focused on his position, even as he faced the onslaught of several experts. He has no care for his own physical condition. He's almost treating it like it isn't his own. Don't tell me. The Black Dragon clan clearly didn't recognize their supreme anymore. Rather than focusing on the overall situation, Lord Garvey only focused his attention on Damien, who had never met him before. If it was recently, then the only important person he'd killed was Arthur Bloodlock, but did the Bloodlock clan and Black Dragon clan have relations? As far as Damien knew, the 2 clans didn't even come in contact. He suddenly remembered an important fact, something Tiamat had told him during their conversation in his spiritual world. Arthur Bloodlock had a trace of Nox mana in his body, and not just any mana, but the mana of a demigod. Damien's senses suddenly became alert. His gaze shot back to the battlefield just in time to see Lord Garvey's heinous grin and the wisps of inky black mana that were emitted from his gaze for less than a single instant. Damien's eyes widened. His original suspicion became truth in that instant, making Damien sigh to himself. Let's think. If it's a Nox demigod, it definitely isn't someone at the Emperor level. They wouldn't be so covert in showing themselves. Damien gritted his teeth and cursed his luck. As he grew stronger, the broken memories of all the Nox he devoured also slowly organized themselves under his guidance. When it came to the power structure of the current Nox, Damien had a rough understanding of the most important characters. The Marionette Lord was one of the lords he had sworn to avoid for as long as possible. Because this person, it really was a coincidence among coincidences that their paths happened to intersect. The Marionette Lord was a follower of the Inhuman Emperor, so they weren't aware of the true importance of Damien's existence quite yet. However, it just so happened that Damien's existence forced a figure with great influence in the inner universe to visit Ian, granting the Nox a prime opportunity for infiltration. It was just unfortunate for them that Damien was well prepared for their confrontation and ended up winning. Yet, despite the victory that his actions evoked, he still found himself stuck in deep, deep shit. Chapter 948 Lord. This is a unique circumstance. The Marionette Lord had personally killed the Black Dragon's most powerful forces, ridding them of any hope of succeeding in their invasion. Along with that, the revival of the Fate Clouds was proceeding extremely smoothly, and the Golden Canopy had almost returned to its previous beauty. Damien didn't believe in coincidences, nor did he believe in unavoidable fate. However, a phenomenon like this was still within the bounds of reality. It was a slight guiding force that provoked people to make decisions or partake in events that would promote their fate. It was almost like universal flow. Nevertheless, if fate brought the Nox demigod to Beast Emperor Star, then there was absolutely something deeper going on than just a convenient circumstance where the black dragons lost their fighting power. In the end, I have to confront another person who can kill me with a single slap. Damien complained inwardly as he flashed away, leaving Shimin Wuhan with the Theval Emperors to guard her. He reappeared only a few meters from the obscuring mana cloud. He walked through the air, space and time warping around him and offering him easy entry into the chaotic storm. And within, he was able to see a terrible collision of forces so great in power that, if it wasn't for the mana storm, it likely would have torn half the planet to shreds. Damien thought to himself as he glanced at the golden dragon in the corner of the area with his hands together in a strange formation. Damien's question about the origin of the strange phenomenon was solved instantly, and he was able to focus on Hedric's true power. It was magisterial. His spear was like a cannon with the piercing power of a tank round and the weight and recoil of a common pistol. With his maneuverability and raw strength, when he added his golden dragon aura into his attacks and controlled fate to boost himself more than what Shimin Wuhan already provided, he was an unparalleled monster. It almost made Damien wish he'd found a spear instead of twin swords when he was in the first dungeon. Nevertheless, his heroic display had to come to an end. Damien yelled out, attracting the man's attention. Hedric roared back. This isn't a matter related to Beast Emperor Star anymore. Hedric held his spear shaft horizontally as a punch crashed into it. Using the force, he allowed himself to be propelled backwards until he was out of close combat range. He stood warily with his spear ready, but despite his and the other golden dragon's retreat, Lord Garvey didn't move. He said, throwing a glance at Damien. Damien quipped back, "Oh, as expected of you, boy." Lord Garvey once again appeared in front of Damien before he could react. This body is lacking in every department. It's a miracle that this man was even able to make it to the cusp of divinity. Lord Garvey's eyes abruptly rolled back into his head as he fell from the sky limply. Whoosh! His dead body was snatched by a black shadow mid-fall, never to be seen again. I think you should take a look at his consciousness materialized as an avatar in his spiritual world. When he arrived, a scene was already created, a damp cave with a large stone bed at its end. On the bed lay an individual of indiscernible gender. Their face was largely feminine and a pair of breasts decorated their chest. However, the bottom half of their naked figure was more manly. "You're unpleasant," Damien spat as he conjured some clothing on their body. "Why?" The marionette lord's form changed, becoming the opposite of their previous appearance. Their upper body and head became masculine, but a cave now decorated the space between their thighs. "How is it?" The marionette lord smirked. Damien responded with a deadpan expression. "You're no fun." The marionette lord stood up with a smile, walking over to Damien with a sultry sway in their step. "It doesn't have to be a combination, you know." An air of seduction filled Damien's spiritual world. He could feel his mind and body becoming hotter with every passing second. However, he wasn't some easy target. Void mana rolled through his body and cleared the seductive effects in an instant. As for his mind, was it even possible for seduction to penetrate it? While Damien was much calmer now, it was still true that coercive seduction used to be one of the things Damien abhorred most in the world. He asked coldly as he forcefully shattered the air, filling his mind. "HM?" The marionette lord hopped up to him with a sunny grin on their face. Damien frowned. The marionette lord answered instantly. "TSH, try your hardest." That's a bet I like." Two pairs of eyes met. One was filled with cold determination, while the other was playful and carefree. Somehow, Damien found himself confronting yet another demigod. He almost wondered if he had some kind of attractive field around him that lured dangerous and crazy personalities towards him. But there was no point complaining, let alone waiting on the doorstep. The trouble had already barged into the house and made itself comfortable. Therefore, there was only one path forward. Damien needed to defeat this strange demigod and get them out of his spiritual world as soon as possible. It had been a very long time since the last time his mentality was tested. So, despite the danger of the situation, excitement filled Damien's body. Ah, the fate of a battle maniac. No matter how much time passed, no matter how much they grew, they never truly changed, did they? Chapter 949, Lord. The Marionette Lord's first test was seduction, a test Damien passed flawlessly. However, there was a reason it was merely their first step to overriding a soul. Those who fell to seduction were those who would never have a chance to enter divinity in their lives. Thus, they were merely disposable pawns to the Marionette Lord. The real hells came after. Damien's spiritual world blurred and disappeared. His avatar was dropped into a dark space filled with nothingness. He immediately noticed. He felt sensations that weren't possible through an avatar. Even his all-seeing eye couldn't find a flaw in his senses, making it clear just how thorough the illusion was. What is this? Damien was correct. Even if a man couldn't be broken by a woman, could he survive his own thoughts? Solitude wasn't something often experienced in the universe by those who didn't follow the absorption method of slow leveling. Most of the time, these people were together with their influences or battling their enemies to grow stronger, making true solitude a strange and unwelcome feeling. And when that solitude lasted for decades, centuries, and even millennia, just what would happen to one's mind? No, if the concept of time disappeared, if every moment felt like an eternity, the incongruity of feeling would make one extremely susceptible to emotion, breaking them even faster. This was the last level of the Marionette Lord's game most fourth-class beings experienced. The solitude drove them mad and opened a hole in their mental defenses that the Marionette Lord could use to pollute their souls. However, when it came to solitude, Damien didn't have many issues. While he spent several years traveling the universe alone, true solitude was to be alone with one's thoughts in the void, without the starry sky as a backdrop, and without the aura of vibrant life of the universe. Damien sat down and crossed his legs, closing his eyes and focusing inwardly. He thought to himself, let alone the fact that void environments actually felt comfortable for Damien, he was currently in need of time to himself. Developing techniques and comprehending laws took time, a great deal of it. Damien could always set up time dilations to grant himself extra time, but there were several universal restrictions on the usage of time, which made it difficult for Damien to use this strategy consistently. Aside from that, he currently didn't have any room in his schedule for calm contemplation. Since the Golden Dragon Clan's issue was almost solved, Damien would soon have to rush back to the Ancient God Clan so he could accompany them to the Grand Assembly. Now, logically speaking, it was impossible to comprehend laws in a place void of them. But unfortunately for the Marionette Lord, Damien wasn't a being explainable with logic alone. Traces of incorporeal pitch-black mana exhaled from Damien's pores and returned, converted into the law energy of space, time, life, and death. Damien focused his mind solemnly as the energies entered his body. He immediately controlled them with his spiritual intent and reined them in, separating them into their own sections and separately comprehending them. He couldn't imagine what kind of catastrophe it'd cause if so many powerful and volatile laws collided. It was always his first thought after absorption, but he'd never had the courage to experiment due to circumstance and safety. Damien was still a spiritual avatar, so while any comprehension he received would still be stored in his spiritual world, he wouldn't be able to directly affect his body at all. Therefore, he could finally go all out without worry. He let go of his spiritual intent and let the elements flow as they wished. Life and death moved toward each other, as did space and time, and oddly enough, the two groups slowly started to approach each other like wary dogs meeting their long-lost siblings. Damien watched the process intently, losing track of his surroundings in the process. It was strange. As the elements approached each other, space and time grew larger, while the inverse happened to life and death, layering them almost like steps in an ascending path. BZZT. A connection formed. I think you should take a look at the energies finally connected, and in that moment, Damien's mind exploded with light. It materialized before him, that staircase. He stood on the step of space-time, the energy of samsara pushing him from behind. He covered his eyes with his hand to block the winds and gazed below. There was no ground, however. Damien could tell that something was supposed to exist below life and death. Aha! The memory struck him abruptly. He'd remembered those same words many times in the past, but it felt different this time. The 5 elements: life and death, space and time, creation and destruction, and finally, the unknown that existed before the elements of existence were born. These were the utmost foundational pillars of universal order, the elements that allowed the universe to function as flawlessly as it did. Damien thought to himself. He tried to take a step, but he was blocked by an invisible wall. There was a wall signifying the non-existence of the preceding step, a barrier that Damien couldn't break no matter how much power he put into it. I want to see the top, but I can't even see the path forward. Damien's eyes narrowed. However, Damien was unresigned to this. He could feel it instinctually. There was something beyond that wall, something that hadn't even been theorized by the universe itself yet. He wanted to climb up and find the truth behind his feeling, breaking through the watershed, impeding him, and whoosh. Damien's eyes shot open. Around him was no longer a void, but a landscape dyed in red. From the rocky and desolate ground below to the sun and SMH above, the entire realm was dyed in a bleak red hue. Damien calmly stood up and surveyed the surroundings. The survivability difference between seduction and solitude was marginal, but there's no way a demigod would waste time increasing the difficulty level so lightly. Likely, it was his own fortitude that allowed him to pass solitude so easily. What happened from this point forward would only be worse. Damien took a confident step forward, walking with his back straight as a sword. He walked for an unknown period of time through the bleak landscape before he finally understood the identity of the test. The Marionette Lord's methods are far more methodical than their personality. After shaking the target's mental stability, they immediately attack the greatest insecurities that the target has. Before Damien was depicted a scene so tangible he was almost sucked into it. It was a scene of tragedy. The tragedy that was Damien's final remaining insecurity. Chapter 950 Lord. Was it back in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range when he finally overcame the mental barriers that held his progression back so much? It had been so long that the memories were starting to feel distant. Back then, Damien was still young. He was still struggling with his past, the terrible traumas he'd incurred over years of suffering in silence. When those traumas were confronted and resolved, Damien was essentially reborn into a new person. However, while the wounds themselves healed, they left behind scars. More specifically, a single, extremely deep scar. Damien looked at the images presented to him with indifference in his eyes. Shick, shick, shick. A sword repetitively stabbed into a corpse on the ground. Its wielder showed no emotion as he cut off the last remaining hope of life for the blue-haired woman below him. That woman was none other than Elena. Surrounding her were several mutilated corpses. Yet, despite their unrecognizable states, Damien could perfectly tell who they were. Ryue, Rose, Zara, Tianyang, Long Chun, Astoria, and everyone else Damien had ever had a strong relationship with, including his own mother, Claire Watson. Damien looked the killer in his eyes, and the killer stared back. Crash! Damien shattered the mirror, his eyes never changing. The same force that allowed him to live as he lived, and even allowed him to overcome the current danger as easily as he currently could, was the same force he feared the most. Damien was always a person who attached extreme importance to his sense of identity. He always made sure he understood himself better than his enemies ever could, so they could never use his weaknesses against him. As such, he was painfully aware of how dangerous his indifference was. If he ever encountered a situation in the future where he was forced to drop his morals, if that situation caused him to loosen the tight grip he kept on the relationships he had with those people who managed to enter his dead heart, would he also become like immortal Blood Azura, who could easily sacrifice his children and family for the sake of power? The Marionette Lord's next attack came faster than expected. Ironically, the very insecurity Damien faced in the fourth attack allowed him to bypass it easily, sending him into the fourth test. The fears represented were two branching concepts that formed a single whole. The first was connected to Damien's insecurity. It was a fear of his own desire for power. From the beginning, Damien's driving force to grow stronger was simply so he could grow stronger. The main motivator that pushed him forward was his dream to look down on existence from the peak of everything. When his core desire for strength wasn't rooted in those he cared for, the likelihood of the aforementioned tragedy coming to life was high. Therefore, Damien always slightly feared and kept a leash on this desire, finding new small goals to tie it to so he could always remain grounded, never reaching a state where he would commit the unthinkable for its sake. As for the second fear, Damien stood at the top. He had achieved that unknown realm that even the universe didn't know about and looked down on all existence from below. Yet he stood alone. Where would he go from here? There was nothing above him, and all things below him gazed at him in fear and reverence. The people he loved and cared about stayed by his side, but they were never able to reach that untold height, stopping at the universe's final bounds of power. No matter how close they were, they felt millions of kilometers in the distance. As someone at the finish line, Damien could clearly understand how impossible it was for that gap to close. So then what? When he finally achieved his goal, what was he to do? The greatest fear at the very core of his being was this very situation. An unattainable peak being reached once could be chalked up to heavenly luck and skill, but multiple times? I think you should take a look at it was unrealistic to even hope for it. To sit on this peak alone was something Damien couldn't stand the thought of, and to stand on this peak and not see greater horizons in the distance was just as terrifying. Even now, facing this situation firsthand, Damien could feel the emptiness in his soul that made him want to give up and abandon his dream. Yet, I don't even understand divinity yet. How can I guess about the peak of existence? Whatever happens will be solved by the me that exists in that time. Damien smiled. He felt a warm force cover his body, bringing him out of that bleak and desolate future. These past two illusions have shown me things I needed to see. A situation like that can only end in tragedy if one doesn't prepare for it beforehand. Since I've been made painfully aware of the possibilities, I just have to make sure they don't ever get realized. Damien stepped forward and entered the next illusion with a smile on his face. Really, when he exited this prison, he had to offer the marionette lord his sincerest thanks for their gracious gift. After all, to an extreme peak master, defining their sense of self and furthering their understanding of laws was the most imperative task. And wasn't that exactly what the marionette lord was allowing him to do? Seriously, just as they'd stated themselves, they were truly a kind and benevolent lord. The marionette lord's strange laughter echoed through the void. In the real plane, in their residence in the void, the marionette lord watched Damien's progress through their soul wisp's eyes. Look at this. This is great. The marionette lord happily clapped their hands as their eyes turned to crescents. They asked with a beaming smile. Gakog, a ball of mush nearby, let out a string of incoherent sounds in response. Spare you? But I'm busy right now. The ball of mush trembled at her words. The marionette lord's eyes immediately shot over to the mush. They uttered coldly. The mush shivered fiercely and tried to back away before remembering its current form. A mush ball named Flaffy, not the exalted Nox demigod, the Flame Lord. Wow, seriously wow, the marionette lord exclaimed as they stroked their chin in intrigue. Not to mention, his insecurities and fears are so surprising. Everything he doubts is internal. It's as if he truly believes that there is no greater threat to him in this universe than himself. Not only that, he truly believed without a sliver of doubt that it was inevitable for him to eventually reach the unknown peak. It was arrogant beyond arrogance. He was facing a death sentence from a demigod, yet he viewed it as a training ground to refine his mental fortitude. Not only did he not place the illusions in his eyes, he looked down upon the caster themselves as well. No, I love it. What is this feeling? The marionette lord hopped over and picked up the mush ball like a puppy, holding it up in the air. They brought it to their chest in a tight hug. Bang! The mush ball exploded into a rain of black ink that drenched the marionette lord. They smiled happier than ever as they licked the ink off their lips.